Felix. Asna murmured his name with a loving and relieved look, bathing in his godly and holy presence. At first look, she understood that his spiritual pressure had ascended past the celestials since his presence was so overwhelming. It made her feel like she was gazing at the universe itself. Unfortunately for the three rulers, they were also capable of feeling the same. This isn't possible, Ammonius Ra muttered at the start. But as he kept watching Felix's presence continue to grow more powerful, he couldn't help but bellow furiously, "This isn't right. Lower your voice, Ammonius," Emer remarked after a deep exhale. "We are done." Medusa's expression turned ugly, knowing that if even Emer gave up, it only meant that our situation was truly doomed. To be honest, deep down she also knew it. But Ammonius Ra still refused to accept this fact. "I am a celestial. I am eternal. I am not dying to a mortal born. Never." As he continued roaring until celestial flames broke out of his skin, Asna and Queen Ai found themselves incapable of keeping him down. Before they could reinforce their spiritual pressure, Ammonius Ra broke free at last and flew in the direction of Felix with his divine spear set in golden celestial flames. Athena and the rest of the viewers held their breath at the sight, understanding that Ammonius Ra sought to slay Felix before he came to his senses. Oh no! Even Asna's relief disappeared and was replaced by a worried look. However, before she could make her move to help her husband, Felix suddenly lowered his head until his eyes matched the rushing Ammonius Ra. The moment Ammonius Ra saw Felix's eyes, his entire expression froze. His reaction was understandable as Felix's eyes resembled an ocean of galaxies swimming in their pupils. They were mesmerizing, otherworldly, and most importantly, so dreadful that Ammonius Ra was capable of concocting a single thought. The windows of the universe. As the last word was registered in his mind, everyone was left petrified at the sight of Ammonius Ra getting lasered out of existence. His celestial flames, his divine weapon, his entire existence was utterly erased by a single white beam, leaving behind only one thing: the celestial heart. Under the stunned and silent looks of the viewers, Felix reached out with his finger and Ammonius Ra's celestial heart flew in his direction, or more precisely, his chest. Just like a rock thrown in the water, the heart passed through Felix's chest, leaving behind a soft ripple on his skin. Felix didn't even bother to check on it. He lowered his gaze, aiming it directly at the other two rulers, who had two different expressions. Emer was as calm as always, but this time he had a defeated smile. Medusa had a look of utter despair. Both of them knew they could control their emotions and not show such a reaction, but at this moment, what was the point? "I know it's too much to ask. I know it's shameful to ask, but I have to know." Suddenly, Emer showed a bitter smile as he inquired, "Can I know what you saw on the other side?" "Describing such disgusting behavior as shameful is too light," Asna sneered coldly. After everything that happened, the three rulers deserved nothing but absolute torture. To be this daring and shameless to ask for a favor was simply too much. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Felix actually answered him. "The other side. Unfortunately for you, I need all 7 hearts together to open up the gateway." Felix replied indifferently as he pointed his finger at Emer and Medusa. As Emer gazed at the light emerging from Felix's finger, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He understood that Felix would never leave them alive as he merged with their hearts, which meant, "I hope the truth was worth all of this." That's the last thing he uttered before Felix deleted them out of existence like an author using a mere erasure to write off a character. With a snap of a finger, their celestial hearts integrated within his chest. Immediately after, silence took place in the void. There were no thunderclaps, no universal pillars, no announcements, nothing. It was like the three rulers' deaths meant nothing to the universe. But the truth was, it did imply a lot. It meant everything. However, the universe was no longer a mindless entity. The universe was Felix, and Felix was the universe. After the three rulers' inevitable death, all he did was close his eyes and face the voided skies above, seemingly enjoying the peace. Alas, The peace was instantly disturbed by Asna's excited scream. "We did it! You did it, Felix! You actually did it!" It was followed by her instantly appearing next to him and giving him a tight hug while still repeating energetically, "We did it! We did it! We sob we did sob we did it." It took no time before Asna's excitement was replaced by gushing tears, flooding down her cheeks and into Felix's shoulder. There, no need to cry. There is no more cause for you ever to weep again." Felix softened his expression as he caressed her hair gently. But the more he did it, the louder Asna cried like she had been holding on to them ever since her birth. It wasn't far-fetched to think so. Felix knew that Asna was quite emotional even while becoming a celestial. That's all because of the trauma she had gone through in her childhood and the way the three rulers made her feel like she was always a prisoner. A prisoner without any hopes of ever receiving freedom. After all, she was told that she would become the universe's consciousness after ascending, which meant she would be imprisoned to carry on the universal duties forever. If she didn't, she would ever be under the three rulers' reign. So, no matter which path she took, she would never obtain true freedom. Only now did she truly feel that shackles were broken at last and could do nothing but weep her eyes out as she kept hugging the love of her life and savior. As her tears kept flowing down, Felix's heart was gripped by a sudden wave of guilt. But, before Asna could notice it, he killed it off and kept caressing her back gently. Meanwhile, his pools of galaxies reflected a hint of rage as he gazed at the distant void. Why was he mad? Who was he mad at? Only one person in this cosmos knew. "When you wrap things out, I think it's moment we have our little talk." Kronos' bitter voice resounded in Felix's mind out of nowhere. "Kronos, I knew that a truth capable of making you erase your memories wouldn't be pleasant, but still, nothing could have prepared me for it." Felix replied with a low tone, "Nothing. It seems like you have unlocked all of your memories." Kronos sighed. "Memories, huh?" Felix smiled in derision. "Felix." Just as Felix wanted to continue, a gentle presence reached out to him telepathically, catching his attention with a mixture of warmth and sorrow. It was Queen AI with her consciousness flickering, dimming like the last embers of a dying flame. Her voice echoed softly in his mind, making him feel her presence slipping, fading with every second. This made Felix instinctively reach out, desiring to use his omnipotent powers to restore her. "But what's the point?" she murmured with a faint, gentle smile. Felix froze, akin to being struck by a lightning bolt at the realization that Queen AI seemed to have found out the truth as well. "You know, don't you?" he asked, his eyebrows raised. "But how?" "I glimpsed through the veil of existence," she replied with a voice growing fainter. "When my processing power ascended to celestial ranks, I understood things that had once been hidden, the truth that eluded even the three rulers." "Ha! How ironic. We have been searching for the truth forever, and the moment I found it, everyone around me seemed to have figured it out too." Felix clenched his fists, a bitter smile tugging at his lips as he watched her consciousness slowly dissipate. Soon, he shook those thoughts and asked with a disoriented tone, "What do you think should I do next?" "I am dreading my options." For a moment, her presence grew warmer, like a mother giving him a comforting embrace. "Accept the supreme power, Felix. Whether here or on the other side, there is only one truth: strength gives you freedom of choice." She paused, giving him a faint smile. "Use that strength to follow your heart." As her voice faded at the end of her sentence, the mental connection between them thinned like a mist until Felix found that he could no longer sense her. "Queen AI," he called out, his voice barely a whisper in his mind. Alas, there was no response. Queen AI was gone. Her awareness faded peacefully into the void, leaving behind a gentle stillness and a bittersweet memory of her final words. Felix stood with Asna still in his embrace as the weight of her message settled over him while he looked toward the horizon. Accept the power and follow his heart. The path was uncertain, but for now it was enough. "Felix? What's wrong?" Asna lifted her head and eyed him with a concerned tone after sensing the shift in his heartbeats. You will know soon enough. Felix took hold of her hand and led her outside of the dimensional pocket, which had already turned into an empty void. The moment they got out, an unforgettable scene was reflected in their pupils. The Eternal Kingdom, which was once an indomitable fortress of celestial power and grandeur, was crumbling right before their eyes. Zeus' thundercloud domain lost its sparkle as the clouds dissipated and the storms quietened down, seemingly mourning the collapse of the kingdom. Poseidon's finite blue ocean was absorbed into a vortex that led to the void at the very bottom of the kingdom, creating a scene resembling a full sink emptying out. Artemis forests and jungle that breathed life into the kingdom wilted down, leaving mere dried-out trees holding weakly against the wind. Even the celestial city, the capital and the heart of the eternal kingdom, did not escape from the aftermath of the three rulers' death and, most importantly, the disappearance of the celestial energy, which pulsed life through the kingdom's veins. Felix and Asna stood together on a high vantage point above the celestial city. All they did was watch the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. We have been forsaken. Our gods have forsaken us. Save me. I don't want to die. Arg! My legs. When Felix heard the despairing cries of the citizens below as they escaped from the fallen buildings and shattered grounds, he felt absolutely nothing. It was like he was staring at objects or numbers. Yet he still showed his merciful side. Pain is still real, he murmured as he snapped his finger and helped everyone in the eternal kingdom escape the unavoidable damnation. Meanwhile, Asna's grip tightened around Felix's hand as her face reflected somewhat of sadness and nostalgia. The recollections came rushing back to her in waves. The laughter, the joy, the innocence of her youth spent in these very lands. She could see flashes of her past in the flickering ruins, the pranks she and Apollo had pulled in the palace gardens, their laughter echoing through the hallways as they darted from one hiding spot to another. She remembered the warmth of Unigen's gatherings, the endless pranks, the peace before everything had changed. A faint, wistful grin crossed her face as those good recollections flooded her mind. Despite the pain of the present, there was a part of her heart that mourned the loss of those golden days, those recollections that would soon exist only in her mind. The kingdom had been her home, but now it was nothing but a fading memory. As for Felix, his recollections of this carried a different weight. All he remembered was the endless battles, the calculated escapes, the nights spent running and hiding, always aware of the threat that loomed over his shoulders. The close calls and the near deaths made his stay in the eternal kingdom marked by a struggle to survive. Thus, he felt not an ounce of regret at the collapse of this kingdom that ruled the universe from the shadows of celestial brilliance. However, deep down, he knew that such emotions were directed at the wrong target. It's strange, isn't it? Asna whispered. To see everything we once knew, just gone. It was bound to happen. They built their world on a foundation of lies. Felix replied. Lies? Asna raised an eyebrow. Instead of answering, Felix waved his hand and manifested the massive prophecy tablet before her. As he gazed at the black portal at the very top of the tablet, he couldn't help but utter. The entire universe's history was rewritten 100 times to fulfill this exact prophecy. A prophecy promised freedom for the three rulers and answers for the seekers. But in reality, he chuckled in derision, catching Asna by surprise. Then, he confessed as he turned toward her. It was nothing but a tool to achieve our agenda, or to be more precise, a promise to our son and future generations. Our agenda? Promise to our son? What are you talking about? Asna's pupils thinned in disbelief. Have you already discovered the truth? Yes. Felix extended his hand toward Asna's cheek and placed it gently. Then, he smiled bitterly as he said, I am afraid you won't like it. Before Asna could respond, Felix linked her mind with his own and showed her everything from the beginning to the end. It took merely a second for Asna to process what she had just witnessed. While it was a mere second on the outside, the things she saw and learned left her eyes widened to the limit in dread, disbelief, and utter stupefaction. It was us all along, She spoke under her breath as she held her head, feeling like it had gotten 1,000,000 times heavier. We were always the villains in this story. Felix placed his hand on her shoulder as he gazed into the horizon. Yet, in the reflection of his eyes, there was no void, but instead, a flood of scenes gushing on the surface. Most of those scenes had nothing to do with this universe. The year 2044, Earth calendar, 20 years after the Alexander Kingdom discovered Earth. In New York metropolis, the Maxwell Tower stood as a sleek structure of dark glass and steel, representing both the elegance and formidable power of the Maxwell business empire as it dominated the skyline with an air of prestige. At the topmost floor of their building, Felix Maxwell sat at a long polished mahogany table with a relaxed posture, but his gaze was sharp as he observed the Maxwell elders around him. He exuded an air of refined confidence and quiet authority. His golden hair was slightly tousled yet impeccably styled, framed by a face defined by sharp and mature features. His piercing blue eyes held intelligence and depth like he had spent most of his years following a single ambition. He was clad in a tailored black suit that fit him with effortless precision, making him command attention from anyone. At the moment, the Maxwell elders, Abraham, Albert, and Charlotte were gazing at him with a solemn expression. All three looked younger than their actual age as they were in their 80s and 90s, yet looked just like any other middle-aged people in their early 40s. Even baldy Albert grew hair again. Abraham leaned forward, his fingers steepled, and spoke in his low and commanding voice. The Alexander's Holdings has offered a new promising opportunity. We received from Intel that they plan to establish a new trading route connected to Mars to search for Earth elemental stones. If we collaborated with them to facilitate their mining process, we can utilize this new trading route for our business ventures. What do you think? He asked as he gazed at Felix. Felix met Abraham's gaze evenly, his mind already racing with potential strategies. He was fully aware of the risks and benefits that this opportunity had presented. Alexander's Holdings is the biggest company in the kingdom since it was founded by the royal family itself. Its GDP alone is worth 1,000,000 times more than our entire solar system combined. Felix replied calmly, "Securing a partnership with them is nearly impossible even if our company was considered one of the best in our solar system. Whatever amount of money we offer, it won't make them bat an eye. In other words, we have no value in their eyes, which gives us no negotiation power for a deal." Charlotte agreed. "We all know this." Albert rubbed his eyelids. "But this is a unique opportunity to latch our family to the royal family. We have to find a way. I know that's why to secure a foothold, we'll need to present a partnership that makes us indispensable to them, something beyond just trade." Felix smiled faintly. "If we can offer exclusive access to our rare cuisine-based resources, we might have the leverage we need." Albert nodded approvingly, his calculating eyes narrowing as he considered Felix's words. True, exclusivity could work in our favor since great food is always in demand regardless of social status. But we aren't the sole company with exclusive resources on our home planet. Felix gave a slight smile, his fingers tapping the table as he spoke. "True, but we are the only ones with the intel about their upcoming route development. If we make the first move and leave the best impression possible, they won't reject our advances related to their new route." "I see you are suggesting we use a friendly approach instead of a business approach. Thus, once we come to ask for a small favor, they won't outright reject us." Albert nodded in approval. "Exactly. All we need is to build a bit of trust with their representatives responsible for this task. If they find elemental stones on Mars, we will be allowed to share their secured route and avoid the pirates. If they find nothing, we can convince them to leave the route under our management to deliver our exclusive resources at a discounted price. Once trust is built, we can expand our partnership and expand our family routes across the kingdom and potentially even to the Mariana Empire." The elders exchanged looks, each considering his words. Abraham's lips curved into a rare smile. "You've done your homework, Felix. If Robert and your parents were still with us, I am sure they would be proud." Felix showed a mere faint smile as he answered, If they were still alive, there wouldn't be a reason for me to be here. Ha ha ha, that applies to all of us. Albert laughed. They would have already made the Maxwell a business stronghold name across the kingdom in no time. True. Some people are just born into business. Charlotte smiled. After Felix and the elders chit-chat a bit more, they postponed the meeting until tomorrow, excusing everyone. When Felix left the meeting and glanced at the beautiful neon lights of the metropolis from above the clouds, the only thought coursing through his mind was, I should return home. I have been away for 3 days straight. Nico must be throwing a tantrum for me. He showed a gentle smile as he took out a holographic picture, showing himself, Asna, and a little cute child, with golden hair and blue eyes. The picture was taken in the UVR as they were in a fantasy-based amusement park. He was carrying Nico on his shoulders while Asna was leaning on his chest and holding his hand tightly. She had a beautiful smile painted across her face like she was living a blissful and loving life with her family. When Felix saw her smile, he couldn't help but kiss his fingers and place them on her face, feeling like his heart was cleansed from all the stress and problems he faced daily being one of Maxwell's elders. Without wasting any more time, Felix took the elevator down to the first floor, receiving respect from all family and staff members working in the tower. After he was done with the greetings, he got into a sleek black hovercar, which was already awaiting him at the front door. Then, he greeted the driver with a polite smile. How was your day, Jack? Jack lowered the separating glass between them and welcomed back with a faint chuckle. Not as busy as yours, boss. Same response as always. Felix chuckled at the dried-up joke he always heard every time he asked his bodyguard and driver. As for the informalities between them, Felix thought Jack a family member since he was his bodyguard ever since he was a child. He was even sent to Sky Pearl Island with him during the family assessment and was near him when the Alangster Kingdom found Earth 20 years ago. Where to, boss? Home. Right away. Jack lifted the separating glass again and steered away, leaving Felix to recline his head on the glass window. The neon lights of Maxwell Tower faded behind him. Yet, his mind was still sharp, focusing on the next steps for his proposal to Alexander Holdings. He knew that persuading their representatives wouldn't be easy. The competition was fierce, and Alexander's staff members were known for their arrogance. Felix's fingers tapped rhythmically against his knee as he ran through his approach. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by a sharp chime from his wrist. As he tapped on his AP bracelet's small screen, a holographic message alert flickered in front of him. It was pulsing with a red glow. Felix's brow furrowed as he read the message under his breath. Felix Maxwell, you are required to attend a classified meeting under the authority of the Empress of the Metal Race. Attendance is mandatory. Click the link underneath for more details. Felix swiftly fixed his sitting posture as the weight of the message took over his mind. This wasn't an ordinary request. The Empress of the Metal Race seldom convened mandatory meetings with even the top 10 rulers. Don't even mention him, a small businessman from a rural area that wasn't known to most of Alexander Kingdom's citizens. Thus, his first thought was I mistaken for someone else? It can't be. Such mistakes are impossible for Queen AI. He frowned as he reached out to press on the link. As expected, the moment he clicked it, he was dazed to see that the details involved his full name and even ID number, making him understand that no mistake was made. As he continued reading through the details, he found that the meeting would be held in 3 hours and the location was unknown. But he understood that once the time came, he would simply be teleported to the designated location. I don't understand what's going on, but ignoring this invitation is a death sentence. Understanding that the Empress of the Metal Race's authority was at the highest in the SG Alliance made him do one thing. He accepted the invitation in a heartbeat and wished for the best, as he was nothing but a mere human with no strength to him whatsoever. Sometime later, Felix stepped out of his car and approached the grand gates of his late grandfather's mansion, in the Upper East Side of New York. This was one of the mansions Felix grew in due to its proximity to the Maxwell Tower. After his parents passed away in the helicopter accident and his grandfather had a heart attack during the Alexander Kingdom's mental invasion, he inherited all of their properties. As he walked up the stone steps, The large double doors opened smoothly, revealing Layla, the ever-diligent housekeeper. She greeted him with a polite, knowing smile and a prudish posture. "Good evening, Mr. Maxwell," she said, bowing her head slightly. "Allow me to take those." Before he could respond, Layla knelt to remove his shoes, her movements swift and practiced. "You don't have to, but thank you." Felix nodded in appreciation, accustomed to her quiet attention to detail. Just like Jack, Layla was one of his closest assistants, who he had grown up with from his childhood. After he embarked on carrying his grandfather's legacy in this new era, he hired Layla as his housekeeper since he trusted only a few people in his home. "Your shower is ready, sir," she informed him, gesturing down the hallway. "Your change of clothes has been laid out for you." Felix gave a brief nod of thanks, feeling the fatigue from the day beginning to set in as he followed her lead. But he didn't let it consume him, as Queen AI's message was still roaming free in his mind. As he was being guided by Layla down the hall, Felix came to a brief stop in front of 3 massive portraits hung near each other. With a faint appreciative smile, Felix reached out with his fingers and touched the frame of each portrait while murmuring under his breath, "Father, mother, grandfather. I had a good day. I hope you did too on the other side." Seeing this, Layla halted and waited in silence, already used to this antic. While Layla wasn't with Felix when his parents died in a helicopter accident, she was with him when he heard the news of his grandfather's passing during the Day of Chaos. He was a mere teenager, already isolated on an island, which was a cry for help in itself from a child, who was born with all the riches, but no parents' love. Hearing that his last true family member, his grandfather Robert, who had raised him as a son, died of a heart attack, shattered his heart into pieces. However, instead of acting up just like after he lost his parents, she remembered how he vowed to uphold his grandfather's and parents' legacy at any expense. She was only saddened that it took the death of his grandfather for him to wake up and mature at last, making him finally put his talents into the family's business empire. "Rest in peace." After a little respectful head bow and a soft prayer, Felix turned around and continued on his path. Seeing this, Layla shattered out of her daze and swiftly hastened her footsteps, leading him to the door of the shower room. "Have a nice shower, sir." With a soft smile and a small bow, she left him to his privacy, disappearing soundlessly down the corridor. Inside, Felix found everything as promised. The pristine shower room was prepped with fresh towels, steam already drifting from the hot water. His clothes, an elegant black lounge suit, comfortable yet stylish, were folded neatly on the counter, along with comfortable slippers and cufflinks. He took his time in the shower, letting the hot water wash away the stress of the day. The weight of the Maxwell empire, the pressure of negotiations with Alexander Holdings, and the recent summons from the Empress all lingered on his mind, but he found a moment of calm here. When he finished, he dressed quickly and made his way to the living room with a gentle smile. The mansion was quiet. The only sounds were the distant ticking of a clock and the soft rustle of curtains in the evening breeze. However, as he entered the living room, the quiet was shattered by a sudden burst of energy. Out of nowhere, Nico sprang forward from behind the couch, his young cute face alight with excitement while his laughter filled the room. "Daddy!" Nico exclaimed, launching himself toward Felix with his arms wide. Felix's cool and composed expression softened instantly, a smile breaking through as he braced himself for the ambush. "Whoa, easy there, Nico." Felix laughed, catching his son as the boy wrapped his arms around him like a little monkey. He felt a surge of warmth, the kind only a child could bring. Nico looked up at him with wide, eager sapphire blue eyes. "Did you bring anything yummy?" Felix chuckled, ruffling his son's hair. "Of course. I wouldn't be called the dad of snacks if I didn't, will I now?" Nico's eyes lit up as he saw Felix beam out a box of candies with a foreign alien language. Even the box seemed to be made out of non-earthling materials, making Nico recognized it immediately. Dandem's sweets. Nico immediately jumped out of Felix's embrace and hugged the box with an excited expression. "That's it for Daddy?" Felix's eyelids twitched as he chuckled at the sight of his son, showing more love to a box of candies than him even after 3 days of absence. "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you." But it seemed Nico was more sensible than what his age showed as he went to hug Felix's leg before quickly jumping on the couch. Just as he wanted to break the box open, a soft feminine voice resounded from the door, freezing them both in place. "Dear, didn't I tell you to not sneak him candy before dinner? Nicholas, are you sure you want to open it right now?" Following the voice, the other door to the living room opened, and a breathtaking woman stepped inside, wearing a flowing nightgown in soft, rich hues that complemented her natural elegance. Her crimson hair was brushed to perfection, cascading down her shoulders in gentle waves. She had a touch of light makeup that highlighted her striking amber eyes. However, those eyes held a familiar glint of amusement and a gentle reprimand as they settled on her husband. Felix gave a small guilty smile as he walked towards her, feeling betrayed when he observed that his son was repressing a giggle. "I had a lot in mind and got ambushed by his cuteness. I couldn't say no," Felix said, raising his hands defensively. "I am a victim as much as you." "Victim, is that so?" Asna laughed as she crossed her arms. Seeing that his father was still in trouble, Nico glanced up at his mother with his best attempt at an innocent look on his face. "Mommy, I was just going to eat a small piece, I promise." Seeing how both of them were giving her such innocent puppy looks, Asna's expression couldn't help but melt into a gentle smile. "Well, since you two seem to be such partners in crime, I suppose I'll let it go. Just this once." Felix laughed while giving her a loving hug followed by a quick peck on the lips. "You know, I'd be lost without your forgiving heart." Asna rolled her eyes, but her smile lingered as she leaned into his hug, murmuring, "I missed you, dear." "I missed you too, love. Sorry for being away. Work has been getting busier." Felix smiled as he caressed her back. "I could tell. You didn't even join me in the UVR." Asna sighed as she fixed his attire, knowing that running an entire business empire was much harder than it seemed, especially during the SG Alliance and UVR era where everything and everyone was connected. To be a latecomer into such a saturated market made it extremely difficult to carve one's path, which meant Felix and the elders could sometimes go days without sleep by taking pills. "Also, something weird has just happened," Felix mentioned, his tone turning a bit solemn. Is it serious?" Asna knitted her eyebrows, knowing that her husband rarely spoke about work in their home. Without saying much, Felix showed her the message he received. After reading it, Asna was exited with a deep solemn frown, realizing that this wasn't just weird, it was beyond concerning. "How come the Empress called for you? I will be skeptical even if she called for the Milky Way leaders," she said. "My exact thoughts," Felix replied while taking a seat on the couch. Asna sat next to him and picked Nico, placing him on her lap. As she helped him open the box of sweets, her thoughts were running wild with theories for such a ludicrous situation. "Maybe the metal race found something extraordinary with our planet and reached out to you since our family has a monopoly over many rare resources?" "I thought so too, but this doesn't summon an Empress attention." Felix shook his head. He knew that there were representatives whose job was to deal with such stuff. A summon from the Empress herself was of the highest order and treaded on issues he doubted he could even understand. "Whatever she wants, give it," Asna said with a hint of concern. "Just make sure to come back safe." "Don't worry. The metal race is the most pragmatic and respectful race of them all." Felix smiled. "Nothing bad will happen to me." Although Felix said this, he still couldn't help but feel a tingle of worry about the nature of the summon. Fortunately, he wasn't going to be exited waiting for long as 3 hours went by in the blink of an eye. As he sat on his bed with Asna beside him, a holographic link popped up in front of him, glowing with intense red. "Be right back." Felix gave a little kiss on Asna's cheek and without hesitation, he pressed on the link. The moment he did so, His eyes closed shut and Asna gently laid him on the bed, gazing at his peaceful expression with a worried look. "Please be safe." As Felix blinked his eyes open, they were assaulted by an intense, unnatural brightness, forcing him to squint for a moment. When he regained his focus, he found himself standing on a vast silver metallic floor with walls that stretched up and out into an immense cubic expanse. Their reflective surface gleamed under the harsh, omnipresent light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The sheer size of the space was overwhelming, as if he were trapped inside an endless metallic labyrinth. Yet this wasn't the most shocking part. Where am I? The hell? How come there are so many people? I knew it was too good to be true to be summoned by the Empress herself. As Felix looked around, his heartbeats quickened at the sight before him. All around him, stretching out as far as he could see, were people. Millions of humans were scattered across the massive hall, each person standing alone, separated from those nearby by an invisible boundary. It was as if a field of unseen barriers surrounded them, preventing anyone from moving or interacting with another. Although all of them were talking at once, there wasn't any irritating chit-chatter. Felix was more than capable of hearing the ones next to him talk to themselves, making him understand that no one had a single clue what was going on. "What does the Empress want with this many people?" Felix murmured as he tried to take a step forward, but the invisible walls responded, subtly guiding him back into his designated space. Knowing that it was useless, he started scanning the faces of the people around him. What he found surprised him to the core. "Is everyone here famous and possesses a high social status in our galaxy?" Questions raced through his mind as he scanned the vast sea of silent faces. He found famous scientists with achievements capable of covering entire walls. Famous businessmen who he considered giants in the markets and held assets worth much more than the entire Alexander Kingdom. There were even scholars and celebrities mixed in here and there. Of course, what truly captured his focus were the kings and emperors of the strongest empires in the galaxy. Why are they here? And why the hell was I invited to such a gathering of stars? For the first time in a long while, Felix truly felt like he was in a place he didn't belong, surrounded by millions yet isolated. Fortunately, he wasn't left dwelling for too long on answers as the moment the summons concluded, a massive slice of the front wall slid open, exposing a long, bright corridor. From the corridor, the Empress of the metal race stepped forth in a humanoid form, resembling a feminine cyborg with expressionless features. She resembled any other metal race, confusing plenty of people who had never seen her true form before. One of the kings bowed his head respectfully as he inquired, "Empress O15XL, to what do we owe the pleasure?" When the rest of the humans heard him call the Empress by her AI name, their expressions immediately turned solemn, knowing that they were in the presence of Her Majesty. In an emotionless manner, Empress Emily made a shushing motion with her finger, forcing the chatter to die out forcefully. It was like they were muted live. "Listen and watch in silence," she said expressionlessly as she manifested a massive display before everyone. Everyone lifted their heads and focused on the screen that came to life, displaying a surreal, distorted landscape in the void. Inhabiting this void were two unimaginable entities that seemed to defy logic. Their presence alone was overwhelming to the point that it cast a weight upon everyone's souls through the screen. A chilling silence engulfed the crowd as everyone's eyes moved from one entity to the other, scanning them whole. The first entity was a colossal, pitch-black horse-like creature. No one knew its exact size since there was nothing in the void to use as a comparison, but their instincts screamed at them that it should be 1,000,000 times bigger than even the largest of galaxies. They didn't know why they felt like this, but it just happened. It moved with an eerie elegance, its 6 legs stepping silently, causing each motion to release a rippling shadowy trail. Across its massive body, thousands of vortex-like eyes opened and shifted, spinning endlessly, each filled with an abyss that seemed to gaze into the watcher's very souls. Upon its head sat a dark crown adorned with 6 spikes, each one surrounded by hundreds of halos. "What is this monstrosity? I can't stare at it straight. It's just on a screen. Why can't I do it? How marvelous!" Is this some new species discovered recently? Whether it was a king, a scholar, or a businessman, the watchers shivered without exception, Felix included. It wasn't just fear. It was a much deeper, a primal chill that clawed at their hearts, like an instinctive recognition of something beyond their comprehension. But as terrifying as the horse-like entity was, it wasn't alone. Nearby, another presence captured half of the screen. Its form was distinctly humanoid but just as dreadful. This entity had no discernible facial features, just a smooth, featureless face that made its existence all the more unsettling. But what truly drew every eye were the 7 brilliant cores embedded in its chest, each one glowing with a holy brilliance that pushed back against the darkness. These hearts thumped in perfect harmony akin to a well-oiled instrument, releasing beams of radiant light that seemed to purify the very atmosphere around it. Above its head rested a crown too, but this one was adorned with 4 stars, each one glowing faintly and surrounded also by countless circular halos. The holy light clashed with the oppressive darkness of the horse-like monstrosity, and for a brief moment, it felt like balance. But Felix and the rest had their hearts skip a beat as they witnessed the whole scene. The featureless entity was crucified. Its arms were spread out, bound in place against a tall and dark pole made of skulls. The morbid structure was twisted and hideous as each skull was etched with expressions of pain and despair. The pole rose into the void like a twisted monument. Felix's breath caught in his throat, a sense of helplessness and despair washing over him like he watched the crucifixion of the most important being in his life. Every single human shared his expression, as everyone stood frozen with eyes wide in horror. They felt like they would rather have themselves crucified in place of that featureless being, even when this was the first time they saw him. The horse-like entity took a step forward, its vortex-like eyes all converging on the crucified figure as if to drink in the sight of its suffering. The featureless entity hung motionless, its head bowed and its 7 hearts light remained unwavering. Suddenly, out of those dreadful eyes emerged black claws. Each one was sharp, intangible, and dripping with dark energy. The claws twisted and extended, reaching out toward the glowing and brilliant hearts embedded in the chest of the crucified entity. One by one, the claws pounced forward, ripping each celestial heart out in a vicious manner. With each heart torn from its chest, the radiant glow of the featureless being dimmed, the holy light fading into the overwhelming darkness that surrounded them. As the hearts were torn away, the pitch-black entity voiced with a deep, rough voice, using a language unknown to the human watchers, a language that seemed to resonate through the void itself. But even though the watchers couldn't understand the original words, they heard a voice dubbed in their minds, translating the entity's speech. After a struggle that lasted for more than 10 billion years, I have finally prevailed. The featureless entity raised its head at last, causing the dimming light from the remaining hearts to cast a faint glow on its smooth, emotionless face. Despite its dire situation, there was no fear, no pain, only a calm that seemed to transcend the situation entirely. Revealer, if using a replica of the chains of the Great Order is how you consider a victory, it said with a calm, dismissive tone, then so be it. Revealer, the monstrous entity sneered, its maw twisting upward, exposing dark fangs. Azarus, you know damn well, a victory is a victory, he replied, the translated words gushing with contempt. Azarus, the featureless entity gazed at his enemy with an air of indifference and then spoke, I agree, a victory is a victory, but know this. There will come a day when you will regret those same words. A faint smile broke on his face as he finished, leaving Revealer to break into mocking laughter. The sound of it was so guttural that it seemed to echo endlessly through the void, carrying an unmistakable arrogance. I am Supreme Revealer, he announced coldly. I have no concept of regret. As he said this, a final much larger claw materialized from the eyes and plunged at Azarus' chest, leaving 3 long gushing wounds on his chest. The wounds were deep to the point that they struck the central heart and the 2 other hearts on its sides, leaving a lasting mark on the left heart. As all the hearts were taken out, the remaining glow was extinguished in an instant, Supreme Revealer ignited a dark flame on top of his palm. Without an ounce of hesitation, he threw it underneath the crucified Supreme Azarus. The dark flames instantly grew intense, consuming Azarus' body in a blaze that seemed to incinerate not just the surface but his true essence. The watchers stared in horrified awe as the light was engulfed, reducing the mighty being to nothing but ashes. Within moments, there was nothing left but the 7 hearts floating in the void without any purpose. Supreme Revealer raised his head, his 1,000 vortex-like eyes shifting to the 7 hearts in satisfaction and a hint of melancholy. "The games won't be the same without you. Farewell, old rival." As he said this, Supreme Revealer turned around and disappeared through a vortex of dark energy, leaving behind the 7 wounded hearts. Instantly after, a melodious voice resounded across the void with a certain solemnness. "In the Battle of Twilight, Supreme Revealer has emerged victorious. Universe N057 ascends a step to the Blessed Isles." Following the announcement, a pillar of celestial light descended, illuminating the darkness with an otherworldly glow. As the watchers turned their eyes upward, a figure emerged from within the blinding brilliance, plummeting with absolute grace. The angelic being, seemingly cast down from the heavens, had 12 wings, 6 on each side, all glowing with a brilliant white light, their feathers gleaming like falling stardust. His body bore angelic features, elegant lines, and sculpted limbs, clothed in silvery and formless robes that quivered as he descended. But his face struck fear into the hearts of all who saw it. He had 5 eyes adorning his face, each one arranged in an uneven, almost chaotic pattern that seemed to follow the viewers no matter where they stood. And in the center of it all, a single lip formed a disconcerting line, emotionless, expressionless, adding to the sense of wrongness. As the being descended near the 7 hearts, he voiced again with the same melodious tone. "In the Battle of Twilight, Supreme Azarus has perished. Universe N309 has descended a step to the blighted grounds." Silence prevailed on the battlefield, seemingly like the angelic being was addressing the populace, but at the same time, there was no response. Yet he continued, "As per the rules imposed by the Great Order, once a Supreme perishes in the battles of Twilight, it will be a permanent death. Thus, unless Universe N309 appoints a new Supreme to participate in Supremacy games, it will forfeit automatically each game until it falls off the blessed staircase." Soon, the angelic being looked directly into the camera, seemingly gazing into Felix's eyes and the rest. Then he uttered, "Universe N309 is 20 steps away from the blighted grounds. I was your game master Solarius." He constructed a prayer posture and voiced reverently one last time, "All praise to the Great Order." The moment he was done speaking, the screen turned pitch black, reflecting the sea of humans all gazing at its surface with stunned and stupefied expressions. Everything they had witnessed and heard was simply incomprehensible in their minds, as they had no idea what had just happened. Yet, before they could even wrap their minds around such insanity, Empress Emily waved her hand and manifested 7 glass containers, each one holding one of the hearts displayed on the screen. The moment Felix and the rest of the humans' eyes landed on those hearts, Empress Emily uttered emotionlessly, "We are Universe N309. As the truth bomb was dropped, everyone was left staring at each other in stunned silence, seemingly seeking to find a resemblance of reassurance from one another, but to no avail. Everyone was shell-shocked, with many thoughts roamed their minds regarding the whole situation. If it wasn't for Empress Emily being the one delivering the news, they would have already labeled her as a first-tier bullshitter. Fortunately, Empress Emily didn't leave them brewing in their thoughts for too long. What you have just watched was the last footage of a Twilight battle between our Supreme Azarus and Supreme Revealer. They are called Supreme Beings because they are the consciousness of their corresponding universes. Consciousness of the universe? Felix frowned in confusion. Does she mean that our universe is actually alive with its own mind? How can that be possible? Those same thoughts coursed through everyone's minds. Unfortunately, everyone was still muted, so no one could ask anything. Thankfully, Empress Emily planned on explaining everything from A to Z. She waved her hand and a holographic manifestation of the universe appeared before them. It was spherical, surrounded by a glowing aura, and had an unfathomable number of galaxies suspended within it. From a distance, it resembled a beautiful shiny marble. "This is our universe." As she said this, Empress Emily zoomed out until billions more like spheres emerged at once, each one floating near another without directly coming in contact. "Those are just a small portion of other universes in the multiversal plane," Empress Emily said emotionlessly. "Each one is conscious and has absolute authority within its territory, however." She suddenly expanded again, not giving even a minute for those poor souls to register her shocking truths. After the expansion was over, Felix and the others had their hearts skip a beat at the sight of those universes being all contained within a spherical white nebula that was suspended in an absolute void. There was a literal wasteland of nothingness around it that seemed to extend to infinity. The white barrier is called the celestial cocoon, and it is the only thing keeping those universes stable and safe, brimming with life. This is the fate of any universe outside of the protective cocoon. When she finished, the infinite void seemed to be highlighted by trillions of stars. "Oh my God!" Felix felt his heart hit his stomach the instant he realized that each star represented a universe. The only difference was it had no spherical structure or a white aura surrounding it. Each one resembled a chaotic canvas of colors. Galaxies were thrown everywhere, akin to guts spilling out of a wounded animal. As the light faded off those universes, they seemed to be consumed by the darkness of the void. This infinite expanse of void is called the Blighted Grounds, Empress Emily uttered expressionlessly. "With the death of Supreme Azarus, our universe is on a straight path to get expelled and join those perished universes, sealing our fate once and for all. Any questions?" Suddenly, everyone found out their voices had returned. Yet, silence prevailed inside the large hall. With everything said, it was nearly impossible not to be confused, overwhelmed, and petrified. Fortunately, there were many leaders with great emotional restraint as they quickly crafted the most critical questions and didn't hesitate to fire them out. "How did you come across such information? Why is this the first time we are learning about it? Is the metal race the only one with such intel? Or are the 10 rulers all on it?" The minute one voice echoed across the hall, it seemed like it had set a fire inside everyone's chests, causing a thunderous ruckus to emerge. Yet, Empress Emily left them be and listened to their noisy ruckus, seemingly picking up the important questions from the bunch and highlighting them through the chaos for everyone to hear. "After careful analysis, I assume that Supremacy Games is a system used to weed out the weak universes and expel them from the celestial cocoon. If this is true, why is this happening? Who is in charge of this ludicrous operation? How come our Supreme perished permanently when he is the consciousness of an entire universe? Isn't he supposed to be a god?" A serene scientist spoke calmly, yet everyone heard him. "I have many doubts. Was the SG Alliance founded on lies? Was it truly founded to stop wars raging out between races by holding out games, or is it all just a ruse to create a united front?" An infamous politician joined in with his series of questions. "If all of this is correct, why are we being told? Shouldn't this be an issue to solve between you 10 rulers? After all, none of us knew about the existence of this multiversal plane, Supreme's cosmic battles, or whatnot. What do you expect from us humans, who don't even have a cultivation system, to do anything about it?" As those questions kept resounding in everyone's ears, they realized that there was no point in yelling together. Thus, they quieted down and waited with solemn expressions for Empress Emily's answers. Felix also kept a deep furrow as he waited with everyone else, feeling like he was in a lucid dream. Supremes? Multiverse? Blighted grounds? Celestial cocoon? How could he adjust his sense of reason when he was just thinking about how to convince some low-level company representatives and instantly skipped to an existential crisis affecting an entire universe? It was like a child learning about 1 + 1 = 2, suddenly being told about quantum mechanics. The shift was just too extreme. All he could do was keep his mouth shut and his mind open to all possibilities. Fortunately, he had Empress Emily as the teacher. First of all, we have summoned you here since we believe you are the key to our salvation. Empress Emily spoke calmly, but we will go into details about this later. For now, you deserve to learn about the true history of our universe and the origins of the SG Alliance. I will keep it brief. She paused. Everyone knows that the metal race is motivated by our search for the truth are of universe and existence. Unbeknownst to the public, we have already found out after we invented a device capable of piercing through the veil of our universe, helping us see the multiversal plane for the first time. While our device wasn't good at the start and merely showed us numbered data that proved the existence of other universes, we spent eons trying to perfect it until it started showing us live video feedback. As she said this, she showed everyone what the first video ever recorded of the multiversal plane looked like. Everyone's eyes were affixed to the screen as they watched the low-quality video of the closest universe to them, appearing as a moving sphere in an ocean of white mist. How the hell did they achieve such a technology? Felix was completely fascinated, knowing that it should be impossible to video record an actual universe from outside. Its scale was simply too unfathomable to be captured by any recording device no matter how progressed the technology. This made him presume that maybe the device was sensing and crunching a heavy load of data and using it to paint out a recorded image of what was supposed to be. In other words, they were looking into another universe externally, but merely what the calculation had resulted in. Though this was the metal race making him understand that math was their fortitude. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden flicker in the screen before it went completely dark. Just as everyone assumed that the video finished, two bright crimson eyes burnt through the screen, scaring the majority of watchers to the core. It felt like their souls were about to be snatched by a single stare. Those were the eyes of the neighboring universe's consciousness, Supreme Veldrax. Empress Emily said calmly. That's our first interaction with an outer god and last without the permission of our Supreme Azarus. However, because of this incident, Supreme Azarus has finally decided to grace us with his presence and enlighten us about everything. While Empress Emily was retelling the story of her first meeting with Supreme Azarus, it played in her mind in exact detail. Millions of years ago, during the Dark Ages, a massive cubical silver structure was seen orbiting a much bigger planet that was packed to the brim with highly advanced technological constructions, ranging from space stations, space elevators, defensive metallic nets, and more. This was the metal race capital home planet, Data Core Sanctum. The massive cubical structure was the Veil Piercer, the device Empress Emily and the majority of the metal race had invested their time and energy to build for the sake of finding the truth of their universe. Right now, at the heart of this breathtaking maze of metal and machinery, Empress Emily was seen surrounded by a group of her finest engineers and scientists. They stood on a platform, suspended in the very core of the planetary-sized structure, staring in silence at a massive screen extended across the far wall. There was a valid reason for their silence. On the central display, two crimson eyes blazed intensely, something that exuded a sense of sentience, power, and perhaps even a hint of disdain. Empress Emily remained still. Her expression was as expressionless as ever. But, internally, an unfathomable amount of calculations were going on that could explain this development. However, before she could reach a valid conclusion, a deep, comforting voice resounded deeply in everyone's minds. Brother Veldrax, excuse my little children for snooping on your territory. Their curiosity has gotten the best of them. The moment he finished, the two crimson eyes blinked once warningly and then disappeared, leaving behind a shattered screen. He uttered nothing, but his attitude was clear that he wouldn't tolerate another peek at his territory. Who's there? Show yourself. Meanwhile, Empress Emily and the other ace kept looking around them for the owner of the voice, but to no avail. They couldn't even believe that their advanced technological anti-surveillance systems were easily bypassed. How fascinating! I didn't think one of my little children would come this far so soon. As the same voice echoed in the central arena, it was now accompanied by a celestial holy figure. The moment he manifested before everyone, he introduced himself with a faint smile on his featureless face. Don't be too alarmed, little one. I am Azarus, but you can refer to me as Supreme. Foreign presence detected. Calculating consciousness level. Calculating. The calculation failed. Every single AI around Supreme Azarus heard the same message ring in their minds, making them feel a sense of dread arise. Unlike other life forms, the metal race feared and dreaded only one thing, the unknown. Thus, for a race known to possess the strongest consciousness in the universe to fail their calculations, meant that Supreme Azarus consciousness prowess was on a different plane of understanding. "Who are you?" Empress Emily asked with a solemn tone as she readied every weapon in the veil piercer in his direction. Supreme Azarus sensed the weapons, yet his smile remained unchanged. "I am the truth." With a single sentence, Empress Emily and the rest of her subordinates seemed to have their souls enlightened as a sea of information poured inside their minds like an endless waterfall. They saw the birth of the universe, the creation of constellations, and how life was breathed into planets across all stellar systems, each race more unique than the latter. All of this was done by a single entity, Supreme Azarus. Yet what confounded them was the millions of scenes related to the multiversal plane, the endless games, and the grind for survival, leaving them doubting their minds. Something almost impossible for Ace to feel. When the sea of information was over, Empress Emily and her subordinates gazed at Supreme Azarus for a split second before taking a coordinated knee almost instantly. "Greetings, Master." It was like their entire system was reset to worship and listen to Supreme Azarus orders. One would think that he forced them to react like this, but in reality, every one of them felt obliged to swear their allegiance under his banner. It was for a simple reason: he was their father, their ancestor, their universe, their everything. Haha. How cute. I am starting to understand why my peers are becoming more open to interacting with their children. Supreme Azarus smiled warmly. Seeing that he was still standing, Empress Emily immediately waved her head and crafted a throne of magnificent proportion, using the nanotech that powered the entire structure. "Master, please take a seat," she requested respectfully while still keeping her head lowered. After she had witnessed the events in the multiversal plane and what Supreme Azarus went through to ensure the survival of the universe, her respect was born out of genuine reverence instead of fear. Sure, she knew that Supreme Azarus had to fight for his survival since he was the consciousness of the universe, which meant he was primarily fighting for his life. Still, it didn't change the fact that they were existing because of him. "Ah, no need, little one. I am not planning to stay for long." Supreme Azarus smiled. "I just want you to avoid peering too much into the multiversal plane. If you catch the eyes of some unfriendly gentleman, it will create unnecessary annoyance to me." This was probably the reason Supreme Azarus decided to show himself and even give the metal race the truth they were seeking their entire lives. All to make sure that they stay away from provoking the wrong entity with their eternal quest for answers. What made Empress Emily admire him more was the fact he could easily erase them from existence and nub the problem in the bud without even making his presence known. Or, he could simply halt their attempts by making it impossible to peer past the veil of existence. But this would make them stray away from the truth, which was the same as giving them an eternal death sentence to search for the unsearchable. In simpler terms, he was kind. "We understand. We will disable the veil piercer right away." Empress Emily responded with a serious tone. "Good." Just as Supreme Azarus nodded with an appreciative gentle smile and planned to leave them be, Empress Emily swiftly requested, "Master, is there any way we can assist you in your journey? Just permit us and we will do whatever it takes to help you win more games." "Please, Master, after knowing about the truth, we simply can't go back to our old ways." Another AI beseeched with a knee down. The rest started bowing one by one as they requested the same thing. The metal race was always motivated to find answers to any sort of question that popped into their mind. At the moment, while Supreme Azarus showed them the truth about their universe, he also opened up the door for a whole different ocean of mysteries. The metal race simply could not function properly if they weren't working on finding answers for them. Seeing their eager, solemn looks, Supreme Azarus couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "I don't need anyone's help, but their cute eagerness is too much to turn down. As the universe's consciousness, anything that the metal race could do, he could do 1,000 times better. That's why He never bothered to use any of the races he crafted in his universe. The only reason he breathed life into his body was to make it less cold. Why not? Supreme Azarus smiled kindly. I do need someone to run errands once in a while and gather information. The moment Empress Emily and the rest of AI heard this, they didn't hesitate to proclaim out loud with a stern tone. We won't let you down, Master. Don't worry too much about it. Just do your best. Supreme Azarus chuckled one last time before breaking into light particles. After he left, silence prevailed in the central room. They were not given any sort of instructions, and since he didn't tell them to reach out to him, all they could do was stare at each other. Empress, your orders. Soon, everyone turned to their Empress, returning to their original hierarchy. We await, Empress Emily uttered calmly. She understood that when Supreme Azarus needed them, he would reach out on his own. For now, all they could do was wait patiently. Back in the hall, Empress Emily continued her narration from that point onward, telling them how their bond with Supreme Azarus grew when he reached out to them for their first mission. She didn't go into details about the mission, but she did tell them that he started giving them more and more errands to run for the sake of assisting him in his battles. However, they soon realized that some of those missions might be more fitting for other races instead of them, which made them seek his permission to bring in outsiders' help. That's when Empress Emily reached out to the Hive race, the Dragon race, the High Elves, the Heavenly Turtles, and the rest of the powerful races during the Dark Ages. When those leaders found out about the truth, their reaction was more or less similar to the Metal race. Even the proudful ancient dragons under ancestral dragon Ymir lowered their heads in worship before the Supreme and vowed to help him in his journey. Since we didn't want the truth to break out and reach the public, knowing that our Supreme wouldn't be too pleased with his identity fully exposed, we decided to found the SG Alliance and take our battles to virtual reality. Empress Emily narrated steadily. But we didn't have the best technology back then, and we knew that the majority of other races wouldn't bother to join the Alliance. Fortunately, our Supreme is generous and saw our plight. Without even sounding a request, he perfected our virtual reality to the point it became considered a real illusion with 99.99999% realism. We took it from there on our own, merging our technologies with illusion to become what it is today. Wait, what? Even the UVR origins are a lie. This really makes you question your reality. UVR was always too freaky and fascinating to me. Being an illusion operated under a god himself makes more sense. Wait, isn't our Supreme dead? How come the UVR is still operating normally? Most watchers didn't take the news lightly as it made them feel like they were living in a lie their entire lives. First, the Scallion's purpose was never to limit casualties or stop the wars in real life, but a mere front for the Real Union concerning assisting the universe's consciousness in his multiversal battles. Now, they hear that even the UVR, which modernized and accelerated the growth of the entire population of the universe, was created by the universe's consciousness himself. One's mind was capable of only processing a couple of shocks at once. Yet, those humans were being slapped right and left with horrific truths they would have never found even if they lived 10 different lives. This made quite a few highly alert individuals understand the severity of the situation before them. For Empress Emily to pull no stops, this means, what she is about to ask from us cannot be simple. Felix frowned coldly. It might even be sacrificial. Felix understood that his social status universally was no different than a bug before the eyes of dragons and other authoritative races. Thus, he didn't let Empress Emily's openness to truth fool him, as he knew that nothing was free in this universe. As he was swimming in his thoughts, Empress Emily continued her story about the true origin of SG Alliance, telling them about how the games were introduced later on, and that some of them were even copied from the true multiversal supremacy games. It was like they yoinked a well-developed system and added their own twists to it, which later on developed to the point that it became the culture of the entire universe. With that, Empress Emily concluded the true history of the Scallion's origin. Of course, every human summoned was smart enough to understand that what she told them was mere surface-level information. In reality, millions of years had gone by since the foundation of the SG Alliance. Now that they knew about truth, many parts of history could be brought up for questioning. However, this wasn't the time to be discussing such details, which they knew none of them had the authority to pull out of Empress Emily's mouth. Thus, They kept their ears perked in focus and watched as Empress Emily pushed the 7 celestial hearts up front. For the questions related to the multiversal plane or our Supreme, I am afraid there is no point in telling you, at least, not before we succeed in finding a new replacement for our Supreme Azarus. Empress Emily uttered expressionlessly. Many of the humans weren't too pleased with her response as they wanted to learn more about the mysteries of the outer worlds. Too bad. They could only accept what was given to them. This brings us to the reason for summoning you. As Empress Emily mentioned this, everyone gulped a mouthful in dread. Felix placed a hand on his chest to calm his agitated heart while keeping a stoic expression at what was about to come next. The short answer is we believe the replacement is one of you. Huh? What now? Alas, even with his preparation, the answer still threw him off guard, leaving him questioning his ears. His reaction was shared by the majority of humans as every one of them assumed the absolute worst before. Replacement? Us? Humans? I thought we were called to be sacrificed for a summoning ritual. Likewise, is this some kind of a joke? How can we humans even come close to replacing the universe's consciousness? We can't even kill a slime with our own hands. No one was overreacting in the slightest as humans were truly considered one of the weakest races in the universe, with no cultivation system to help them grow stronger like other races. The only good traits in their possession were their outstanding adaptability, cockroach-like reproduction, infinite desire for more, and intelligence. Though the 2 letters were a rare state not every human owned, unfortunately. We understand that humans are weak by nature, and to be honest, we were fairly surprised that our Supreme has chosen your race to be the only one with the capability to replace him. Empress Emily said calmly. Supreme Azarus had chosen us? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. Somehow, his voice was picked up by Empress Emily as she gazed at him and answered, Yes, this has nothing to do with us, and it never did. Empress Emily pointed at the 7 celestial hearts and continued. Our Supreme seems to have predicted his untimely death and prepared a countermeasure to ensure our existence at least once he is gone. Unfortunately, he hasn't told us any details. Empress Emily added, using his own words, the 7 celestial hearts will be the ones choosing their new host and owner as long as he is a human. Thus, we have gathered you here, the 1% of the 1% in your race. The strongest individuals, the smartest people, the most shrewd, the geniuses, kings, and leaders of many fields. We used Queen AI to devise a special algorithm to pick you from the infinite ocean of your kind. Which means, if you were summoned here, you have something that might move the 7 celestial hearts. After hearing this, the majority felt a sudden heat arising from the bottom of their stomach, making them giddy and excited. Some didn't make it obvious, keeping their heads lifted like being picked meant nothing to them. Most of them were kings and queens as they used to be at the very top of the ladder. Still, when they looked around and understood that more than 90% of leaders weren't chosen, they couldn't help but feel a burning sense of self-esteem and arrogance overwhelming them. As for the quirks, who didn't even know why they were chosen, they had no idea how to react. Felix was included. Algorithm? What did Queen AI see in me that she didn't find in others? Felix frowned in doubt. I know I am smart, but it's nowhere near the level of some of the stars around here. What kind of requirements were used to be exact? This doubt roamed everyone's minds as they kept looking at each other, realizing that they were truly a ragtag group in every single field. Empress Emily didn't seem to have any intentions of giving them any clarification. Without further ado, she created a new platform that was a mere step away from the 7 celestial hearts. Then she called out a name. Denzel Morn. Please come forward to be tested. As Denzel Morn stepped onto the stage, Felix couldn't help but reflect on the man's impressive accomplishments. He is one of the brightest minds in genetics and biochemistry, making strides that few others could claim. The majority of humans also kept showering Denzel with respectful looks as they knew he was believed to be one of the few geniuses with the potential to take human evolution to the next level. His work on genetic enhancements had already led to significant advances in immunity and cellular regeneration, pushing the boundaries of what the human body was capable of achieving. To Felix and the others, Seeing Denzel approach, the 7 celestial hearts felt like witnessing one of humanity's best hopes stepping forward for a chance of transcendence. If only one human can be chosen, then it's bound to be me, Denzel thought to himself, his strides brimming with confidence. Alas, the moment he stood on the platform, no reaction was recorded. The celestial hearts remained still, offering no recognition or sign. Is this normal? Denzel inquired while his expression slowly turned dark. No one knows how the celestial hearts will choose their new host, Empress Emily said expressionlessly. But no reaction is no reaction. How about I touch? Before Denzel could voice his complaint, unwilling to accept his failure, Empress Emily waved her hand and he got teleported to the corner of the hall. Everyone turned to gaze in his direction, seeing that he was seething in silence. His reaction was understandable since everyone here was given a chance to transcend to godhood and literally own the entire universe. It was an unimaginable shortcut that no one knew was possible. That's why when the shock value started fading away, those humans started doing what they knew best, praying for each other's downfall and begging for themselves to be chosen. Uncaring about their thoughts, Empress Emily announced the next tester. Next, Amelia Hunkins. A captivating woman walked forward, swaying left and right while wearing tall heels and a pink miniskirt. Almost everyone knew her as she was one of the most famous megastars in the galaxy with a following crossing the hundreds of trillions. She was a singer, actor, host, interviewer, and the list goes on. She might look like any woman who relied on her beauty to climb the social ladder, but everyone here knew that she must not be underestimated. Any celebrity who climbs this high and maintains their position is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Felix narrowed his eyes, understanding that her IQ and EQ were on the high end. Thus, everyone's expressions turned solemn the moment Amelia walked in front of the 7 celestial hearts. To their dismay, the 7 celestial hearts had made a reaction as the heart on the far right flickered once. Ahi? What does this mean? Amelia wondered with a cutesy, confused look. It means you proceed to the next stage of screening. Empress Emily responded calmly as she teleported Amelia to the opposite corner of Denzel. Thank God. I really thought she was chosen right there. Next stage of screening? Does this mean the 7 hearts are going to react to multiple participants? I assume the Empress is planning to give each individual a chance. Since Empress Emily had made it clear that those tests were new and foreign, it made them understand that a chance would be given to every one of them. As expected, Empress Emily continued calling names one by one to the platform, while the 7 celestial hearts remained as quiet as a midnight owl. After Amelia, more than 10,000 humans were tested over 5 hours, and yet, none of them caused the hearts to react. Not even a little. This made Denzel's side keep growing at an explosive rate compared to Amelia's side. This is bullshit. Bullshit, I tell you. How can those stupid hearts approve of a singer and ignore me, an admiral with hundreds of battles under my belt? Of course, not every test went smoothly as many participants were considered as the highest upper echelons of the human race, which meant if they were rejected, it caused a massive hit to their ego. Kings, queens, admirals, and such were affected the most, making them create a scene each time one of them was rejected. Unfortunately for them, Empress Emily couldn't care less about their identities or social standing. The instant they voiced their complaint, she kicked them off the hall while making sure to erase their memories of the whole gathering. Although she didn't tell them this, no one was surprised if she went for it. After all, they were not asked to sign a contract or such. Empress Emily would never make such a rookie mistake unless she was confident that no information would be leaked from here. As for abusing their rights, the moment they clicked on the link and entered the hall, they gave up on them. Just like that, hours went by and before long, more than a day had passed. Fortunately, Amelia wasn't the only one chosen as a dozen more were added to her side. However, the ratio was still as crazy as ever with more than 300,000 people getting rejected. It didn't seem like Empress Emily had any intentions to stop the screening until each individual passed. Thus, names were called non-stop for hours and hours until finally, Felix's turn arrived. Felix Maxwell, please step onto the platform. The moment Felix heard his name, he was jolted awake. Yes. As he stood up and walked through the slightly less crowded hall, he received all types of glances, ranging from curiosity and confusion. Felix Maxwell, I never heard such a name before. Is he a reclusive businessman? I have no clue either. How interesting. Just as Felix's mysterious identity started to build some hype over him, warranting many intrigued glances, a disdainful voice shattered this image instantly. What a joke. What kind of algorithm did Queen AI use to summon a lowly businessman from a backwater kingdom? Huh? That can't be right. Ha ha ha. It's true. I just searched for him. As more people started to realize that Felix's social standing was considered significantly lower to them, their curious looks became mocking in the blink of an eye. Everyone still had access to the network here, which meant a single search and a photo were more than enough to expose Felix's entire identity. With such a weak background, each individual looked at him like a peasant who snuck inside a royal gathering. Unfortunately for them, if there was one thing Felix prided himself in, it would be his thick skin. Thus, he didn't bat an eye or lowered his head in shame at their mocking words and disdainful looks. He just kept walking with a faint, polite smile on his face until he reached the platform. The moment he faced the 7 celestial hearts, the noise faded into the background. Deep down, Felix knew that he would be ignored by the 7 hearts just like the million other humans. But still, he held on to the fantasy of seeing one of the hearts lighting up. Alas, seconds went by, and nothing seemed to happen. The 7 celestial hearts were as quiet as ever. Ha ha ha! Even kings and queens were turned away. Yet, he thought he had a chance. He might have gotten summoned due to his remarkably thick skin. Maybe, ha ha ha. The bitter and irritated rejects on the loser's side didn't let Felix's rejection slide in the slightest. It was like they finally found a target to vent their frustration on. A target who they knew had absolutely no authority to retaliate. Huh, how foolish of me. While Felix wasn't affected by their words, he sure as hell felt disappointed to see the 7 hearts remain dim. But soon, he cracked a faint content smile and turned around, accepting that his destiny wasn't meant to be changed here. However, just as he wanted to step away, the central core flickered for a split moment, causing everyone's voice to die out bit by bit until silence engulfed the hall. As Felix gazed at their stunned and dumbfounded looks, he couldn't help but feel his core skip a beat. Don't tell me. Just as he was about to turn his head, Empress Emily announced, Felix Maxwell, you have passed to the next screening stage. Huh. After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted like a dormant volcano as the furious voices of the rejected humans rose and filled the metallic hall. Are you freaking serious? One yelled with a face flushed in anger. How could he be chosen of all people here? This is bullshit. Another voice joined in of a woman with clenched fists and a contorted expression of disbelief. He's a measly, lowly businessman. What makes him so special? The entire selection process is rigged. I demand a redo. I refuse to believe those hearts to be sentinel. The outrage spread like wildfire through the ranks of the rejected, their voices overlapping in indignation. Unfortunately, Empress Emily couldn't care less about their criticisms and whines. She simply teleported Felix to the chosen side and got rid of those with the loudest mouths. As people started seeing their peers getting snuffed rapidly, their loud disgruntlement disappeared. Meanwhile, even the ones chosen didn't seem too pleased with Felix's joining their side. They kept giving him irked glances, like the sacredness of being chosen by the 7 hearts had been tainted by his presence. Felix ignored everyone's disdainful glances and kept gazing at the 7 celestial hearts with a sense of wonder. They think I am worthy to become their new owner, he murmured. Although it sounded too crazy to believe, it still lit up something in Felix's heart as he knew that the 7 celestial hearts must have seen something in him. He could excuse Queen AI choosing him, but he couldn't think less of being chosen by the celestial hearts instead of millions of the finest humans. I have to know what it saw in me. Felix narrowed his eyes solemnly as he kept watching the rest of the humans getting rejected continuously. After a long, long while, The last participant finally took the stage, and without any surprises, he was sent away disappointed. The initial screening stage has been concluded. Empress Emily announced calmly, 40 individuals have induced a reaction from the 7 celestial hearts. Amelia and the rest of the chosen ones showed arrogant smirks as they gazed at the rejected ones. Before the failures could cause another scene, Empress Emily added, since we don't have much data about the process of the emergence of the new universe's consciousness, you are allowed to stick by and wait in case another opportunity arises. If not, you may leave this place. Usually, the moment one fails to be picked, he should take a hike. After all, there was no way the celestial hearts would skip past their future possible owner. But Empress Emily decided to keep them around in case all the chosen ones failed to ascend. In her mind, they were already at an impasse and they had nothing to lose in trying everything. TSK, I ain't going nowhere. One of the kings sat down with a cold expression. I have to see who's more worthy than I. Heh. I am sure the 7 hearts will turn back to me once those useless chosen ones fail to produce any results. Another haughty queen showed the same attitude. Even though I wasn't picked, this is an amazing opportunity to research those mysterious hearts. A scientist showed a wide, innocent smile while bringing out a holographic notepad, seemingly delighted just to be kept around. While each one had their own reason for staying put, not a single human had decided to leave. That's to be expected when they understood that their memories would be erased the instant they leave this hall. But if they stuck behind, there might be a chance of Empress Emily allowing them to keep the information. Let's begin the second stage of screening. Without further ado, Empress Emily clapped her hands and teleported all the rejects to a newly built-in stand at the back of the hall. The chosen ones were teleported to the center of the hall. Then, she brought the 7 celestial hearts closer to Felix and the rest, making them hover a mere couple of meters above their heads. How is she doing this? When Felix saw this, he couldn't help but wonder how could Empress Emily control the 7 celestial hearts. Did Supreme Azarus make his hearts listen to her before he perished, or were they sentinel to the point they can understand everything going on around them? The answer came sooner than he anticipated. Without Empress Emily's orders, the 7 celestial hearts suddenly released 7 different colors before they merged into a massive, colorful dome. The chosen ones were placed inside of it. What's going on? Rizal uttered with a stern expression as he raised his guard. He was an infamous mercenary who was born in a war-torn land and lived his entire life battling for survival. He was the oldest of the bunch and the one most feared and respected, making Amelia and many other chosen individuals edge slowly over to his side for protection. Before anyone could process the situation, 40 pillars of light descended from the ceiling of the dome in a circular shape around the chosen ones. Each pillar seemed to be facing an individual, making them feel like it was calling for them. Are we supposed to enter those light pillars? Felix frowned, not having a good feeling at all. It was like his instincts screamed at him to not get any closer to those pillars. It gazed like Rizal and the others felt the same. Alas, step inside, Empress Emily ordered expressionlessly. Empress Emily had no plans to comfort them, as she also had no clue what those pillars meant and what was the point of them. The only thing she knew was that everyone was going to enter them, whether voluntarily or forcefully. If you are scared, trade with me. Yes, right. Stop wasting our time and go in. Cowards. Given a shot at godhood and they are still hesitating. The rejects didn't hesitate to remind them that they were holding the line and that if they refused to follow the 7 celestial hearts' instructions, they should bow down. Upon hearing their loud chatter, Amelia and the rest gritted their teeth and stepped forth towards the pillars. Only Felix and Rizal remained in the center, watching as their peers walked toward the pillar of light with clear signs of concern and anxiety. What will happen? Felix wondered with a solemn look. Will they get teleported to the multiverse? Will they meet with a memory of Supreme Azarus? Will they receive trials and they have to complete them? All options were on the table when no information was given. Unfortunately, Felix and Rizal weren't allowed to stay back and spectate as they started feeling like their bodies were forcefully being pushed to their own pillars. They weren't too surprised as they knew that it was Empress Emily's doing. "I can walk on my own," Rizel uttered coldly as he continued what was parted of the distance. Felix kept his silence, but he also moved on his own after stealing his heart. After everyone stood a mere half a meter from the pillar, they glanced at each other and then took a collective step forward. The moment they went in, they disappeared from everyone's vision. As Felix opened his eyes slowly, his senses gradually returned as he took in the sight around him. He found himself inside a small cozy sphere with transparent walls glowing faintly. The warmth of the light gave the space an oddly comforting feeling. Underneath him lay a lake that stretched endlessly around him. The water was white yet serene. "Where am I? Is this a consciousness space?" he murmured as he gazed around him, scanning the endless expanse of water, but found nothing. Curious, Felix reached out with his hand, his fingers brushing the surface of the water under him. The moment his skin made contact with the cold, smooth water, the lake seemed to ripple, and then, suddenly, from the depths of the lake, a spiritual, featureless figure emerged. Felix recognized him immediately, making his heart skip a beat. Supreme Azarus. He spoke under his breath while his pulse quickened at the unexplainable, overwhelming aura flowing over his body. Supreme Azarus merely showed him a faint, gentle smile and asked, "In 3 words, tell me why you want to ascend to the supreme position?" "This." Felix was parted, baffled immediately. Supreme Azarus kept his silence, gazing at Felix with the same gentle, peculiar smile. It was like he was frozen, awaiting for Felix's answer. Albeit Felix was taken back by the question, Supreme Azarus' behavior couldn't help but alert him. "My lord, are you really here?" he asked after gathering his courage. He had a feeling that he might be dealing with a spiritual recording of Supreme Azarus. As he expected, Supreme Azarus didn't answer and simply kept looking at him silently. Is he a spiritual recording or a preset spiritual puppet with certain commands? Maybe it's the 7 celestial hearts using Supreme Azarus' image to communicate. Felix murmured as he waved his hand in front of Supreme Azarus, getting a bit more daring. Seeing that no reaction was made, Felix decided to take his sweet time to think about Supreme Azarus' question. He had a feeling that the other chosen ones might also have been given the same question. If this was right, then it implied that this question might be the decider whether or not they would ascend to godhood. His prediction turned out to be correct as Amelia, Rizel, and the others were all thrown into the space and were given the same question. For the first time they were summoned and participated in this whole Ladisher's experiment. They were given a chance to sit down and carefully think about their reason for desiring to become the new supreme. While the majority had decided to carefully think about their question, Amelia and Rizel didn't hesitate to give out their responses. "Sounds like fun," Amelia answered cutely, but the wicked desire for pure entertainment in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Behind the pretty mask hid a very bored woman, who had no problem going to the extreme for the sake of being entertained. It might be like a nonsense answer, but in her own world, she believed that the moment she ascended, she would be introduced to the ultimate platform for entertainment, multiversal supremacy games, where the fate of entire universes lied. "How interesting," Supreme Azarus answered with a faint smile. "I am certain you will scratch that itch if you ascended. Just tell me what I have to do." Amelia smirked confidently. Meanwhile, Rizel had a straightforward answer. "Power, authority, control," he uttered with a stern tone. For a mercenary whose entire life was spent in war-torn environments, those 3 words summed up his ultimate goal. His answer also didn't erect any negative reaction from Supreme Azarus, as he said almost the same thing he told Amelia. As time went by, the rest of the chosen ones provided their final answers. Some were creative, some were standard, like the desire to rule everyone or become a hero to save the universe. Whatever they said, it didn't seem like Supreme Azarus had any intentions of kicking them off. This gave them the illusion that their chances for ascension were higher than their peers. In the end, only Felix remained, still seeking an answer. He seemed to be in a dilemma as his gaze was unfocused while he kept repeating in his mind, "Why do I want to ascend?" This question haunted him, and no matter how hard he thought about it, He simply couldn't find singular answer. He already considered the obvious reasons, the things that seemed noble, worthy of an aspiration such as protecting his wife, son, friends, and loved ones. This was the first reason that popped in his mind since he knew that without a replacement, the universe would perish. But he also knew that might not happen in his lifetime or his son's lifetime. With matters dealing with universe, by the time its destruction reached them, the Maxwell bloodline might have been perished. He also considered doing it to carry the Maxwell legacy, as he knew that his grandfather's dying wish was to make their family name household. After all, he had single-handedly turned their family business into an empire, and if it wasn't for his old age, forcing him to retire, he would have done much more. That's why when he died, Felix realized that his childish antics had brought shame to him and his parents while he was alive. He refused to defile their names anymore after his death, making him focus all of his energy into bringing honor to the Maxwells universal-wide. The burden of legacy was real, but even as he thought of it, Felix couldn't help but feel a certain distance. It was not enough. Universe's consciousness. I will possess the powers to do whatever I want. Felix thought deeply. I can revive my loved ones, bestow immortality to them, and even empower them. I can do whatever that comes into my mind. Possessing true freedom. True freedom, huh? Soon, Felix smiled wryly after realizing that even Supreme Azarus had no freedom over his survival and had to fight to climb the blessed staircase to secure it. In other words, he might be free in his universe, but in the multiverse. He was nothing but a player in merciless platform, which he knew absolutely nothing about and had no battle experience to establish himself in it. As Felix opened his eyes, he came to the realization that the truth was far simpler than any of those lofty ideals. He didn't have a true answer that could push him to embark on this new journey. He didn't know why he wanted to ascend, why he sought that power, if it was for his family, for himself, or for some undefined purpose that eluded him. But then, it came to him. Maybe that was okay. A faint smile touched his lips, recognizing that sometimes the response was hidden on the path. Thus, Felix uttered his answer with a humble look, not caring if his response might fail him. I don't know. The moment those words left his lips, Felix felt a strange sense of peace. When Supreme Azarus heard his answer, he couldn't help but smile kindly. Sometimes, ignorance is enough. Not everyone is born with all the answers, and I for one don't know everything. His comforting voice brought a relieved smile to Felix's face, understanding that if even the universe consciousness admitted to not knowing all the answers, why would he beat himself for it? Don't worry, my child. You will be given plenty of chances to find your answers. Supreme Azarus disclosed as he manifested a milky white sphere from the lake underneath Felix's feet. What do you mean? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise as he watched the sphere settle down nicely on his palms before morphing into a bracelet. I am referring to your trial. Supreme Azarus smiled. The trial of ascension. Felix's expression turned solemn after realizing that a trial had been indeed prepared to choose the next in line. A test by the universe consciousness? He could only imagine how difficult it was going to be. Alas, no matter how much his imagination went wild, neither he nor the rest of the chosen ones would have predicted the content of the trial. With the same kind smile, Supreme Azarus shared with all of them. The trial is simple. You will be resurrected in a simulated reality with a one-to-one measure with no memories of this life or your mission. Your mission will be to integrate with the 7 celestial hearts. He paused, letting the words sink into Felix's mind and the others, whose eyes were already widened to the limit in a daze. But fret not, you will have a chance to alter the creation of the cosmos at the very beginning. Supreme Azarus smiled. Just note that the moment your modifications are set, you cannot rewrite them until the universe is reset. Reset, Felix murmured with a hint of dread creeping up his spine. Indeed, reset. Supreme Azarus moved closer to Felix and uttered without a change of expression. The moment your soul perish, the cosmos will collapse and everyone in it will be erased. You will return to your original universe, but with your entire memories of your past life. So, you can try again and again, But just know, his smile suddenly turned merciless. The demolition of those realities and the death of everyone on them will fall on your shoulders. For how long can you handle it? This. Felix was left startled. Just earlier, he was seeking a reason that would help him come to terms with such a drastic change in his destiny. Now he was given a reason to not do it. Felix took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked for some details. What do you mean exactly by simulated reality? Is it something like the UVR, an illusion with realistic properties? In his view, if it resembled the UVR, it might not be so bad since he could perceive everything and everyone as mere numbers. Illusion is one thing and simulated reality is another. At least for you. With a faint smile, Supreme Azarus crafted a miniature universe and enlarged it until Felix's face was a mere inch from Earth, his home planet. Then, he zoomed through the atmosphere till Felix saw himself sitting on a bench in Central Park with his wife. They were chatting and chuckling as they watched their son playing tag with other kids. Felix felt his heart gripped tightly in dread as he remembered this exact scene. It was a memory of last year when he took his wife and son out for some fresh air in his day out in months. He remembered it vividly because it was one of the few memories he cherished close to his heart. Don't tell me. Yes, what you are seeing is an alternative version of you in the miniature real universe that I have just created in this exact second. Supreme Azarus spoke casually. Everything and everyone in this universe are living their lives just like how you are living it now. They have souls, they have thoughts, and the universe is also following my established rules and laws. Before Felix could react or respond, Supreme Azarus snapped his finger, and the entire universe collapsed into a pool of white mist that fell through Felix's fingers and returned to the lake underneath. As Felix gazed at his trembling hands, feeling like his accelerating heartbeats were starting an engine, many thoughts coursed through his mind at this cruel situation. He had just witnessed the creation and erasure of an exact copy of their universe like it meant nothing to Supreme Azarus. Although he wasn't the one pulling the trigger, he still experienced sick to his stomach. Supreme Azarus watched as Felix held onto his stomach, trying his best to steal his emotions and not make a scene. His reaction was more than comprehensible as Supreme Azarus made him feel like his reality was extremely fragile. If he could create and erase an actual universe without the knowledge of its dwellers, then why couldn't it happen to his universe? Previously, Felix lived his life like any other human, finding purpose in his ambitions, protecting his family, and simply striving to achieve his goals for happiness and pride. But now, as he watched how his alternative version died an early death without a single thought going through his mind, his entire frame of what life was had changed. In a single second, Felix's view of life was altered forever, leaving him doubting his own existence and its value in the eyes of Supreme Azarus. Value? What value? Felix soon laughed in self-derision at the idea that anyone's life had value in the universe. He was shown before that Supreme Azarus was kind and seemed to care about the life of the habitat in his body. But now, he understood that they were naive. The universe's consciousness didn't believe in kindness or evil when dealing with any kind of life form that wasn't in the same rank as him. In other words, his guiding moral compass was on a different plane of understanding that he would never comprehend unless he wore his shoes. Seeing that Felix was engulfed in his thoughts, Supreme Azarus pulled him out with a straightforward question. What's life? Felix woke up from his daze with a surprised look. Life? He asked. What do you mean? Felix knew that this question was still being queried by every single life form in the universe, and each race had its own philosophy for treating it. Dragons believed that life was an endless pursuit of dominion over one's surroundings, which in turn translated to pride and respect. Elves believed in living harmoniously with nature, nurturing beauty, and seeking enlightenment. For humans, it was the pursuit of purpose, ambition, and self-realization that gave it meaning. Even orcs believed that life was a buffet of food and only the strong had the right to sit at the table and enjoy the feast. So, how could such a question have a singular answer? This was Felix's answer to Supreme Azarus. But Supreme Azarus merely smiled and said, I understand that each person experiences life based on many reasons, but for me, Your life is nothing but a string of information. String of information? Felix frowned. Yes, in my eyes, everything can be narrowed down to a string of information. For some reason, Supreme Azarus patiently demonstrated his philosophy to Felix using his celestial consciousness pool. He crafted a clone of Felix and then he broke it down into many different colored lines of information written in a language that was unfamiliar to Felix. Your memories, your thoughts, your body structure, your ideals, your personality, your past, present, future, everything is produced by those instructions. He said with a faint smile, once those instructions combine, a film of your entire life from birth to death is created. This process is similar to rocks, planets, stars, black holes, everything that your mind can think of. This is how Supremes perceive life. Supreme Azarus leaned closer and added, thus, we have no trouble with creating millions of miniature universes and erasing them as everything is mere information to us. Felix proceeded silent, having no idea how to react to such a callous way of looking at life. In his eyes, life was supposed to be pure, free, and unique. Yet, here he was being told that he was nothing but a bunch of letters stuck together. For Supremes, it made sense to feel this way since they were the creators who used their brush to write everything. But from the perspective of a mortal, it was the same as being called a toy. Felix refused to have his mind polluted with such thoughts, understanding that Supreme Azarus was helping him to see less value in life. By doing this, he would have an easier time in the trial of ascension in case he failed the first time. I understand that you are the all-knowing creator and arguing with you is beyond foolish. Felix smiled bitterly. But I know that I won't be able to handle the truth of me being the cause of the destruction of an entire universe even if I tried to see them as a bunch of letters. Why would you struggle? Supreme Azarus smiled. Weren't you fine just now by their death if they were made with a bunch of numbers? Yes. But that's different, Felix replied. How so? Lives of people crafted out of numbers in a virtual space or an illusion can't be equal to the lives of the ones born under the laws of the uni. Before Felix could finish his sentence, he experienced a chill course down his spine as he gazed at Supreme Azarus' widening smile. Ha ha. Ha, I see now. He realized that the moment he defended his view of virtual people being unequal to real people, he was supporting Supreme Azarus' view of life. While he saw virtual and illusionary existence as something that could be erased without too much emotional connection, the Supremes saw them in the same manner. In other words, life to them was nothing but a program, which they could create and erase with the button of a finger. My advice to you, little child. Supreme Azarus smiled as he patted Felix's head. If you are serious about becoming a Supreme, you need to start thinking like one before becoming one. Otherwise, you won't make it past the first universe. Not waiting for Felix's response, Supreme Azarus broke into white mist and fell back into Consciousness Lake, leaving Felix to ponder his words. Life is nothing but a string of information. If this is how the Supremes saw us, then we mean nothing to them. Felix lowered his head and gazed at the white bracelet on his hand. Why does it make me mad? Why does it make me feel like I am worth nothing? I am a person, I have a life, I have a soul, I have a mind. How can I be just some lines of codes? It's not fair. None of this is fair. Felix tightened his grip as he could feel his blood turning hot in frustration and denial. He refused to accept his identity in the eyes of those godly figures. He knew that the moment he accepted it, his life would lose all meaning. There would be literally no point in doing anything when the truth was burrowing a hole inside his mind. This left him with only two solutions to his dilemma. First, dropping out of the Ascension trial and requesting Empress Emily to erase his memories, allowing him to return to his previous stressful but happy life. If I turned my back, I can continue my family's legacy, enjoy my time with my lovely wife and son, maybe even add a few rascals to the family. Felix smiled as he envisioned his life. I can grow old with them, teach them everything, and pass my legacy, knowing that I can let go with a content smile. Soon, that smile turned into a frown. But isn't that the same as living in a beautiful matrix? A lie where happiness is guaranteed? How can I come to terms with and accept such a life after everything I learned? How can I just turn my back on an opportunity to join the land of gods and just be content with living a mortal life? Without Felix realizing it, he found himself placed in the infamous blue/red pill choice. The blue pill represented remaining in the contented experience of ordinary reality, even if it was a mere lie, while the red pill was accepting the unsettling life-changing truth regardless of its unfavorable attributes. Felix was genuinely pondering on the matter as he never looked at himself lowly. Is this truly what I was born for? Is this truly the limits of my ambitions? Felix's pupils kept thinning coldly as he dug deeper into the purpose of his life. I made continuing my family's legacy as my purpose, but that was never my dream to begin with. I might not know my purpose in life or dream, and I might be in constant search for them. But if I am certain about one thing, I never do anything that doesn't speak to my heart. As Felix watched the collapse of the consciousness space around him, he slowly closed his eyes and thought one last time. At this moment, I refuse to accept living in a lie, and I refuse to accept my identity to be just a string of pre-known information. I am Felix Maxwell, and I am more than that. The moment his eyes were about to fade away with the collapsed space, Felix snapped them open, showing the creation of a tiny burning flame. I am going to show them. As the last thought resounded loudly in the void, two flickers in the shape of eyes emerged high above. Then, they thinned out into a merged smile before disappearing too. Back to the metallic hall. The light dome dimmed out and took with it the divine pillars, showing everyone the condition of the chosen ones. When they noticed that nothing happened to them, they didn't know if they should feel glad or mad. Everyone was praying for their downfall for the sake of chance at being chosen, even though they understood that the universe's survivability lay in their hands. When Empress Emily saw their reaction, she couldn't help but murmur, "Human selfishness never ceases to amaze me." She even got into an argument with her peers if it was the right decision to give humans the chance for ascension. Unfortunately, it was Supreme Azarus' own words that a human was a must for the replacement, leaving them no other choice. That's why none of them showed themselves and deserted the entire procedure under her care. In their eyes, they would be screwed either way. At least, if they succeeded, they would continue surviving. After all, I don't think I can do this. Suddenly, a known scholar removed the white bracelet from his hand and threw it away with a disturbed expression like he was holding onto a curse. Before anyone could react, he looked straight at Empress Emily and requested with a peaceful voice, "I wish to forget about this whole situation. Jonathan, what the hell are you doing? I volunteer as a replacement. His position is mine. Fuck off. I will do anything. Give it to me." The stands immediately erupted noisily at the sudden twist. They didn't even wonder what drove Jonathan to make such a decision, as their eyes were blinded by greed and desire. Meanwhile, his peer circle, who knew Jonathan on a deeper level, realized that he was one of the few true seekers of the truth in their generation. Thus, it shocked them core to see him give up so easily and wish for his memories to be erased. A true scholar would never do such a thing. "I would rather live in an illusion than participate in that devilish trial." Jonathan gazed at Felix and the others with a bitter smile and asked, "You are going to ruin your lives forever. Is it really worth it?" In Jonathan's eyes, the requirement was simply too damaging to one's soul and mind. He knew that if he failed to integrate with the 7 celestial hearts in the first universe and came back with those memories, he wouldn't be in the right state of mind to go again. After all, he would have lived an entire life, a life longer than the one he was living right now. If those memories were to merge, his life would never be the same. This wouldn't be mentioning the fact everyone would be erased in the other universe, providing him a not-so-needed dose of guilt that would last eternity. As a scholar, his mind was everything, and he refused to put it in such a horrible position. "You are free to go," Empress Emily said expressionlessly, not providing the others time to respond to him. Then, she kicked him out of the hall after erasing his memories, just like what he wanted. As for why she did this, she already looked into their memories and noticed everything that happened to each one of them through Queen AI. Thus, she realized what needed to happen in the trial and knew that not everyone had the stomach to carry it out. Just as she wanted to pick up the white bracelet, it suddenly broke into white mist. It seems like there will be no new additions to the chosen participants in the trial. Empress Emily stared at everyone in the stands and announced, "Thank you for your time." "Wait, no. Please. I want to stay." Agitated, everyone clamored at once the moment they realized that Empress Emily was about to expel them. Unfortunately, she showed them no mercy as she erased their memories and sent each one of them back home. As Felix noticed how everyone was treated like they meant absolutely nothing, the fire in his eyes burned a little brighter. "My goal is to stay on the side of the truth, regardless of what it takes." Regardless. After the filtering process was concluded, Empress Emily descended next to the remaining participants. "Each one of you will embark on your own unique journey to conclude the mission and ascend to the supreme position." Empress Emily shared, "While no time or limit was given to the number of attempts you have, I can tell you right now that we have a mere millennium before our next game." "That's it." Rizel frowned. "I expected a long duration before each game." The others nodded in support, understanding that a millennium was nothing to Supremes. If they were going to be forced to play games after each millennium, it would be too annoying and time-consuming. "There is no point in going into details about the supremacy game system," Empress Emily said calmly. "All you have to understand is that we aren't too far from being thrown off to the blighted grounds. So, while I suggest you take your time, be mindful of your future duties in case one of you succeeds." Felix and the others acknowledged in understanding. "Everything you need will be found in that bracelet. Good luck. The fate of the universe depends on you." With that final ominous and hopeful statement, Felix and the rest found themselves opening their eyes in their VR pods. Whoosh! The glass door opened on its own, releasing a warm fog around the edges. Felix sat down and gazed at the white bracelet affixed to his right arm with a solemn look. He wasn't surprised by being inside the pod as he reached out to his wife during the summoning and told her to move his body after realizing that it would take a long while. "Honey, you are back." Suddenly, Asna entered the bedroom with a relieved expression after noticing that her husband wasn't harmed in any fashion. "I am fine, dear." Felix showed a gentle smile as he exited of the pod and threw a towel on himself. Then he gave her a warm hug followed by a kiss. "It's been days. What kind of meeting is this?" Asna sighed with an eased look. "I am afraid I can't share details with you." Felix smiled bitterly. "I see." Asna was somewhat disappointed but not annoyed as she previously expected such an answer. Meetings with Empress Emily almost always end with an NDA clause. While Felix wasn't given anything to sign, he was smart to understand that he shouldn't blabber about what he witnessed. After everything he saw, he understood that Empress Emily wouldn't need a contract to get rid of anyone who opened their mouth. "What's this?" Asna soon observed the white bracelet and tried to touch it with a curious look. "It's a similar device to the AP bracelet, but it serves another function. I am afraid I can't disclose further. At least, not before I make sure of it." Felix understood that Empress Emily wasn't truly in control, but the 7 celestial hearts. In other words, if he inquired for their permission to bring his wife into this subject and they agreed, Empress Emily couldn't stop him. "Oh, how mysterious." Not wanting to trouble Felix, Asna dropped the matter for now and said, "Dinner is prepared. Come join us. Nico has been asking about you every day." "I will be right there." Felix kissed her on the forehead quickly and went into the bathroom, planning to shower. After he got settled under the warm shower, Felix's grimace turned stern as he gazed at the white bracelet. Supreme Azarus or his spiritual clone hasn't spoken about this device too much, but I am guessing it's the link to the 7 celestial hearts. He thought as he caressed the bracelet, "Do I just will it?" He had previously pressed everywhere and nothing seemed to change, making him believe that he needed to voice his intentions. "Not now. Let's have a nice dinner first." Felix lowered his wrist as he murmured, "I should cherish this peace while I am still allowed." 3 days later, Felix was sitting in the living room inside his private mansion within the UVR. He had spent the past 3 days with his wife and son, cherishing every moment. As for work, He came straight with the elders and told them that he had stumbled upon an opportunity that could change their family's future forever. He didn't specify or give them any details, but he told them that he was going to resign from his position and focus wholeheartedly on it. The elders weren't too pleased at first, but when they realized that nothing could change Felix's mind, all they could do was accept his decision. In their eyes, as long as his actions were benefiting the family, then so be it. Not wasting any more time as he knew that his other contestants must have previously started the trial, Felix closed his eyes and uttered, "Celestial bracelet. I wish to be connected to the 7 celestial hearts." The moment his intentions were sensed by the bracelet, it turned as bright as the sun before the light died out in a flash. When Felix restored his vision, he found himself in the same cozy consciousness space. Only this time there was no Supreme Azarus. In his place, the 7 hearts were suspended in the sky akin to celestial stars. Since we are allowed any kind of modification in our universe, I assume our questions will be answered? Felix inquired. Yes. A harmonious robotic voice echoed in the consciousness space, causing ripples to emerge on the still lake. Good. Felix smiled. He understood that it would be foolish to give humans the power to create a reality without first giving them a platform to obtain information. After all, there was just so much Felix had no clue about with matters related to celestial hearts, supremes, universal laws, etc. If he was going to do this, it needed to be done right. First question, is Supreme Azarus really dead? Felix narrowed his eyes. Felix had checked with the few friendly chosen ones about what they discussed with Supreme Azarus. All of them said that he spoke in a kind of robotic way, retelling a script. When they compared what was said, most of them found that it was more or less the same. However, this wasn't the case for Felix. He found out that his interaction with Supreme Azarus was unique and alive, like he was talking with the real one. While this tripped him out, he didn't share it with anyone and lied to the others, telling them that he heard the same script. No questions about Supreme Azarus are allowed. Unfortunately, the answer wasn't as he hoped. I see. Understanding that he wasn't going to uncover this mystery without the 7 celestial hearts' assistance, Felix dropped it for now. He hardened his expression and returned to the mission at hand. I want to know everything about the functionality of the universe and its laws. As you wish. The moment Felix heard the ominous tone, like the hearts were about to deliver a death sentence, he froze in place. He realized that he might have made a grave mistake by making such a broad request. Alas, it was previously too late. Why, arg? In the blink of an eye, Felix found himself holding onto his brain for its dear life as an ocean of information flooded it all at once. He screamed in absolute agony while rolling on the consciousness lake. But no one was there to help him. The worst part? The information wasn't just being forcefully shoved into his mind. The celestial hearts were purposefully making his brain comprehend and memorize every single piece. Arg! Blood started seeping out of Felix's nose as he lay on his knees with his head facing the heavens. He was absolutely crippled, not able to move a single inch anymore. His bloodshot eyes were wide open, showing a reflection of trillions of scenes and inscriptions. While this much information could kill anyone, the 7 celestial hearts made sure to keep Felix alive throughout the entire grueling process. Sometime later, Felix could be seen lying on his face while smoke was rising from his head. His eyes were rolled to the back of his head as he drooled all over the consciousness lake. He seemed like he went through hell back and forth 10 times, which wasn't too far-fetched of an analogy. The grueling pain had lasted for minutes until his brain was on the brink of getting fried. If it weren't for the 7 celestial hearts keeping him alive, his head would have blown by now. After a few moments, Felix's eyes fell as he slowly opened them under the nauseating feeling of his brain turning into a mush. But, after a few groans, the pain went away and he felt a refreshing sense of clarity. How am I still alive? Felix smiled wryly as he stood up, realizing that he should have been a goner. Thank you, I guess, he said, looking at the 7 hearts. Then, he was suddenly hit by some of the information enforced on him, making him raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Although the information was too heavy and too much for him, he still felt like everything was placed in great order within his mind. Interesting, so that's how the universe operated. He murmured as he sat down while creating a holographic screen. Celestial energy is the source of all creation, whether here or in the multiversal plane. Without it, there is no existence. Neutral energy, elemental energy comes from it. Laws come from it. Elements come from it, which means whoever controls celestial energy controls the multiverse. The more Felix dived into the information bestowed upon him, the bigger his eyes got in interest. While he wasn't obsessed with the universe's functionality or bothered to give it much thought before, now that he was seeing the beauty of how everything aligned, he couldn't help but be fascinated by it. He understood that Supreme Azarus didn't need to go far and make it possible for the universe to give birth to elemental energy. For example, elemental stones emerged after an environment absorbed enough neutral energy to transform it into a specific elemental type. Based on the normal universal laws of physics, there was no need for such a source of energy as it was absolutely useless in its functionality. But Supreme Azarus added it for the sake of enriching the universe with colorful life, making it possible for dragons and such elemental creatures to be born. Damn it, it would have been possible for humans to be born with the ability to manipulate all sorts of elements based on their affinity if we were just given a chance. Felix sighed. He realized now that while Supreme Azarus gave birth to many races, all of them followed the universe's order. In other words, if a race was too powerful, its numbers or longevity would be low. For humans, their rapid reproduction rates made it nearly impossible for their race to be born with a cultivation system. What's worse, in the original timeline, no primogenitors were born, who were the sole reason for the birth of beasts with elemental abilities. Supreme Azarus had indeed breathed life into the universe. But he didn't do it in the same manner as the three rulers. There were no gifts bestowal to none non-intelligent lifeforms as he created unique intelligent races from the get-go, such as the dragons, elves, dwarves, orcs, witches, hive, and more over a long time. Some went extinct, some survived, and some had inbreeds with other races. While those races might have bred with each other, some even decided to do the taboo thing and touch upon non-intelligent animals. With the biological and genetic incompatibilities, elemental beasts couldn't be born. It was the same as a human attempting to breed with an animal. The result was a failure from the get-go. Hence, humans had no cultivation system and had to rely on their intelligence, great adaptability, and survival instincts to find a place in this merciless universe. Fortunately, without primogenitors, there was no major influx of elemental beasts, which meant there were no invasions from the Andromeda Galaxy. Celestial hearts. May I know if it will be possible to integrate with the 7 celestial hearts as a normal human? Felix inquired. Before anything, Felix knew he needed to figure out the conditions required to integrate with the hearts. As he expected, the answer wasn't to his pleasure. No. Can I have the long answer and use me as an example? Humans possess the potential to become hosts to the 7 celestial hearts, due to their bodies and souls possessing the capability of great adaptability. However, you have not fulfilled the necessary conditions to achieve it. May I ask what are those conditions? Felix frowned. Finding the conditions is part of the trial. Damn it! Felix chuckled. He knew it was too good to receive such a great hint. Though, while he didn't know the conditions precisely, he recognized one solid fact. My current body is useless. I need a cultivation system to grow my strength. Felix understood that his foundation was absolutely tragic, and no matter how many times he was reborn, it would always be the same unless he did something. My first goal is to find a way to bestow the humans in the new universe a cultivation system. Without further ado, he got into thinking as he studied every known and unknown cultivation system in the universe. He used the 7 celestial hearts' help to see if humans could possess the same cultivation system. Unfortunately, the only possible match was the Pandian race's cultivation system, as it was the most neutral one. Will it be possible to modify the origination of humans, allowing them to be born with the Pandians' cores? He asked with great interest. It is possible. Before Felix could feel delighted, the 7 celestial hearts added, doing so alters the human race as a whole. Alters it in which fashion? Felix narrowed his eyes. Reproduction rate will be reduced, intelligence will be reduced, physical appearance will change. The 7 celestial hearts continued listing one attribute after another until he failed to see the final product as a human. This discovery sent a shiver down his spine. With all of those changes, will I still be born? Highly unlikely. The 7 celestial hearts answered, while the new universe's history remains 99% accurate to the original timeline. Such drastic modifications might affect the origination of the participant. If the participant fails to be born, the universe will be reset. Felix went silent, realizing that this was much harder than he anticipated. When they were told they had the power of free modification, he had many thoughts and plans in mind. But all of them were associated with humans being born with a cultivation system. Knowing humans, he understood that by the time he was born, the cultivation system would have already been developed to the point that humans would be at the top of the food chain. That's how much trust he had in his race's evolution. But now, he felt a great void in his plan. If humans can't be born with a cultivation system devoid affecting my birth, then how am I supposed to do this? He massaged his temples in distress. It seems like an impossible mission. Felix spent the next couple of days on this dilemma, using every piece of information at his disposal to find a solution. Alas, no matter how hard he thought about it, his brain returned with nothing but dead-end ideas. Right now, nothing filled his mind besides finding a way around empowering the entire human race without affecting his birth. When he checked with Amelia and the rest of the chosen participants, he found out that all of them were stuck on the same problem. As it was unwise to start the trial without sufficient preparation, no one appeared to be willing to proceed without addressing this issue first. The key is in the 7 celestial hearts' powers. Felix pondered as he ate dinner with his family in silence. My race has already gone through every possible route to discover a cultivation system fitting for us. Genetic manipulation seems to be the most promising field, but no groundbreaking results have emerged. Our bodies might have affinities to all elements, but we have no tool to harness such affinities. No matter how hard we have modified our genetics, it won't be enough without adding the tool first. Based on the information bestowed upon him, Felix had a broader understanding of how the universe worked, system-wise. In his eyes, humans could modify their genetics as much as they desired, but the end product would always lack the possibility to harness the elements. It was the same as water-based races with the genetic ability to manipulate water, suddenly having their genetics modified to start commanding fire elements. It was simply impossible. How? There must be a way. Felix frowned deeply as he kept fiddling with his food absent-mindedly. Love, I don't know what's going on and I understand it must be very important. But please, don't bring it to the table. Asna moaned as she sent this message to Felix through Queen AI. I am sorry, dear. I got caught up in my thoughts. Felix apologized with a faint wry smile. He could see that he was ruining the atmosphere at the table as it was always lively and delightful. But now, even their son was eating in silence, picking up on his energy. Thus, Felix immediately engaged with his son and wife, lighting up the mood by asking his son about his day in preschool. The teacher gave us Legos to play with. I built a big dog. Nico's expression kindled up happily as he started sharing about his day, sparing no details. A dog? Oh, did you take a picture of it? Asna chuckled. I wanted to, but Batty tripped and crashed it. Nico pouted. I know my son wouldn't let that stop him from building a better one. Felix smiled. Hee hee. Of course. Batty helped me build a new one with her own Legos. Nico grinned widely as he showed them a picture of the final product. When Felix and Asna saw the final product, their eyebrows couldn't help but twitch in amusement. Their reaction was justified as the new creation resembled a weird centaur with the upper half of a human and the bottom half of a dog. What is this? A man-dog, Nico explained excitedly. He can run as fast as a dog, smell as strong as a dog, and think like a man. Oh, so like a werewolf. Wait. While Felix listened gleefully to his son, it suddenly hit him. Humans might not possess the ability to manipulate elemental energy, which is nothing but the universal celestial language coded into the genes. Other races do possess it. Felix dove into his thoughts again. Is it possible to merge other races' DNA with ours, obtaining their ability to manipulate elements while at the same time maintaining our humanity? I am certain such attempts must have been made to achieve this by the upper echelons. Queen AI, can you? Just as Felix wanted to check on the Queen AI database as they were given almost full access to it to support their preparation, he heard his son and wife's laughter. Never mind. He canceled and joined his family's conversation with a smile, knowing that if he was going to take this path, he must not lose himself in it. His wife and son had nothing to do with his mission, and it wasn't fair to have them suffer from his decisions. After he finished his dinner, Felix returned to his private space and began digging for any data related to genetic manipulation related to other races. What he found shocked and disgusted him to the core. How inhuman! How cruel! I can't believe they went this far. Many trials have been attempted using dead and live subjects of many races. Yet, no matter how ruthless the experiments had become, the outcome was still lackluster. After reading the details of the experiments, Felix discovered out that the core problem was human strength posing a serious limitation. The calculations were good and there was a strong chance of the genetic merger succeeding, but regardless of what method was used, the subjects' bodies always ended up ruined after a grueling agony. To obtain strength, we need to rely on others' genetics, but to survive the process, we need a stronger vessel. Felix smiled bitterly. What kind of sick joke is this? While this path seemed to be a dead end too, Felix hadn't given up on it yet. He knew that he had something those mad scientists didn't possess, the ability to make miracles. Soon, Felix continued down this rabbit hole and discovered out more twisted facts that dispatched chills down his spine. Human-animal hybridization, parasite bonding, forced evolution trials, human-plant symbiosis studies. The list goes on and on. If there was an idea, humans were there to execute it regardless of the consequences or ethics. While Felix was sickened, he was more frustrated by the fact that after all of these wicked experiments, nothing really worked reliably. There was always a limitation or a key missing. In most experiments, human bodies seemed inadequate to complete the processes. Felix held his chin thoughtfully. This means success is near if the bodies were stronger or the process itself wasn't too damaging. Since empowering human strength is the goal, my best shot is to find a process that's just borderline possible for humans if they had the will to go through it. After thinking about it thoroughly, Felix came up with a new idea. How about I use the Seven Hearts powers to create a new race that possesses a cultivation system that is easily passable to humans through genetic modifications? Felix pondered. I believe if there was such a race, I am sure humans would run experiments on them and find the path forward before Earth can be discovered. The only saving grace from Felix's situation was the fact Earth wouldn't be discovered until much later on by the Alexander Kingdom. In other words, as long as the modifications didn't affect the origin of humans, any change, whether positive or negative, wouldn't affect Earth until much later on. So far this theory seems the most plausible, he said. Felix steeled his heart, deciding to commit to this plan. Without further ado, he kicked off the gears by requesting the 7 celestial hearts to create races with close genetics to humans while also possessing a cultivation system. The 7 celestial hearts held nothing back and manifested many humanoid figures, filling the entire sky. Each figure resembled a human quite greatly but had a slight difference, whether in size, skin color, limbs, or other features. The 7 celestial hearts introduced each race, informing Felix about their best qualities and drawbacks. All Felix could do was listen with an awed look, feeling like he was watching a deity at work. Last but not least, the Elementari are a humanoid race that shares approximately 85 to 90% of their genetic makeup with humans. They have a strong natural connection to the elements, making them able to sense, control, and manipulate their respective element at will. They also possess elemental aura, allowing them to grow stronger in their respective environments, but weaker in the opposite environments to their elemental affinity. Drawbacks. Due to their elemental aura, The elementary race separate themselves based on their affinities from birth and live in their natural environments exclusively. Also, their personalities are heavily affected by their affinities. Oh, this sounds more promising than the rest. Felix raised an eyebrow in intrigue. The other races might have been good too, but their drawbacks were too much to accept. Some of them had reproduction problems while some could barely live past half a century. Felix understood that if he wanted to create a whole new race, they needed to survive the cruel hardships of the universe until contact was made with the human race. Thus, they had to have decent longevity or a reproduction system in case they went through an extinct-level scenario. God knows that humans went through plenty of apocalypses and emerged on the other side fewer in numbers, but stronger than before. The drawbacks of the elementary race might be negated by humans' nature once a merger occurred. Felix knew that humans' endless desire to evolve stronger and better would make it near impossible for them to accept sitting in a single place, getting comfortable in it forever. Let's say humans discovered the elementary and found a way to replicate their genetic code to their advantage, allowing them to manipulate elements too. Will they make it accessible to everyone? Felix frowned. If they did, will it work on me? I remember my affinities are poison and illusion. Does this mean they need to find an elementary with the same affinities to make an extract or for the process to work? Both subjects need to be close. By some miracle, I succeeded to modify my genes and became able to control elements. Will this be enough to locate and integrate with the 7 celestial hearts? Even if I placed the 7 hearts near my future version, he won't know what to do with them. There are so many holes. The moment Felix made a small breakthrough, he realized that possessing strength means absolutely nothing if he had no clue about the mission or the way to integrate with the 7 celestial hearts. Queen AI, help me run some calculations. Understanding that it would be near impossible to forecast everything, Felix could only rely on Queen AI's powerful calculations to run the possible scenarios. The 7 celestial hearts didn't ban him from receiving help from anyone as long as the main condition was respected. Not knowing about the mission. Days went by and then months. Thousands of calculations were run by Queen AI, helping Felix narrow down the main plan. While many holes still remained open, Felix understood that it was impossible to account for every single detail, and all he could do was trust the process and commit. Amelia, Rizel, Lucas, and many others have already entered their first universe. Felix narrowed his eyes. I don't know what they have planned, but I am sure it's more or less similar to mine. I will wait until they come out to gain some more insights. Felix was almost certain that no one would succeed in their first time, as he understood there were simply too many moving parts to get them perfect right away. In other words, the first universes would be used to iron out the path. 1 day is equal to 1 billion years inside. This means the minimum is close to 14 days before everyone's universe is reset. Felix glanced at his bracelet, knowing that the first batch would come out in the next hours at best. Felix wasn't the only one expecting, as Empress Emily and the rest of the 10 rulers were all expecting some hopeful news. Unfortunately, it couldn't have gone any worse. Rizel, who was believed to have the most promising chance at ascending, came out with his eyes wide open like he just exited hell itself. Before anyone could react, he let out a husky, despairing scream. Ahahawahia. No, no, no. Get me back in. My wife. My daughter. Get me back in. I have to save them. He seemed to have completely lost it as he kept begging for the 7 celestial hearts to put him inside the same universe. From the crazed, despairing look on his face, he might have bitten more than he could chew. Sadly, the 7 celestial hearts merely announced emotionlessly, "You have failed the trial." Then Rizel was kicked out of the consciousness space, and his bracelet was destroyed. As he gazed at the bracelet turning into dust in his shaking palms, Rizel was left utterly stunned with a hint of despair clouding his eyes. Before he could react, his memories of the entire trial and what happened in the first universe were erased, causing him to lose consciousness in his UVR's room under the cold eyes of Empress Emily. She was the one erasing his memories as she could see that he was about to completely snap. However, she had already extracted everything he had experienced in the first universe to see what caused such a heavy meltdown. The best candidate failed in the first universe? TSK. I understood those humans are useless and unreliable. Empress Emily, as much as I want this project to succeed, it's easier to just embrace the truth. A replacement will never emerge before our universe gets thrown to the blighted grounds. How about the rest? Some of them look quite stable. The 10 rulers conversed telepathically with Empress Emily, displaying that most of them had zero faith in the chosen candidates. The fact that Rizal had lost his mind after a single try proved them right. Whether they succeeded or failed, they had nothing to gain from this besides the continuity of their universe. Most of them would be dead by the time the universe thoroughly disintegrated into nothingness within the blighted grounds, which meant this problem was for future generations. So why would they invest their time and resources in creating a powerful entity with the authority to kill them with a mere snap of a finger? Fortunately, none had any hopes of this working out, leaving Empress Emily to her own devices. Success or failure, it's too soon to make a judgment. Empress Emily replied calmly as she gazed at Amelia and the rest of the first batch. Besides Amelia, they seemed quite shaken too. That was a fun ride. Amelia laughed in glee while clapping her hands. I just lived a whole life being the ruler of the Milky Way. What's next? Do I make modifications to make myself into an explorer? She wondered out loud, seemingly having not an ounce of remorse for the destruction of the entire universe. No signs of emotional or physical instability. Empress Emily thought. As expected, she is a psychopath. The perfect candidate. Empress Emily had already run different diagnoses on every candidate for the sake of finding the true candidates with the potential of going all the way. While the rest believed that it was Rizal due to his tough uprising, in reality, Amelia scored the highest. A couple of hours later, Felix received intel from Queen AI about each candidate's journey in their new universes. Since this mission was for the sake of saving the universe, all experiences within each universe were shared amongst the candidates. It was done like this in order for the candidates to learn from each other's mistakes and avoid repeating the same strategies. When Felix spectated a summary of Rizal's other life, he realized why his mind broke down. He also created a new race to merge our genes with and succeeded in obtaining a cultivation system. Felix sighed. But he made a grave mistake by changing his upbringing. He saw how Rizal had made slight adjustments that resulted in his nation living in peace, which caused his parents to remain alive and for him to have an actual blessed childhood. But this caused his entire perspective in life to change, causing a drastic shift in his personality compared to the real one. While he was a vicious commander outside, he grew up in the new universe as a kind human being, who had the chance to marry and have a child. Unfortunately, while he had obtained a cultivation system and managed to grow stronger, it was nowhere near the strength of other humans in his nation. When the war eventually broke out between the two nations on his home planet, it was on a whole different scale with cultivation now involved. When he least expected it, his town was invaded and looted while the women suffered from a much worse fate. His last memory was of him being stepped on by two big burly men while his wife and daughter were being taken away. Felix watched as his head was sliced up with utter despair covering it. Mission: integrate with the 7 celestial hearts. He didn't even leave his town, dying in the most traumatic way possible. Rough. This was all Felix could say. In his eyes, while Rizal was willing to participate in the trials, it didn't seem like he wanted to put himself through the same vicious childhood. After a thorough analysis, Felix moved to the other summaries and found out that the majority weren't even born. The modifications were smart, but they were too much, he expressed with an intrigued tone. Some had chosen the same strategy as him while some thought completely out of the box, taking Felix by surprise. Especially Professor Heimer, a highly known intellectual figure with calm properties and wisdom that was praised across generations. Even Felix couldn't help but marvel at his strategic approach. He made the 7 celestial hearts sentinel, giving them new souls and tasked them with the sole purpose of helping him integrate with them and ascend. Felix's pupils thinned. While the plan unsuccessful due to the new souls occupying the 7 celestial hearts possessing their own will, the approach still has its merits. From the summary, he realized that the moment the 7 celestial hearts acquire their own will, they completely break off script. In simpler terms, all the adjustments and orders made would not be respected by the new will since they wouldn't even know about it. It's the same as telling someone about the mission, and that's the only condition that needs to be respected. Felix rubbed his chin and asked, "Is it allowed if someone in the new cosmos found out about the mission on their own?" "Yes," the 7 celestial hearts answered. "Interesting." Felix went quiet for a moment. "What if they tried to help me with the mission while I still don't know about it?" "It's forbidden to receive help from people with knowledge of the mission." "Interesting," he repeated while diving deep into his thoughts. After some time, in Sir Heimer's universe, the 6 celestial hearts all respected the universe's heart. Does this mean even while Sentinel, the universe's heart authority is absolute? Yes, the universe's heart authority is absolute. I see. The dots kept connecting in Felix's mind as the path forward finally started to take form. One last question. Will the universe's heart authority be respected even if it remained without consciousness compared to the rest of the hearts? Yes. The moment Felix received the answer, a faint foxy smirk took shape on his lips. "Thanks, that's all I need for now." For the next couple of hours, the only sound active in the consciousness space was Felix's calm breathing. He used every source of data obtained from the failures of his peers to perfect his old strategy. The fog that was clouding his mind before was slowly fading away, clearing his vision at last. Felix never claimed himself to be the smartest in the room, but what defined him from the others was his ability to weave data into an impeccable plan. Unlike many people, he couldn't care less about the source of the data or how he obtained it, even if it meant blatantly copying someone else's tactic and building upon it. That's exactly what he did. After countless days with his head buried in holograms, Felix finally stood up, his legs shaking from sitting for too long. "This is it. This is the main frame for now," he uttered with a tint of zeal as he gazed at the central hologram. It resembled a detective board with thousands of pictures and data all linked with holographic lines at the center. In Felix's board, the center was a monolith with hundreds of inscriptions written in celestial language and a single drawing at the very top. As Felix reached out with his finger toward the monolith, a hopeful smile took form. "As long as the 3 celestial hearts take the bait, I can perfect the path as I go." Although he appeared doubtful a bit if his strategy would work, deep down, he was certain that the 3 celestial hearts would bite hard on the bait. In his eyes, for omnipotent beings with immortality and powers to do whatever they desired, there was only one thing they would seek if they had no possession of it: freedom. Felix had created the perfect scheme to strip them of it. It's time to test the waters. Felix had already informed his wife and son that he would be out of reach for a while. Of course, since his son was still young, he had to make his absence understandable. Thus, he told him that he would be partaking in a secret mission, and if he succeeded, he would give him all the candy in the universe. Without further ado, Felix requested from the 7 celestial hearts to begin the trial of ascension. Immediately after, the consciousness space turned into a void that stretched out to infinity. The 7 celestial hearts were suspended in nothingness akin to blinding stars, awaiting Felix's requests. "Not in my wildest dreams did I expect to be given an empty canvas of the universe and the pens to color it as I desire," Felix murmured in fascination. After spending a few moments appreciating such absolute control, Felix got to work by separating the universe's heart from the rest. The universe's heart will carry one set of modifications while 3 other celestial hearts will be bestowed souls to carry the rest of the modifications through the guiding monolith. The remaining 3 will be hidden in the universe's corners. Felix spoke to himself as he fed the universe's heart with the list of the requests he desired. He already knew that the universe's heart possessed the most authority of the bunch. In other words, he could still carry with any modification he wanted through it, not needing the rest at all. Those modifications consisted of creating races, enforcing rules, applying punishments, and the list goes on. After receiving the list, the universe's heart got to work by creating a mirroring infinite dimension and locking it sealed, making it impossible for celestial entities to leave it. When it was done, Felix tested it personally by requesting from the runic celestial heart to attempt to leave the dimension. The moment it escaped, Felix was shocked to see the celestial heart getting dragged back by thousands of scorching divine chains. Absolute authority indeed. Soon, his shock turned into a gleeful grin as he requested, "From now on, use those chains every time you need to enforce the rules." The universe's heart blinked, seemingly registering the new request. "Now that the prison has been created, make it so that the celestial powers can be used fully in this dimension, but limited greatly when applied to the matter universe. If abused, they will be punished by the same chains." The universe's heart flickered again. Good. Now the sentinel celestial hearts will have to think twice if they want to mess with the matter universe. Felix had to add this rule in case the sentinel celestial hearts went crazy being imprisoned and took it on everyone within his universe. However, if everything went according to plan, he was almost certain this would never be the case. After adding the rest of the adjustments to ensure the timeline remained the same, Felix requested for the universe to be created. The universe's heart and the 6 celestial hearts started right away, showing an almost identical scene of the universe's creation that Felix spectated inside the simulated reality. Celestial energy was spread everywhere, and from its depths, galaxies, star systems, constellations, and the remainder of celestial bodies were breathed to life. All Felix could do was watch in utter fascination as to how the void was turned into a colorful canvas. When it finished, Felix moved to the most important aspect of the plan: the birth of the 3 celestials. He pulled the 3 celestial hearts, runic codex, universal codex, and divine codex. Then, he uttered calmly, "I want to give each of you a form, a character, based on the stories of old legends of my home planet. Legends that speak of power, strength, and purpose, but most importantly, of restraint." The celestial hearts thumped as if acknowledging Felix's words. Felix stepped forward, his gaze shifting to the heart glowing with a cold blue light. "You," he said, his eyes narrowing as he envisioned a being of primordial strength and frost. "You will take the temperament of Ymir, a primordial giant born of the ice, whose strength and presence commanded respect, but ultimately slain by Odin and his brothers. His body was used to make the world. His freedom was completely taken away as he was sacrificed to create the earth, sea, and sky, a fate that left him without any freedom or agency." The blue heart glowed brighter, the celestial energy agitating as if reshaping itself, embracing the essence of the myth Felix provided. Next, Felix turned to the heart radiating a deep emerald light. "You will be Medusa," he said, "a being woven of beauty, but cursed by Athena to become a gorgon with snakes for hair, whose gaze could turn anyone to stone. This transformation was a punishment, effectively imprisoning her in a monstrous form, forcing her to live in isolation, unable to interact with others without causing harm. Let this be your fuel." The green heart flickered, its aura rippling like serpents in a mesmerizing dance, accepting and adapting to the nature of Medusa. Finally, Felix changed his gaze to the golden heart. He smiled as he lifted his hand towards the heart. "And you shall embody Ammonius Ra, the sun god, one of my favorite mythical gods. He was the supreme deity associated with creation and the sun. He traveled across the sky during the day, and at night it was believed he journeyed through the underworld. Though not directly restrained in a physical sense, Ra faced a constant struggle to maintain cosmic order against the forces that sought to overthrow his power. This struggle reflects a form of restraint on his freedom, and I hope his essence will push you to break it off." The golden heart flared. It's the energy molding to the identity Felix bestowed upon it. Of course, the full details of their characters were already incorporated into the list given to them, making them understand the exact form they needed to take. While the details utter of their backgrounds, it fed them only the essence to shape their persona, not the exact details letter to letter. "Now," Felix whispered, his gaze lingering on the radiant hearts, "become what you are meant to be. Let these myths shape you." As Felix took a step back, his eyes traced the emerging forms of the 3 celestial hearts as they pulsed in sync. After a sudden flash, the figures of Ra, Ymir, and Medusa came to life before Felix, their eyes closed shut tightly. While the celestial hearts within them kept pulsing lively, Not an ounce of life was seen in them, resembling three mythical dolls. I don't know if our paths will cross or not. I don't know if we will be allies in the future or enemies. I don't know if the characters I chose for you are good for my journey or not. I most certainly don't know if this whole plan is going to succeed. Felix took a deep breath with his eyes closed shut. Then he slowly opened them and showed a mild solemn stare. But I know one thing. I am going to try my best to ascend regardless of the price, and you will try your best to free yourselves. As he gazed at their peaceful facial attunement, Felix waved his hand and the three celestials took off to different locations. Still no consciousness was awakened in them. Then he focused on the remaining three celestial hearts. The elemental heart, the origin of laws, and the stone of reality. To be honest, I have no idea what to do with you at the moment, but I know one thing, it will end badly for me to give you souls too. Felix waved his hand again and sent them away, hiding them in different locations across the universe. Felix understood that if all the hearts had consciousness, the mission would be impossible to complete. After he finished with this, Felix went back to double-check all the lists of modifications. It was a long list that accounted for even the smallest details. For example, he made sure to change the names and appearances of Ra, Medusa, and Emer in the history of Earth for the sake of avoiding any identity conflict. It was an easy modification for the universe's heart. When he saw that nothing was missing, he turned to the universe's heart and said, "I am ready to start the trial. Good luck." The universe's heart said emotionlessly. "Luck." Felix smiled foolishly. "I will need a miracle." As the last word left his lips, Felix's body drifted into particles. The first universe, year 2055. Inside a dark cave with the rays of sunlight never reached, a figure was sitting soaking inside a poisonous bubbly pond. The murky green waters kept bubbling gently around him, seemingly attempting to comfort and heal him instead of killing him. The figure had slightly short hair with an unnatural shade of green, hanging damp over his face. His eyes glowed with an eerie emerald light, matching the hue of the toxic pool. His body was beaten and broken, covered in cuts and bruises while blood dripped from his wounds and mixed with the poison below. Despite the pain, he seemed calm as if in a state of deep meditation. The pond itself seemed alive as the thick and venomous liquid moved towards him, wrapping around his wounds and seeping into his skin. As expected of the Venom Doctor, such potent poison that can kill a human by a mere touch was helping him treat his injuries. Meanwhile, a man wearing flamboyant clothes was commentating from high above on a metallic platform. His commentary was directed at the sea of spectators, cheering thunderously in a fully packed virtual arena. Unfortunately, the Shadow Clan members are closing on his tracks. The MC sighed sadly. "I am afraid to say that the tale of the Venom Doctor will end prematurely." As he said this, the camera switched focus to three individuals with long dark hair and pitch-black eyes as they jumped from one tree to another. Sometimes, when the shadows connect, they go through them and emerge on the other side. In a short while, the three individuals stopped before a cave. "He is here," the leader Jeffrey said coldly. "I can sense the presence of the mark in his shadow. Be careful, we might have wounded him, but he is still a vicious adversary," Gregory warned with a solemn tone while touching his right shoulder. He was forced to sever his arm after it was poisoned, fearing that it would spread across his body and take him out. "Don't be a wuss, we have opened his chest wide open. Even if he was deity god doctor, I doubt he can still move a finger." Jose licked his lips murderously. "Enough chit-chat." Jeffrey waved his finger inside the cave. "Let's move. We are giving him time to recover." Under the anticipated eyes of the crowd, the Shadow Clan members sank themselves into a living shadow and entered the cave, hiding their presence completely, or that's what they thought. "Here they come." Felix opened his eyes slowly and gazed in the direction of the entrance. Then he gazed at the massive hole in his chest, which was slowly closing. "This cave is my tomb." He showed a slight helpless smile, accepting that his fate was already sealed. The game he was playing was called The Hunter and the Prey. It was those kinds of games where only one player could survive. It was this extreme because it was a promotional game for the diamond rank. Right now, Felix was marked as the prey, which boosted his speed and survival instincts, but reduced his strength and powers. Meanwhile, the hunters received no boost or debuff, leaving them with their own powers. The goal of the prey was to not get caught until the duration ends of the hunt and the roles switch. Unfortunately for Felix, his vicious reputation marked him dead the moment he was classified as prey. All the nearest hunters focused exclusively on him, understanding that the moment he became a hunter and his powers were unsealed, hell would break loose in the forest. Still, he turned to be a monster and took out half of the players before finally failing to an ambush from the Shadow Clan members when he was weakened. Oh well, I lived an eventful life. As Felix sighed with a content smile, he said out loud, "Make it quick. You aren't in place to give us orders, Venom Doctor." Suddenly, the 3 Shadow Clan members emerged from the cloak of darkness. Their eyes glinted with malice as they circled Felix. "You know, Doctor," Gregory sneered hatefully, "the bounty on your head is enough to set us up for life. One good strike, and we can retire after this game. I have to respect the guts it took to poison and wipe out the entire Fire Crow clan," Jeffrey added with a hint of admiration in his voice. "Takes a special kind of crazy to pull that off." "Crazy? There is nothing crazy in what I did," Felix replied with a carefree tone. "I just did what had to be done. TSK. Still trying to sound cool even with a hole in your chest." Jose snickered spitefully as he hurled 6 shadowy daggers at Felix, each one aimed precisely at his open wounds. Slice! Slice! Felix grimaced as the daggers pierced his injured flesh, fresh pain blooming across his body. "That's a more fitting grimace," Jose smirked. Felix let out a weary sigh with his gaze half-lidded. "All you had to do was make it quick," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Then, his gaze shifted, his green eyes locking onto each of them with an emotionless intensity that made their shadows falter for a brief moment. Before the Shadow Clan members could react, Felix uttered with a voice devoid of emotion, "Final technique. 9 venomous clouds." In an instant, Felix's body exploded into 9 different blood-misty clouds, every one carrying a grim dark color as they engulfed the entire cave. "Avoid it!" Although Jeffrey shouted telepathically while holding his breath, the 9 poisonous clouds were propelled with such great intensity that they touched their protective clothes. Just as they tried to retreat to the shadows, they found their armored artifacts to have melted almost instantly like they were sunk inside a tank of acid. With horrified looks, the Shadow Clan members could only scream in pure agony as the mist made contact with their skin. "Arg! Arghai! It hurts! Arg! Help me! I am melting!" Those pain screeches were the only thing echoing outside of the cave. But, a second later, just as the MC was about to voice his commentary, time seemed to come to a halt. Silence covered the whole battlefield as reality started unraveling from within the cave, an endless void consuming everything in its path. The same scenario was going from the hiding place of Felix in the authentic world, kicking off the reset of the universe at a ruined city on a deserted planet. It took less than a second before the entire universe was consumed by the void, deleting everything from existence. Once the process was done, the 7 celestial hearts joined together again and recreated Felix's body and soul before them. It might have been called simulated reality, but the moment the trial started, Felix's body and soul were erased until the trial ended. In other words, there could never be 2 Felixes, and every encounter Felix went through it was real. A few moments later, Felix opened his muddled eyes to find himself sitting in his living room within his UVR's private mansion. Memories of his double life merged and were categorized carefully by the 7 celestial hearts to prevent his brain from getting fried. Still, the moment Felix came back to his senses and understood what had just happened, his heart pounded against his chest as the recollections crashed over his mind akin to a tsunami. His breaths came out in quick, shallow gasps while his body instinctively tensed as his 2 personalities clashed. But immediately after, Queen AI activated the prepared protocol for this scenario. "You are Felix Maxwell. You have gone through another life as part of a trial to ascend to godhood. You are Felix Maxwell, "You are Felix Maxwell." As she kept repeating it over and over again, Felix's quickened breaths started to slow down. It was like with each repetition, Felix stabilized his core identity, which was Felix Maxwell. He might have been the Venom doctor on the other side, and God knows the kind of life he went through. Right here, he was Felix Maxwell. Fortunately, the experiences Felix went through in the first universe had helped him grow a much better emotional control. Thus, even when everything was still chaotic, he hadn't lost his brain like Rizzle. However, it still took him more than 6 hours of sitting in absolute silence, reflecting on every scene and experience, before finally uttering his first words. "I wasn't even close." He paused to take a deep breath, his voice resembling the Venom doctor more than Felix's old persona. "An entire universe was deleted and I wasn't even close." "You may not have been close, but your strategy has proven to have the most success compared to the others." Suddenly, Empress Emily's voice resounded in Felix's mind. Then, she manifested in his house with the same expressionless visage. "You saw?" Felix asked calmly. "Yes, and we have already shared a summarized version of your life with the rest of the candidates," Empress Emily praised. "I have to say, with the tools given, you sure have climbed further than anyone would have anticipated." "Climb? I couldn't even make it to diamond rank." Felix narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction. "I was too weak, and worse of all, I have already reached the limit of my elementary cultivation system." "Yes, your journey still has a lot of work, but the foundation you have created for the universe was on the right path," Empress Emily continued. "We may not know if the three Celestials have decided to follow the instructions of the tablet or not, but the universe shared a similar timeline to ours greatly. This is already a huge step forward compared to the others' results. To recreate a similar timeline wasn't hard, but when considering that Felix had made such a drastic change and still managed to pull off the SG Alliance era, was a huge success on its own. After all, without the multiverse connections, it was extremely difficult for the SG Alliance to be founded. "I am sure the three Celestials have taken the bait," Felix replied calmly. "The UVR's perfect virtuality is similar to Supreme Azurus' perfect illusion. Excuse my language, but the metal race isn't capable of recreating the same realism universally wide." "I am sure the three Celestials have taken the bait," Felix replied calmly. "The UVR's perfect virtuality is similar to Supreme Azurus' perfect illusion. Excuse my language, but the metal race isn't capable of recreating the same realism universally wide." "I agree." Empress Emily wasn't offended, as she had already arrived at the same conclusion. After viewing Felix's recollections and his entire plan, she saw how he supplemented the foundation of the SG Alliance and the UVR's creation in the instructions. In the case of the metal race and other races' birth, he involved the universe's heart, but when it came to such proactive actions, an actual sentinel was needed to carry them on. It was like the universe's core was responsible for the hardware, while the three celestial hearts would carry on with the software and its updates. We don't know how the three Celestials carried on the instructions, but since no drastic changes occurred to the platform itself, this makes me assume that their interference was minimal, Felix added. "Indeed," Empress Emily said. "Good work so far." "Thank you." Seeing that he wasn't displaying an ounce of delight, Empress Emily advised, "Do not let the destruction of the universe alter your resolve. There is only one true universe and it's ours. Work hard to protect it and the people you love in it." After she finished, she took off, leaving Felix to his own thoughts. "True universe, huh?" Felix shook his head, knowing that even Empress Emily didn't believe in her own words. After all, there were an infinite number of universes in the multiversal plane and the blighted grounds. He knew she only uttered that to ensure that he didn't give up, especially after viewing his adventure and the extraordinary achievements he pulled off in the first universe. In reality, she didn't really have to say anything. Felix never had any intention to drop out of guilt for erasing those universes. It was for a simple reason. "I made a promise to myself that the moment I commit to this path, I won't stop until I ascend and revive all the destroyed universes," Felix thought with a solemn look. Felix knew that he was harvesting lives with each attempt he failed. Thus, the only way forward was to keep pushing and pushing until the finish line. Only then could he correct all his past failures with his omnipotent powers. To be honest, this was the smartest approach any candidate could follow. Unlike Emilia, they were no psychopaths to feel no compunction over their actions. In simpler terms, unless they didn't want the guilt to kill them, they had to have hope that everything would be fine in the end. They had to. The success of the tablet has proven that my path is correct. I just need to change my approach for the next attempts. Felix brought out hundreds of holograms and filled them up with all the obtained data in the first universe. If it was possible to be given the whole data of the universe after death, it would have been easier. But for now, this will do, he said as he scanned all the important details in his other life. The 7 celestial hearts had made it clear before that information harvested from the simulated realities was linked to their experiences personally. In other words, unless Felix's other persona interacted with the 3 celestials or any other object personally, he would have no access to it after death. The only reason Sir Heimer brought such information was due to the fact he wasn't even born. After all, how could the 7 sentinel celestial hearts follow his instructions blindly when his birth was his first task? Surprisingly, I have done great and survived until I maxed out my potential. Felix rubbed his chin as he recalled his other life. When it came to the happenings of his birth and childhood, everything remained the same. The only change was the discovery of Earth being affected by a couple of years as it had happened during his early 20s. Unfortunately, the day of chaos still claimed his grandfather's life, leaving Felix on his own. But, since Felix was already in his 20s and had mostly grown out of his parents' death, his grandfather's death didn't affect him negatively. Instead, it helped him strive to improve his life and fight to claim a better future. Thankfully, the Elementary race had proved to be out of great help as the moment they were discovered and joined the SG Alliance. The human race discovered their genetic compatibility and sought to ally with them. While the human race had no cultivation system, they had technologies much cheaper than the metal race and more accessible. The Elementary were a race more attuned to their nature, which left them lacking in the defensive department based on the modern standard. Thus, an alliance was established, where the humans secured the territory of the Elementary and in return, the Elementaris would help the human race discover their own cultivation system. Surprisingly, it was much easier than expected as the Elementary and humans were capable of procreating mixed children. When those children were born, they were considered half humans, half Elementaris, allowing access at last to a cultivation system. But humans were always greedy for more, and this news only benefited the newly born humans, not the old guard. Thus, humans did what they were great at, allowing their desires to get the best of them and seek out other ways regardless of the price. The price was quite steep as they were found to be forcefully running brutal experiments on captured Elementaris without identities. Once found out, the Elementaris broke off the alliance and cursed the human race to an eternal hatred, feeling betrayed by their vicious ways. Unfortunately for them, the humans had already discovered a new method to clone the genetic code responsible for their cultivation system. They started cloning it and selling it in vials for humans to awaken their affinities, giving them access to elemental control at last. While the chances of success weren't 100% and it only worked for those with higher affinities and those with ages less than 40, it was still a massive success. This happened 100,000 years before Felix's birth, which meant that once Earth was discovered, Earthlings didn't have to work too much to secure their awakening vial. The Maxwell family had obtained their own batch of vials and held an awakening ceremony, where Felix, Noah, Olivia, the rest of the cousins, and even adults got in the fun. That's when Felix awakened his poison affinity as it was the most dominant one and became considered an awakened humanitari. The entire history went almost exactly as he intended it, even the heinous acts of humans on the Elementary. As much as he hated it, he sought it to happen as he knew there was no other way for him to obtain the cultivation system externally. Felix knew that this hypocrisy at its finest as he was just disgusted by humans' cruel experiments on anything that moved. Now he was betting on it when it served his needs. At the end of the day, he was also just a human. While the cultivation system helped me grow stronger, it was quite limited, Felix remarked with a solemn tone. I was still miles away from the weakest dragon, and I have tried everything in my powers to break those imposed limitations, but there was no way out. Felix realized that having any cultivation system wasn't going to cut it anymore. While he quite enjoyed his life as a humanitari and went through a myriad of experiences that shaped his first-ever fighting style, he understood that he had to either change the system or upgrade it beforehand. I need something with the potential to help me surpass even dragons. A cultivation system that supersedes everything. Felix frowned. But, at the same time, it had to be accessible to humans. Even an earthling wouldn't have trouble awakening it. With the new experiences related to cultivation, Felix knew that the 7 celestial hearts treated it with great care and balance. If he wanted a powerful cultivation system, it would be expected to be related to a very powerful race that would have great shortcomings in other departments. To be honest, even without those drawbacks, he couldn't imagine a way for humans to seize one to experiment on. Even the humans in the other universe managed to climb to the top 10 rulers in the Alliance but had no real strength in front of dragons. If they couldn't deal with dragons, how could they handle being stronger than them? There must be something I am missing. Felix walked around the room, seemingly completely forgetting that he had a wife and a child. With the merger of the two personalities, it was an expected reaction. After all, Venom Doctor had lived much longer and went through so many life lessons and near-death experiences. His persona heavily rubbed off Felix. Unlike the original Felix, he didn't meet Asna or another true love interest. After he awakened, his nature was heavily influenced by poison, just like Element Eris. His persona was shaped to become cold, distant, and much more cunning. As for girls, besides releasing his sexual urges once in a blue moon, he never bothered to interact with them on an intimate level. He brought this coldness and lifestyle with him. Against Felix's previous desires to avoid having his family affected by his mission, the change was already happening. Meanwhile, in another part of the galaxy, Emilia was seen sitting in a massive pink-decorated room. She was wearing cute cat pajamas while gazing at a sea of holograms, each one showing a different scene of Felix's experience in his first universe. Whoa! What an exquisite universe he has created. Such a beautiful violence. I adore it. Her eyes reflected pink hearts as she watched Felix gliding on a poisonous green cloud while battling a squad of water humantaris. While she had quite a lot of fun in her universe, it didn't have the SG Alliance at all or the UVR. Still, the human species had combined their force galaxy-wide to survive the eternal war zone in the universe. In this brutal universe, Emilia had risen to power and became the leader of the Milky Way Alliance. Everyone who watched her experience would feel chills course down their spine. Felix included. That's why he refused to interact with her. I have decided. I am going to copy his whole strategy. Even the elementary race. Emilia decided with an excited look. I want to experience those same battles. Looks so much fun. While all candidates chose to pick the best part of each other's experiences to avoid making the same mistakes, Emilia couldn't care less. All she wanted and cared about at the moment was having the most fun. She wasn't doing this because she was being idiotic and careless. She was certain no one was going to succeed in the first 100 universes. In other words, she had no hope of anyone continuing the trials besides her. After all, who was insane enough to go and survive that far? Besides her. A couple of days later, Felix had yet to leave his UVR's house once or visit his family. He was still attempting to create the best race with a cultivation mechanism higher than even dragons. Unfortunately, trying was one thing and succeeding was another. At this moment, as Felix eyed the wall of holograms, the only answer he arrived at was, "It's theoretically impossible," he uttered as he pulled his exhausted face. Maybe I should revisit the elementary mechanism and upgrade it. I had the most triumph with it, provided that I upgraded it. I am certain I will climb even higher. Felix already had a way in mind to achieve this, but he planned on leaving it as a last measure. I guess I can only give it a try. While I am certain it won't succeed, I can bet on that slight chance. Felix murmured. If only life would be so easy. A couple of months later, Felix could be seen massaging his temples with a weary expression. Another failure. He sighed while gazing at the ceiling, feeling signs of helplessness wash over him. In those couple months, he had already attempted the trial more than 8 times. Unfortunately, every attempt failed for various reasons. In the second attempt, Earth wasn't discovered by the Alexander Kingdom since the entire kingdom had fallen years ago in a civil war. This left Earth hidden for over 50 years before finally getting discovered by the new ruling power in the kingdom. By that time, Felix was already an old man in his 70s, enjoying his retirement and remaining years with Asna, his son, and his grandchildren. While such a peaceful, normal life was quite the dream for many, Felix knew he wanted much more. When he died and the universe was reset, he couldn't be any more certain about it. Fortunately, the serene and loving second life had helped stabilize Dr. Venom's cold persona, making him reach out to his wife and son before queries could be raised. After spending quality time with them, he returned to the mission, hoping his new plan would succeed. Sadly, he kept running into one wall after another in the upcoming attempts, making his hopes dwindle and his sanity crumble little by little. Was my first attempt the best I can do? I refused to accept such a shitty luck. Felix frowned coldly. Over time, he began to understand that modifications, no matter how small they were, their influence on timelines could turn out to be massive. While he had gotten lucky in the first attempt, allowing him to almost replicate the same history of the universe while ensuring he obtained a cultivation system, it didn't mean that it was going to happen every single time. After all, those universes were simulated realities, which meant that as much as the timeline tried its best to follow the original timeline, there were always butterfly flaps going all over the place. In the later attempts, Felix ended up either dead through misfortune, accidents in games, or worse, not even born. That's while using almost the same modifications as the first attempt. If it wasn't for Earth being concealed and isolated, Felix would have gotten a much worse draw. Although Felix had checked on the others and found out that the majority were suffering a worse fortune than him, he still refused to accept that his success relied on luck. If bad luck is the one holding me back, I just have to remove it from the equation or at least minimize it. Felix got into brainstorming again and found out that the only way to achieve this was to perfect his original strategy. The three celestials are the key to my success. Felix narrowed his eyes. Do I change my instructions? I made the universe's heart show the instructions to have me integrate with the 7 celestial hearts only after I faced a wall in my cultivation system. Do I need to make it happen sooner? To be honest, Felix wanted to avoid this path at all costs, knowing that it was bound to fail. He was certain it would fail since there was no way the solution to the trials would be this simple. But most importantly, the worst-case scenario of such a scheme might be too much to handle for anyone. Felix wasn't sure, but he had a feeling that it wouldn't end well for him if he landed in the hands of the 3 omnipotent beings, who desire nothing but freedom, and he was the solution to such a puzzle. I have no idea how to integrate with the 7 celestial hearts, and no one else knows. Felix groaned bitterly. If there is a way, no one else but the 3 celestials would find it. The only cause Felix wanted to interact with the 3 celestials after he reached his limit in his cultivation system was to toughen his new version before getting thrown to the wolves. But now, he realized that he might need to throw him as soon as possible before he dropped dead somewhere random. To truly start and iron out the details, I have to begin at the end. However, Felix took a deep breath and asked calmly, Empress, I believe it ain't fair for me to go through such pain and agony just to have my results shared with the others. At the start, Felix wasn't too bothered by this condition since he knew it was going to assist him too. But, after seeing the other candidates' latest results, he realized that none of them was going to play it boldly. Of course, Emilia wasn't included as she was doing her thing. It wasn't like they were stupid or incapable. They also realized that receiving help from the 3 rulers would greatly accelerate their progress even if they failed, however. They also knew that the price might be too steep for their comfort. Thus, they were playing it slow and waiting for Felix or another candidate to commit and eat off their results. Felix had no intentions of playing this chicken game or letting himself get cheated. It's part of the conditions. If I change it for you, it will be changed for the others too. In other words, you won't be getting their results. Empress Emily responded calmly, understanding what he implied. I don't care about the others or their results. Felix replied, this trial was supposed to be a test for each individual, not for a half-assed teamwork. I would rather carry it on solo and keep my progress private. You weren't thinking like this when you copied Sir Hemir's strategy. Empress Emily responded, there is still merit to our approach, you just have to give it a chance. Indeed, I benefited from Sir Hemir's strategy, but I have also given back much more. Felix wasn't moved. Now, my strategy is being used by everyone and I don't care how they twist it or be creative with it. All I want is the freedom to go all out without the bother of knowing my efforts will be pocketed cheaply. Felix shook his head before Empress Emily could reply. If you have a problem with that, I would rather drop it right now. There is no point in prolonging such misery. Approved. In less than a nanosecond, Empress Emily gave him the green light. Felix wasn't surprised by this as he knew that Empress Emily had already run the calculations in her mind and understood that giving him what he wanted was much better. After all, he was simply requesting his data to not be shared with the other candidates, not keep it completely private. In other words, she would still know about his progress with the rest of the rulers. Since all she cared about was the success of the mission, she was going to do anything to make it happen. Much appreciated. Felix nodded respectfully. Even without a contract, he understood that Empress Emily wouldn't go behind his back and share his data after giving him the approval. Besides being beneath an empress to go back on her word, the metal race took vocal pacts and agreements in high regard. If it wasn't for the rest of the races being mostly untrusty and scammy, they would never bother to use written contracts in their dealings. After Empress Emily left, Felix got busy with the preparations for the next attempt. He knew that this trial might either show him the true path forward or completely shatter him. The 10th universe, 2 years after Earth, was discovered by the Alexander Kingdom. Inside the universe's heart's dimension, the 3 rulers were seen glowing radiantly before a massive golden tablet. They were gazing at the newly written instructions with solemn expressions. The key to your freedom lies in the golden-haired earthling called Maxwell. Guide his ascension through the 7 celestial hearts, and the universe shall break its chains. Ammonius R.A. read out loud. An earthling? What's that? Medusa frowned. Who is this Maxwell boy exactly? Earthling must be his race. Emer replied calmly as he kept analyzing the new instructions. Guide his ascension through the 7 celestial hearts. Does this mean there are more than 4 celestial hearts? They can all combine in one entity? Ammonius R.A. inquired. Seems like it. The 3 rulers went quiet, understanding the gravity of such a discovery. In their eyes, if the 7 celestial hearts could be integrated into one entity, it could only mean that his ascension implied the birth of the one and only creator of this universe. Are we mere pieces of the creator, and he is using this tablet to guide us and help him reborn through that boy? Medusa narrowed her eyes dangerously. It's too early to make such an assumption, but I won't rule it out. Emer nodded calmly. It's currently the only theory that gives a sense to our birth and our current situation. Are you suggesting that the Creator has fetched us and confined us in this dimension to help him reincarnate so that he can free us? Ammonius R.A.'s tone developed icy. Such truth was a hard pill to swallow as it made them understand that all the instructions in the prophecy were for the sake of helping a much more powerful entity be born. If they were to succeed, their freedom wouldn't be in their hands at all. In fact, even their hearts would be taken out. If the purpose of this prophecy is indeed the rebirth of the Creator, then we should be careful at how we carry out the instructions, Emer said calmly. You are still planning to do it? Ammonius R.A. asked. We have to get out of here one way or another, Emer uttered coldly. Even if it meant killing the Creator. Medusa and Ammonius R.A. immediately understood that Emer would commit to the instructions, but would do it on his own terms. In other words, he would never allow the rebirth of the Creator or his integration of the 7 celestial hearts. I will get the kid. Find me the other celestial hearts, Emer said. Without further ado, the 3 rulers got busy, wanting to see through this new development. Unbeknownst to any of this, Felix was viewed working on his humanitary cultivation in his family's building. He was immersed in a pool of poison, absorbing its properties and elemental powers to enhance his strength. The Humanitarian cultivation system was quite simple, as the cultivators only needed to immerse themselves in their natural environments and absorb the energy to grow stronger. This lack of complexity was one of the main reasons it was limited at the top, since it would get harder to find rich environments to carry on the cultivation. A few days later, phew, that was a good soak. Felix emerged from the dull, stinky, poisonous pool with a wide, satisfied smile. He was completely butt naked to avoid having the poison contaminate anything external. Just as he wanted to take a shower, he suddenly was yoinked by a golden tendril into an invisible portal. Felix couldn't even produce a yelp before he discovered himself in a massive celestial mansion suspended in the vacuum of space, peeking into the starry sky. Where the hell am I? Did I enter the UVR by mistake? Felix felt a chill down his spine as he maintained looking around him, having no clue what was happening. All he could do was hide his private parts and listen to his noisy heartbeats nervously. Abruptly, the three rulers manifested themselves before Felix, akin to three celestial deities, completely covered in divine golden otherworldly auras. At first sight, Felix discovered himself kowtowing instinctively, his head touching the floor. When he snapped out of it and tried to stand up, his body refused to listen to him, leaving him twitching in his place. Now, pure dread and terror started washing over his soul. No, 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 no. He might not know about the three rulers, but he grasped that the universe was full of monsters. With his body frozen, all he could think about was the absolute worst possible scenarios. Mortal, fear not, for we have no interest in harming you. Medusa showed herself before Felix with an enticing smile. Then, she lifted his head, making his eyes come across her stunning goddess-like beauty. Just like being hit by a sledgehammer, Felix felt his heart, his soul, his body, everything snatched instantly by her beauty. He felt like he could give her his life and he wouldn't mind it in the slightest. Today is your lucky day. Medusa came closer to Felix's ears and whispered softly, "You get to live amongst the gods." Her voice, laced with charm, made Felix completely forget about the dangers of his situation. He showed a big, foolish smile with eyes having a hint of pink hue. Then he uttered, "Just being in the presence of you, a goddess of eternal beauty, is more than enough for me." That's a cute response. Medusa chuckled as she bobbed his nose. Then, she went back, leaving her fragrance behind for Felix to relish. As Emer and Ammonius Ra saw how Felix was completely lost in the sauce, they heard Medusa's emotionless tone. "As I told you, he is just a mortal without anything unique to him. A simple charming spell will do the trick." "How can this be?" Ammonius Ra frowned. "Did we get the wrong boy?" In his eyes, there was no way the prophecy tablet would have chosen this mortal as a rebirth vessel for the creator with his current stats. They had already scanned his body, mind, soul, and consciousness 100 times with divine techniques. Yet, nothing strange came back. He was just like any average Joe. "This boy is the target," Emer said calmly. "We are either missing something or the tablet wants us to do the heavy work and find a way for him to integrate with the hearts." "I doubt it's the latter." Ammonius Ra shook his head. "We might be celestials, but we can't change reality. The reality of this mortal is that he has no connection to celestial matters at all. Even if we want to do the heavy lifting, there is nothing we can do. His body is so fragile. 1/1000th of a celestial drop is enough to blow him into smithereens." "I understand," Emer added, "but we have no choice and we have all the time in the universe. We have to make it work, one way or another. Otherwise, we are stuck here forever." As he finished, his eyes narrowed at the sight of Felix curled up on the ground with his hands touching his private parts. He seemed completely out of it, like he had no idea what he was doing. "Ops. I guess I have dosed him up a bit more. I can't believe our hopes for salvation lies in this horny animal." Medusa chuckled at the sight while Ammonius Ra could only grunt in irritation. "Let's get to work," Emer ordered calmly. "Bring out the celestial heart." Many years later, Felix was seen crucified on a holy golden cross. His head idled forward while his golden hair dampened and fell over his closed eyes, as though shielding him from the radiance above. His chest rose and fell faintly, the only sign of life in a body that appeared utterly surrendered. While his body showed no physical injuries, the same couldn't be said about his mind and soul. He was currently blacked out after surviving another grueling experimental session by the three Celestials. Meanwhile, the three rulers were outside of the mansion, which was built specifically for Felix's occupation. But, for Felix, it felt like nothing more than a luxurious dungeon. It's been 5,000 years already. We have tried everything there is. Ammonius R.A. sighed. I think it's time we call it a quit and focus our energy on another approach unrelated to the tablet. While I admit that the results have been far from satisfactory, we haven't tried everything. Emer uttered calmly. We can still attempt to possess the boy's body and forcefully make it our vessel. If we succeed in doing this, we can find a way to integrate with the other hearts. Are you sure about this? Medusa questioned. It's almost guaranteed that the boy's soul will perish. If his soul dies, so as the prophecy. At this point, the soul no longer matters. Emer replied. We have already used every means possible to increase its strength to unbelievable realms. Yet, both the celestial hearts we found refused to be inhabited by it. A total rejection. This could mean only one thing. An entity can't become a celestial without originating from a celestial roots. There is no such thing as impossible. I just don't think this boy can do it. Medusa shook her head. His soul and body are too limited and nothing can help them grow to a celestial level. Maybe not. Emer said. At the moment, all I know is that our approach has to change. The three rulers have gone through hell back and forth to find a way for Felix to become a celestial, yet he failed every single experiment. They tried bestowing divinity upon him, putting his soul inside a celestial core, and even tried to use their celestial cores to make it happen. Unfortunately, besides some success in increasing his strength, those thousands of years were for naught. Seeing that no one had any problem with it, Emer appeared before Felix's crucified body and woke him up. Felix slowly opened his muddled deadpan eyes and looked at them without an ounce of emotion in them. It was an abyssal look of utter despair, where one understood that their life was gone forever. All Felix did was keep looking at them, saying nothing. It was like he was awaiting them to start their new experiment and get it over with. Boy, you don't have to look at us like that. Ammonius R.A. uttered coldly. It's your lucky day. You will be released soon. Although Felix heard the miracle that he was praying for, he still hadn't batted an eyelid. 3,000 years. Felix was kidnapped while he was a young boy in his 20s, and now he was over 3,000 years old. For the bulk of his life, he served it as nothing but an experimental rat. Although he was charmed, his senses or identity weren't robbed of him. Meaning, he felt everything happening to him. Release? Freedom? He wanted none of it. Make it quick. He mumbled with a husky voice, not carrying an ounce of joy or relief. We will do it as we would like. Ammonius R.A. sneered coldly. You got a problem with it? Felix went silent and lowered his eyelids again, showing a little bitter smile. Throughout his entire stay here, Felix always wondered and questioned the reason for being chosen by the tablet. Sadly, when not even the three rulers knew, who could explain it to him? Thus, all he could do was accept his unfortunate luck. At least it's ending. At least. As Felix murmured those soft, weary words in his mind, Medusa had already started the process of possession. It's going to sting for a bit, Medusa warned, but her voice carried not an ounce of compassion. Before Felix could react, she held his forehead and pushed a wisp in the shape of a snake into Felix's consciousness space. The snake enlarged itself and snared Felix's soul barrier, seemingly putting it in a cocoon crafted out of its long serpentine body. Then, it started squeezing the soul barrier with just enough force to make tiny fissures appear. Those fissures didn't come without a price, as Felix felt like his entire existence was put into the grinder. Erherg! He groaned in agony with his raspy, quiet voice, but no one was there to save him or alleviate his pain. He felt like an invisible force grinding against the core of his being, as though the universe itself was pressing down upon his spirit. Each of those cracks left a fracturing sensation of his memories, hopes, and every shred of his identity being wrenched apart. It was a suffocating hollowness and a searing ache all at once, a feeling of being undone at the seams of reality. It was the torment of feeling less than yourself, of knowing you were breaking and unable to stop it. Yet, the worst part, when the cracks reached their tipping point, Medusa relaxed her grasp and the pressure faded away, leaving his sole barrier to start its tedious recovery process. Try to stay awake with us. We have to do it as many times as possible to facilitate the possession. Medusa shared with a faint, gentle smile as she caressed Felix's face, smearing the blood coming from his pores all over his cheek. Her charming spell existed fully activated. All Felix could do after hearing this existed stifled his tears while uttering with quivering lips, "I understand, my queen." Good boy. The original timeline, Felix was seen sitting motionless in his living room, his bloodshot eyes wide and unblinking as if held open by invisible hands. His chest heaved with shallow, erratic breaths, but his gaze existed elsewhere, trapped in the unrelenting flood of memories within his fractured mind. The images surged like a storm. The three celestials loomed in his memories, their forms shifting between divine radiance and monstrous cruelty. Their punishments were etched into him. Fire that never burned out, whispers that devoured his sanity, and the crushing isolation of eternity spent under their gaze. This. A tremor began in his hands, spreading quickly as the memories intensified. His breaths turned to gasps, his chest rising and falling like a man drowning in invisible waters. Then, without warning, Felix folded over as his body convulsed, vomiting onto the cold floor. Tears mingled with the sweat on his face, but he existed blind to both. His rugged breathing filled the room. Each inhale was a desperate attempt to claw his way back to the present, back to his true self. Alas, the damage was too severe to look past. The things done to him might be too much for a mortal's mind to comprehend, but what ruined him existed the fact he was the person responsible for it. This word responded 1,000,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000,000 times, inside Felix's mind during his imprisonment. Yet, not in 1,000,000 years would he have imagined that he existed the one putting himself in this hellish agony. It existed the worst feeling in the entire universe, the feeling of being betrayed by yourself. Queen AI, put him in a medical pod right now and start the process of revitalizing his mind. Suddenly, Empress Emily's voice echoed in the living room. Queen AI kicked off the command right away by translocating Felix into a medical pod similar to the one he was using in the real world. Then, she started adjusting some sliders and pushing different types of materials within the liquid pool in both environments. The moment the liquids mixed up, Felix's twisted and tensed expression eased up, his protruding veins deflating slowly. She added this protocol after realizing that once a candidate loses their mind, the 7 celestial hearts wouldn't hesitate to disqualify them. This should keep him in check after he wakes up, Empress Emily said calmly, addressing the gathering of the 10 SG rulers. Felix's return was quite expected by Empress Emily and the 10 SG rulers as they knew that he was about to throw himself into the wolves. This meant the data was going to be extremely valuable even if he failed the trials. After all, the worlds they were entering were 100% simulated to their reality, which meant that if the 3 celestials found some mysterious dimension or such treasures, there was a high chance of them existing in their universe. While it was unlikely that Felix bring back such information, they had nothing to lose in snooping around. TSK. He almost lost his mind and failed the trial for real. It must be for a good reason. Let's see what he has gone through. Empress Emily ensured that Felix's data wouldn't be shared with the other candidates, but this didn't apply to the 10 rulers. However, she made sure that none of them would dare share the data without her permission. As she played the memories after Queen AI went through them all and edited only the highlighted points, the rulers focused intently on them. However, the expected data related to the universe's mysteries made no appearance. Instead, the room was left silent except for the flickering sounds of the holographic feed. No one spoke as their widened, slightly petrified eyes were affixed on the screen, watching as Felix went through all sorts of experiments regardless of the results. As they watched this horror show, most of the rulers' reactions were a mix of restrained horror and thinly veiled discomfort. After the last scene of Felix's eyes closing on to the three celestial irritated expressions appeared, the screen turned black, and deadly silence took the stage. It was soon broken by Empress Emily. "This is all dismissed." After she left them, the rulers glanced at each other with quite different expressions, each one thinking of a different thing. "He is bound to lose his mind after this. Even if he didn't, I doubt he will have the guts to continue with the trials." "I think so too. Not even villains deserve such a treatment, yet, for an innocent boy to go through it, it's bound to do some serious damage mentally." As expected, becoming a universe's awareness is a mere fantasy coated in thorns. Just like the 10 rulers had anticipated, Felix's situation was far from good. He remained in an artificially provoked coma for more than a month, and when he woke up, the light in his eyes was never the same. Felix Maxwell? Venom Doctor? None of them could stand up before the new broken version of Felix. A version that spent thousands of years in agony. A version that never knew the touch of love. A version that never experienced anything worth living for. Most dangerously, a version that was full of hatred towards himself. "Based on your look, it doesn't seem like you plan on stopping?" Empress Emily came as soon as Felix woke up. "Stopping? Such thought never crossed my mind." Felix replied vaguely while wearing his clothes at a moderate pace. He seemed like he was totally normal, but Empress Emily knew that he was nothing but that. However, as a member of the metal race, emotions always alluded to her, making her quite interested about how such a trauma hadn't affected his resolve negatively. Being as straightforward, she didn't hesitate to ask him. Felix paused for a moment and turned to stare at her holographic presence. Then, he responded calmly, "This is my life now. There is no going back." "I see." Empress Emily understood him immediately. All of Felix's personalities in the universes he visited were merged under one banner, a broken banner. They understood that the bridge of returning to their delightful but stressful life with their family was totally burnt over. Now, he could either use the knowledge he obtained to carry on forward until the very end or stop here and remain as this shattered, abused version. A version that was simply impossible to heal through unconventional ways. "This means you might need to deal with the 3 Celestials again, and again, and again," Empress Emily reminded calmly. Felix lowered his head and uttered icily, "I am betting on it." A few hours later, under the warm rays of the sun bathing over the park, children's laughter rippled through the air like a melody. Felix sat on a worn wooden bench, his hands clutched tightly as he watched his son dart through the grass with the other kids. The boys' laughter was pure and unburdened. It somehow felt alien to Felix's ears. His gaze lingered on his son, but there was a hollowness in his eyes, a void that even the playful scene before him couldn't fill. His posture was stiff as he was crucified to the bench, attracting many weirded-out eyeballs. Beside him, Asna sat quietly, stealing worried glances at him. Her brows furrowed, and the smile she had worn for their son began to falter. She could see it, the emptiness in his husband's stare. It wasn't just the man she loved sitting beside her. It was someone slipping away, piece by piece. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. "Felix, look at me," she requested with a slight crack in her voice. As Felix slowly turned to her, she couldn't help but gasp softly. The man she had known, the man who once radiated life and love, was a now shadow of himself. Tears welled in her eyes as she gripped his arm, her voice breaking. She finally couldn't stay quiet about his secret mission. "How can anything you're doing be worth this? Worth what you're losing? Look at us, at him." She gestured to their son, who was laughing with the other children, oblivious to the storm brewing behind him. Felix's throat tightened, and his emotions conflicted heavily. He wanted to speak, to offer some answer, some reassurance, but the words wouldn't come. That's because he didn't believe in them. All he could do was lower his head and retain his silence, burying himself deeper into the void. Seeing this, tears streamed down her face even harder as she shook his arm. seemingly hoping to awaken the lost version. "You're slipping away, Felix. I can feel it. And I'm scared." Sob. "Scared that one day I'll wake up and you'll be gone. Not just from us, but from yourself." Felix's hands trembled as he reached for hers. He took hold of her hand, masking the turmoil brewing within his heart. "I'm doing this for us," he murmured. But even he didn't believe it fully. Asna pulled away, her voice rising angrily and anguished. "No, Felix. You're doing this for something else. Something that's taking you away from the life we built, the family we are. How could you?" Her sobs turned into a full-fledged outcry, resounding across the park and attracting everyone's attention. When everyone noticed that it was Asna, the quiet, elegant jewel of the Maxwell family, they were taken by surprise. Some had already taken their phones out and started filming her outbursts, knowing that it would go viral in an instant. Yet, Asna couldn't care less about anyone's looks. She removed Felix's hand away and stood up with a chilly expression. Then, she went and picked up Nico against his protests to play more. As she walked away towards their car, she turned around and sent one last telepathic message. "I will always believe and love you, but I can never forgive myself if I stood still and watched my dearest husband self-destruct right before my eyes. Once you are ready to tell me what's going on, you will find me at my father's home with Nico." As Felix received those messages, he could only sit there, a man torn between the love he had and the battles he felt destined to fight. In the end, this is for the best. She doesn't need to know. She doesn't need to see what I have been through. Felix smiled weakly as his face reflected the rays. "I can live with myself like this, but I can never be the same if my wife was pulled into this." While Felix was broken beyond measure, his love for his wife wasn't touched in the slightest. Even when his Venom Doctor persona took over, the love he had in his heart hadn't changed a bit. She was the world to him now and always. That's why he didn't even bother to ask the 7 celestial hearts about whether he could share the truth with his wife. After what happened in the first universe, such thought was completely erased from his mind. Soon, Felix returned home and sent a message to his wife, telling her that he would explain everything to her once he succeeded. She just had to be patient with him. Asna's reply was as simple as it could get. "Do what you want." When women said this, they never meant it. Felix knew, but he left it be, understanding that nothing was going to solve this argument besides the truth. He had no intention to lie or tell the truth. For now, Felix buried himself back into work, tapping into all the knowledge he secured during the 10th universe. The 7 celestial hearts said we have the only capacity to become the new supreme being. But the 3 celestial have used every means imaginable and unimaginable to help me integrate with just one celestial heart. Yet, none worked. While it has been the shittiest experience in my life, I would have gone through hundreds of universes and still wouldn't have made such a massive shortcut. Felix tapped into the living room table as he kept glancing at the collected important data, a treasure that only he deserved. He knew that if he hadn't made a deal with Empress Emily to keep it private, he would have felt like absolute shit to know that everything he had gone through was shared for free. But now, he had a well-deserved lead. This situation had raised quite a protest by other candidates as everyone was waiting patiently for his data. Unfortunately, they received nothing after hours of Felix's announced exit, leaving them to question Empress Emily. Right now, she was dealing with their heated protests about the fairness of her decision. Too bad they were dealing with Empress Emily. "All of you are welcome to follow his path and obtain your own kind of data." She responded to them all calmly. "Fret not. Your data won't be shared either with him. This? Damn it. That peasant. Screw him, I don't need his shitty data or anyone's for that matter. I also want to privatize my data." The protests died quite swiftly after they understood that Felix had given up on their data too. Thus, most of them took his approach and decided to become solo too. Empress Emily approved of their decision. Meanwhile, Emilia was the most disappointed by Felix's decision. Here I believed I could learn from him," she sighed. But soon, she quickly forgot about him and started considering whether to follow his approach or not. He must have thrown himself at the three celestials while he was a youngster. Amelia rubbed her chin in intrigue. What kind of life will it be to be raised by the three celestials? The moment the believed entered her mind, a wide grin was painted on her face. Meanwhile, uncaring about anyone's plans, Felix fully focused on his next course of action. After a thorough analysis of all the experiments and the three celestials' believed processes, he found 3 key points. First, no matter how strong he got, he would never be able to integrate with even a single celestial heart. Strength and potential had nothing to do with it. He needed a celestial origin in him to be accepted by the celestial heart. Second, the three celestials desired freedom more than anything, but it would never come at the cost of losing their authority or autonomy. In other words, his instructions must not directly relate to the creator or the birth of an entity much stronger than them. It might vaguely point it out, but not as directly as he had done before. Last but not least, he must never land in the hands of the three celestials before possessing enough strength to take them down. Otherwise, his life would be nothing but a torturous experience. With those 3 key points, Felix obtained a clearer vision of how to proceed. If it's a must to have a celestial origin before deciding to integrate with one, how can I obtain such an origin while making sure my birth wasn't affected? Felix knitted his eyebrows thoughtfully, understanding that solving this problem would finally give him a chance to succeed in the mission. Celestial origin. How? Is it even possible? If Supreme Azarus hadn't been convinced a replacement could emerge, he would have already believed the trials were a scam. Celestial origin, think. As Felix dove deeper into his thoughts and everything he went through, he started to realize that no experience could help him figure this out. After all, the only way to have a celestial origin was to be born with a celestial heart. If this was possible, there would be no point in the trials. Wait, it might be impossible to modify the universe and be born straight away with a celestial heart. But what if I integrated with the 7 celestial hearts under their permission at the start, and then started the trials? Felix's eyes widened suddenly after being hit by such a ludicrous idea. In his eyes, the trials started after the modifications were concluded. Since there were almost no limitations to the modifications as long as his birth was secured and he wouldn't have information about the mission, then it was a valid theory. Without further ado, Felix swiftly entered the consciousness space and voiced his inquiry to the 7 celestial hearts. After he finished, he waited with held breath in anticipation, not daring to blink his eyes even once. After a moment that lasted for eternity, the 7 celestial hearts responded harmoniously, "It's possible. Now we are talking." The moment Felix heard their response, a wide cold grin took form. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix requested for the 7 celestial hearts to fuse with him in the new universe. The 7 celestial hearts pierced through the space akin to spears, heading straight towards Felix's torso. Before Felix could react, the 7 celestial hearts had already nested themselves within his body, seemingly rearranging his entire structure to fulfill the ascension. Felix felt not an ounce of pain throughout the whole process. He was left gawking at his featureless humanoid figure in utter awe. He felt like he was in harmony and in contact with everything at once. His overwhelming presence alone seemed to match Supreme Azarus. However, after the transformation was completed, Felix realized that his believed process and such were more or less the same. His intelligence and clarity weren't enhanced, and when he tried to tap into the 7 celestial powers, he found himself unable to. It was like he merely resembled Supreme Azarus in body and soul, but had no control over his powers. I knew it was too good to be true. Felix grinned bitterly. There isn't a chance I can use your powers without permission, right? No. Oh well, this is good enough for me. Felix wasn't too bothered by this, as he already expected such a reaction. If it was possible to integrate with the 7 celestial hearts and abuse their powers to set up the new universe, the trials would have been concluded in a heartbeat. Just one glance at the future was enough to determine everything. Can I at least shape up the universe? Felix requested. Yes. Felix grinned a little, seemingly forgetting completely about his previous trauma. But it was clearly a coping mechanism. Then, without hesitation, he started waving his hands while using his will to create the universe. He had watched the process happen 10 times already, making his commands quite precise. The 7 celestial hearts might seem like they were following his commands, but in reality, they were just using the same script to ensure no mistakes emerged. Felix knew this already, but he still involved himself with the process. After a short while, the universe was completed and Felix lowered his hands with a satisfied smile. That was quite the experience. I can get addicted to this. Felix narrowed his eyes, feeling for the first time the absolute power and authority of the Supreme. But quickly, he dropped such thoughts and refocused on the mission at hand. Now, my soul should be considered to carry celestial origin. But this is merely the foundation. A lot of work awaits. Felix had no intentions of repeating the same strategy of throwing himself to the 3 rulers even though he now possessed a celestial origin. After all, he had already accepted that the 3 rulers would never risk their sovereignty for their freedom. I have to start from the beginning as planned before and rise through the ranks before finally facing them off. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. It will be a thorn-filled path, but it's the only way forward. Felix swiftly started carrying his newly prepared strategies and modifications after extracting all the good data of his latest experience. His first major alteration was the change to his cultivation system, as he had completely given up on the elementary system. Through the many experiments he went through, one had captured his interest greatly. The 3 celestials have blessed a single snake and turned it into a powerful elemental guardian to enhance my strength naturally through integrating with its bloodline. Felix spoke to himself as he got busy writing new modifications. This got me thinking, what if I made them create a whole new race of such elemental guardians during the earlier days of the universe? With each one with rulership over an element and coming from humble animalistic origins, I am certain they will spread their seeds and bloodline across the universe in no time. While their bloodline will be diluted over a long period, by the time humans are born, I am certain the latest generations will be weak enough for humans to handle. Felix had already run the calculations through Queen AI to check the validity of such a theory. He had found that beasts would populate the universe quite significantly. Beasts with elemental powers for humans to harness. As for the legitimacy of the bloodline integration, he was the very first test subject, and his success proved its validity. While I have only illusion and poison affinities, it will make no sense for only those 2 guardians to be born, as the rest of humans need to be part of it. In his eyes, if the new cultivation system didn't prove to be effective galaxy-wide, humans wouldn't invest time and resources in it. After finishing with the final touches, Felix requested, "Use my planet's mythology to shape them up. I am sure they will be around for a while." Although their creation would go through the 3 rulers by following the tablet's instructions, the universe's heart could still bestow identities upon them. It was the same with the 3 rulers. Just make sure it doesn't affect my planet's history negatively in the new universe. The universe's heart flared, accepting the requests. If this cultivation system were to work, I would have the potential to reach the strength of those elemental guardians. While he knew this wouldn't be enough to deal with the 3 celestials even if it worked out as he imagined, Felix wasn't too bothered. Once he reached that limit, he could find new ways to break past it in the next attempts. Modifications complete. After Felix heard the announcement, he looked at his featureless hands one last time and then he nodded, approving the start of the trials. The 7 celestial hearts busted out of his chest. Some flew somewhere and some stayed in place as the trial of ascension kicked off. As for Felix's soul, it disappeared into the ether, awaiting the time of his birth. The only difference now, his soul was sharing a celestial origin even if it wasn't going to show under anyone's inspection. It was like an unnoticeable mark. Many days later, Felix was kicked off back to the original timeline after dying in the 11th universe. After the initial days of the memories merging together, he was back to his senses in less than half an hour. The experience under the 3 rulers had toughened him beyond measure. Nothing he had gone through in the next universe was enough to change anything in him. It was like he visited an alternative universe and came back with information instead of trauma and such. As for his death, it happened much earlier than Venom Doctor, as he went out during an investigation mission under his bloodline clan. However, he was quite pleasantly surprised by the experience and how the universe shaped after his latest modifications. As expected, the bloodline integration system was born eons before my arrival. But its development was quite lackluster. Felix frowned. I expected humans to have discovered the remnants of the elemental guardians in the beast's bloodlines. Yet, they failed to even figure out the beast's origins. How is this possible? 1928. Felix believed that it should have been quite easy with his race's mastery over genetic manipulation to discover the elemental guardians' genes. If they failed, shouldn't they have reached the metal race and hired their services? If humans weren't capable of pulling it off, he was certain that they would have reached out to the metal race to seek their assistance. Knowing that something was off, Felix requested Queen AI, "Please utilize the data about my previous bloodlines and analyze them thoroughly." Queen AI tapped into his memories, and after a few moments, she came back with the results. Examination complete. 99% of the bloodline is accounted for. The remaining 1% is indeterminable. Indeterminable? Felix frowned. I cannot find the genes. Show me. Queen AI manifested a hologram of the bloodline's DNA as an infinite stripes. Felix tried his best to see the abnormality, but he found nothing. That's when he realized that was the abnormality in itself. The elemental guardians' bloodlines do have a presence in the beast, but they can't be sensed at all. Does this mean only those with a superior spiritual pressure can spot them? Felix knitted his eyebrows. He realized that the elemental guardians' bloodlines might be still somewhat sentinel. That's because only sentinel entities possessed spiritual pressure. It didn't matter if it was a string of DNA or a black hole. A hint of consciousness was enough to establish a spiritual pressure. This meant, it's impossible to carry on with my plan unless I had someone with a higher spiritual pressure to help me extract those bloodlines. Felix covered his forehead in exhaustion, feeling like every time he made a breakthrough, 10 other issues arose to halt his progress. Only Celestials possess a higher spiritual pressure than elemental guardians. Felix sighed. Does that mean I have to create another terrifying race? Felix understood that the more powerful races he brought into his universe, the less control he had over his life. After all, if he kept adding beings capable of slapping him to death, how could he survive? But soon, it hit him. Felix's eyelids rose in interest as a new idea took hold of him. If I constructed a new powerful semi-celestial race, they will surely possess the strength to keep the 3 Celestials at bay. Felix swiftly got into planning, bringing out new holograms. While I am sure the 3 Celestials can defeat them if they went all out, it would come at a significant price of heavenly energy. I have come to understand that they cherish their celestial energy above everything. Felix had seen how stingy the 3 Celestials were at using the heavenly energy produced from the universe's heart. He had heard them speak plenty about using it to brute force the universe's heart if the tablet's instructions failed to deliver. If I added a semi-celestial race somewhat similar to the elemental guardians, it would create many new variables. While variables result in great disturbance to the timeline, it could also create new opportunities for me to thrive. Felix understood that for a mortal undergoing a journey of ascension, there was nothing worse than finding no opportunities to accelerate the progress. But wait, how will I get their help? Do I use the prophecy tablet too? Felix held his chin thoughtfully. Felix wanted to avoid mentioning his name as much as possible to avoid attracting the 3 Celestials' attention to him. If he were to use the tablet, it would put him in their radars. Let's create them first and see how it goes. As usual, Felix preferred to move first and correct later, knowing that without much information, he would be stuck in an overthinking spiral. 7 celestial hearts. Can you give me examples of semi-celestial beings that are lower in spiritual pressure than the Celestials, but powerful enough to pose some threat to them? Felix didn't bother tasking his brain over this, letting the professionals do their work. As expected, the 7 celestial hearts showed Felix quite a few examples of semi-celestials. Reality benders. possessing the powers of the stone of reality to bend reality to their desired will. Felix murmured in awe. That's a bit much. He knew that entities with such powers were too versatile and slippery. After all, how could one deal with someone capable of altering reality itself? Not even the three celestials possess such powers. Felix moved to the next race, reading its details out loud. Elemental nobles. They possess complete control over all elements under the authority of the elemental heart. Felix held his chin thoughtfully, not moved by this race. Their powers are too similar to the three celestials, which means they will be on the losing side almost always. Felix understood that a race created from a celestial heart would never be able to steal control from the personification of a celestial heart. I need a race with complete authority over their powers. Even the three celestials would struggle to steal it from them, Felix added. The seven celestials have immediately delivered, creating a whole new race. Guardians and lords of the laws. Each guardian possesses complete control over a set of laws under the authority of the origin of law's heart. This is it. Once Felix began reading their details, his eyes lit up brighter and brighter, seeing his vision finally come to light. He knew the difference between laws and elements was vast. While the three celestials were based on the celestial languages capable of reading and communicating with laws/elements, they couldn't really develop laws from scratch. In other words, a fire-based semi-celestial would have more authority over fire than any of the three celestials. While one guardian can't do much, I am certain a whole race of them will make the three celestials rethink their moves. Most importantly, Felix added, I can see myself interacting with them, unlike the reality benders. While reality benders sounded more powerful, Felix hadn't forgotten that his mission was to integrate with the seven celestial hearts, not just develop what's more powerful. In the case of the law guardians, he could sense a link, something that would bring him to their level even if he had no clue about it. It was purely instinct, and at that moment it was all Felix had. Without further ado, Felix requested the creation of the law guardians. Not wanting to bother himself with the details, he told them to continue utilizing his planet's mythical lore, knowing that it was extremely rich. The seven celestials got busy and began creating one law guardian after another, seemingly being the one deciding on the laws each one governed. Spiritual figures started popping up in front of Felix rapidly. Each figure was different than the other. Their only similar aspect was the spherical cores revolving in their chest, each one emitting a different aura. Ares, Kronos, Athena, Artemis, Aeolus, Poseidon, Zeus, Eris, Hades, Hephaestus, Apollo, Uranus. I see you have put heavily in the old Olympian gods. Felix chuckled to himself. I don't know about the lore though. The structure is kind of messed up. Felix knew that if a historian from his home planet were to see the soup he had just created, he would beat him to death. In what universe was Chaos a mere elemental guardian while the law guardians were based on Olympian gods? This might be for the best, Felix murmured. This knitted ball of chaotic identities will be my reminder. A reminder that such foolish imperfection was man-made. Felix knew that hundreds of attempts awaited him, and he hoped that such imperfection might be his savior. Just like in the movie Inception, unique totems were a must to discern between reality and a dream. In Felix's case, it was even worse as he had to discern between two realities. He hoped that if one day he left the universe and started to have doubts about what was real and what was fake, this little imperfection would help him wake up to his reality. Now, I have created celestials, law guardians, and elemental guardians. I should probably go all the way and give the other two names too. Felix thought about it for a few minutes and then he wrote two names on the modifications list. Primogenitors and Unigens. He murmured the names as he stepped back. He had chosen primogenitors for elemental guardians since they were the ancestors of a significant amount of species. As for Unigens, he combined universe with origin since the law guardian's authority was based on the origin of law heart, and their birth was from the universe's heart. It was like a child from two celestial hearts, and Felix simply took their first names. I think this should be all. Let's see how it goes. With a deep breath, Felix commenced the trial, not caring about taking a break from his previous failure at all. Unfortunately, He wasn't even born in the new universe to experience his new modifications. In less than an hour, the trial ended and Felix was reconstructed to the site of the 7 celestial hearts, awaiting requests for the next attempt. The hell has just happened? Felix was left baffled after checking the time. The universe was destroyed. Chances of the candidate's birth is 0%. The trial concluded. Felix went silent, realizing that he might have underestimated the explosive dynamic between the Celestials and the Unigens. The fact that he had returned in 1 hour implied that not even 50 million years had gone by before the universe was destroyed. The 3 Celestials can't leave the sealed dimension, but I haven't banned the Unigens. Felix wondered, did this destruction arise between the Unigens in the matter universe, or was it related to the Celestials? Felix wasn't given many details, and he knew the 7 Celestials wouldn't answer him. They proved to be quite the variables, but this is too much. Felix reworked his plan. I have given them full reign to abuse their laws, and I am certain it played a massive role in the universe's destruction. The first thing he did was add the Unigens to the watch list with the 3 Celestials. This would guarantee that if they went overboard with their laws or tried to abuse them to harm others, the punishment would be quite severe. This will limit their strength greatly compared to the 3 Celestials, though. Felix scratched his chin. Well, this might be for the best. Felix remembered that he had created the Unigens to keep the Celestials in check, not to start a war. In other words, their presence should be just enough to make the Celestials wonder if it was worth it dealing with them. But at the same time, not give the Unigens enough strength to make them search to antagonize the 3 Celestials. A balance must be created. If I added infinite revival through the universe's heart, I am sure the 3 Celestials would think twice about killing them, especially if birth consumes a significant amount of celestial energy. While all of this sounded good and dandy, Felix still felt like the Unigens had too much freedom and not quite any purpose. This was a very, very dangerous combo for such beings. Should I add them to the original ploy? If I made them search out the truth of this universe and their birth, I believe the majority of them would join hands with the 3 Celestials. Felix began plotting again, realizing that the 3 Celestials wouldn't hesitate to unite with the Unigens if the tablet suggested it. After all, they would be receiving extra help and, most importantly, they would keep their enemies nearby. As for the Unigens, they would be given a united purpose. Even if a few Unigens refused to partake in the plan, Felix understood that as long as the majority decided, peace and balance would fester. Without further ado, Felix added the new modifications and commenced with the trials. The 13th universe. At the beginning of time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a pivotal moment in our history. The first ruler spoke with a powerful voice. The unification of the Unigens and Celestials can bring an era of peace and prosperity that our realms have never known. Why? Are you tired of us stealing your precious celestial energy? Apollo chuckled as he played with a lyre made out of light. Most of the Unigens chortled as they gazed at the 3 rulers with a ridiculing look. The universe's heart and its celestial energy never belonged to the 3 rulers. Thus, whenever the Unigens desired some celestial energy, they came straight here to collect it. We brought you here for a simple reason. Ammonius R.A. uttered calmly. We desire to establish a celestial kingdom around the universe's heart. We want you to be part of it. A celestial kingdom? Athena frowned. Why? What's the purpose? I believe everyone is satisfied with the status quo. Satisfied? Are you sure? Medusa inquired. Besides some of you with actual realms that you can call home, the rest are roaming in the darkness akin to rogue planets, with no star to orbit on. Hey, did you call us here to insult us? Poseidon scoffed. I am enjoying my oceanic domain, thank you very much. Heh, imagine calling a planet of water as a domain. Hephaestus covered his laughter. Prick. Poseidon merely gave him the middle finger with an irritated look. Listen up. There is no point in starting this with lies. The first ruler waved his hand and exposed the massive brilliant prophecy tablet high above their heads. Everyone stared at the tablet with raised eyebrows in confusion and intrigue. What's this? Artemis asked softly. Our way out of this cursed prison, Ammonius R.A. pronounced with a cold edge. Interesting. Eris moved up, appearing right next to the tablet. Then, she pointed at the picture of the dark circle at the very top of the tablet. Is this the way out? That's what we believe. Medusa turned to the universe's heart and explained. We believe that the dark circle is the universe's heart opened up. While the three celestials were attempting to convince the Unigens to join their cause, at the corner of the gathering, Kronos stood silently. He seemed to gaze absent-mindedly somewhere else, unbothered by the ongoing discussion. The timeline has changed. The old timeline perished after the Great Celestial War. Does this mean something, or someone is manipulating the timelines? He glanced at the three rulers and wondered, how come the three rulers seem ignorant about this? Kronos, the guardian of time and space, was the only one seemingly remembering what occurred in the past timeline. He was certain that the three rulers were ignorant about this fact since he had peered into the future and noticed that the three rulers had never questioned the reality of their universe. Their actions were one-to-one similar to their previous versions, doing everything in their power to free themselves. Were they blocked from viewing the future? Kronos tapped into his temporal powers and created an alternative timeline in his mind, where he inquired the three rulers about it. They answered him, revealing that a veil of fog was obscuring their vision of the future concerning the prophecy tablet. Interesting, very, very interesting, Kronos mumbled to himself. Meanwhile, the three rulers were in a conversation to convince Lord Hades to join their kingdom, but to no avail. Ever since you started following the tablet, your motives are more predictable than the movement of a star system. Hades! I have already given you my answer. Lord Hades shut it down immediately. The spirit realm is a sanctuary. It is not a tool for your ambitions. Kronos seemed to care less as his mind was absorbed completely in one thought. If an outsider is changing the timeline, then he's seeking a certain result. Was I kept in the open with full access to the future to help him out? Kronos narrowed his eyes. Or was it a mistake? Soon, Kronos shook his head, not believing that it was a mistake. In his mind, an entity capable of destroying and creating new timelines implied possessing the powers of the creator. How could a creator ever make a mistake? I don't know who you are or what you desire, but if you want my help, send me a signal right now. Silence. Kronos waited and waited, yet no signal arrived. While this would have made one drop their initial assumption, Kronos merely smirked. Looks like you don't have any control once the timeline commenced. If it's like this, then I am certain you are living amongst us, making earlier changes to benefit your end goal. With a cold smile, he uttered in his mind, I just have to fish you out. Time passed, and the eras shifted from the primogenitor era to the Dark Ages, finally settling at the SG Alliance era. Earth was discovered while Felix was sunbathing at the Sky Pearl Island. He was 17 years old as in the last universe. His grandfather's death and his poor assessment during the family's coming-of-age ritual had caused him a massive setback compared to his cousins. The Federation had decided to join the SG Alliance as an individual entity instead of falling under the Alexander's Kingdom's rulership. This gave them 5 games to play and create themselves within the SG Alliance. Unfortunately, the chosen team had failed to win a single game. The last nail in the coffin was Kenny Maxwell, betraying them at the final game under the Alexander Kingdom's orders. His betrayal had sealed Earth to bow down under the Alexander Kingdom's rulership at last. After all, losing all 5 games implied getting kicked out of the SG Alliance, which would leave Earth without any protection. With Earth being a known target due to its unique riches and cuisine, the Federation was forced to surrender quickly or have its entire planet turn into a free-for-war zone. After the Alexander Kingdom took command, many Earthlings left the planet before they lost their freedom. Felix was one of them, as his family's name was completely destroyed due to Kenny's betrayal. With his parents' and grandfather's death, there wasn't much left for him to do in the family either. He went to the Mariana Empire and joined a bloodline clan for protection and resources to support his climb in the Supremacy Games. A decision that was common among average bloodlines, seeking to alter their fate. After many close calls in both the games and clan missions, Felix finally reached the third stage of replacement and became a decent resource for the family. He got accepted to join the exploration squad, heading to a newly discovered deserted galaxy. As he joined the exploration team with more than 40 other members, the journey alone had taken years, and when they were finally summoned back, they were intercepted by an infamous pirate group. Felix, Kathy, Jaden, Kyle, and many other members spilled their last breaths in a galactical battle. As a mere third replacement bloodliner, Felix was nothing but cannon fodder in such battles. After he died, his soul went to the spirit realm, but because his memories were completely eliminated and the 7 celestial hearts calculated his chance of return as 0%, the universe was deleted. As the universe was getting erased, only one being had anticipated this moment and was preparing extensively for it. Who is it? Kronos' massive dreadful eye darted back and forth as he focused on the recently joined souls to the spirit realm across the entire universe. With his vision over the future, he knew the moment exactly where the universe would perish, as his vision always stopped at this exact moment. Thus, he identified all the souls dying in this instant, knowing that one of them was the variant. One of them was responsible for this. One of them was the true puppeteer moving the strings of the timeline and everyone within it. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Unfortunately, the destruction of the universe happened in less than a nano of a second, giving him no time to peer through each spirit. Even as the Unijin of time, he couldn't stand against the universe's heart's absolute authority. But Kronos wasn't disappointed. The last thought coursing through his mind before he was eliminated was, 40% cleared. Meanwhile, Felix was a bit pleased and disappointed at the same time after emerging from the latest universe. My modifications have worked, and it seems like the Unijins are playing ball with the rulers, leaving the universe in a well-balanced state. But, Felix sighed, my ending was somewhat the same as the previous time, dying on an exploration mission with barely any noticeable strength. Felix hoped for a different outcome so he could see if it was possible to change things to his advantage. Since he couldn't be involved too soon with the 3 rulers, he refused to add his name to the tablet. I guess it's time to add some small changes to help me throughout his journey. Felix spent the next couple of days bouncing ideas with Queen AI until he was satisfied with the final changes. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix launched the trials, keeping everything else the same. Unfortunately, after 15 days, Felix woke up to the memories of his next life repeating to the exact last letter. Same universal history, same events, same conversations, same path. Everything was the same, like the new modifications weren't applied at all. How is this possible? Even without the new modifications, the butterfly effect would have changed many things. Felix frowned in confusion. It's logically impossible for the timeline to stay 100% exact. Because of this situation, Felix felt like he hadn't lived an additional life at all. It was like he went through a long, never-ending déjà vu. Yet, he disliked this situation greatly since he knew that each failure implied the destruction of an entire universe. Celestial hearts, what's going on? Felix asked for clarification. Have you implemented the requested changes? Yes. Then, how come I saw no additional planet in my solar system? Felix's latest modification was the addition of a new planet to the solar system. The planet would be rich with poison and illusion elemental stones. Felix believed that the Federation might find a way to mine the planet before they lost their 5 games. Due to the nature of the resources, it might make the family invest in his illusion affinity, which might change his path completely. While he knew it was a long shot, he would rather have obtained bad results than this repeated outcome. Unfortunately, the 7 Celestials' hearts remained silent, letting Felix understand that their part was concluded and this issue was related to him and his modifications. This drove Felix to start thinking about his previous modifications and which one was responsible for this abnormality. It didn't take him much time to narrow the source to be related to the Unijins. After all, everything was fine until he fixed their issues with the Celestials. Now that they seemed to be at peace, they must have done something. But this notion sent chills coursing down his spine as it made him realize one scary truth. One of them must have found out the truth, or at least a portion of it. It must be him. Felix took a deep breath and uttered, Kronos. Only now did Felix remember that he hadn't added Kronos to the list of entities blocked by the veil of fog. It was one of the first added modifications, as he knew without it, the three rulers would have seen through the bullshit in a heartbeat through their powers. With time laws, he must possess the ability to recover his memories from his past timelines, making him figure out that something was going on under the rugs. Now, he is getting rid of any new additions I make to ensure the continuity of the same timeline. But why is he doing this? Felix couldn't help but admire Kronos' brilliance, but at the same time question his motives. He felt like maybe he wanted to make a statement that his manipulations had no place under his guardianship. After all, he did consider himself as the guardian of time and space, which meant that if he was a stickler to the rules, he was doing nothing but following through his duties. But he soon shook his head. He still can see the future, which means he knows exactly that the universe will be erased after my death. In theory, he should do the opposite of repeating the same timeline to ensure his survivability for as long as possible. Wait unless. Suddenly, Felix's eyes widened after reaching one crazy conclusion. He is limiting the variables to ensure my death keeps occurring in the same scenario. This will enable him eventually to figure out the true cause for the timeline's constant shifts. How marvelous! Felix was truly amazed. He didn't even know how Kronos was planning on pulling it off. Before anything else, I have to first confirm my theories. While everything that Felix concluded made the most sense, he understood that the only way to truly confirm it was by creating another universe. If he added new changes and yet the timeline remained the same, it was the only proof he needed. I will see what to do after confirming it. Felix went and confirmed it, reliving the same life for the third time in a row, reaching the final moment of his life. As the metallic hull of the Bloodline clan's spaceship shimmered faintly, Felix lay slumped against it. His chest heaved as he took shallow breaths. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, staining his chin as his trembling hand weakly pressed against the gaping wound on his right side. A massive chunk of flesh was gone, ripped away completely. The edges of the wound were blackened and raw, the result of an energy cannon blast that had nearly torn him in two. Each movement sent sharp, electric bolts of agony through his body, but he couldn't stop the involuntary jerks of his muscles. His vision blurred as he tilted his head back, resting it against the ship's cold surface. His life coursed through his mind akin to a film, a very badly produced film. As Felix viewed his tragic mediocre life, uncaring about the cries of his clan members and the thunderous blasts desiring to shatter his eardrums, all he could do was let out a mocking chuckle. 1933. What a fitting way to go! For a loser! As the last murmur escaped his lips, his spirit soon followed shortly, leaving him lying lifelessly with eyes filled with regret. The moment his spirit entered the spirit realm, the universe took its last breath too, erasing everything but Felix's soul. It shone brightly, standing out like a sore thumb compared to the rest of the other spirits. When the universe was being erased, no one would have cared or even noticed the slight difference occurring in less than a nanosecond. But Kronos was in a different predatory realm, surpassing even the infamous Diddy. As his eye scanned across the remaining spirits, it suddenly stopped the moment it landed on Felix. Found you. He smiled wickedly. Back to the original timeline. I was right. He is forcing the timeline to stay the same, Felix remarked with an astounded look. Is he doing this to make a statement? To make me notice him? Does he want to reach out to me? Many questions coursed through Felix's mind, knowing that Kronos was taking a massive risk by making such a move. If he truly figured out that the timeline was being manipulated by a creator-level entity, he should know damn well that he could be scrubbed off from the next timeline. Or much easier, just add him to the blocked list, leaving him clueless just like the three Celestials. He must understand that the three rulers have no idea, which means he must be thinking I have allowed him access to the truth for a purpose. Felix pondered for a moment before chuckling. He must be certain I haven't made a mistake, since no creator can create such mistakes. All Felix was doing was connecting the dots, and he was slowly capturing the full picture, though he still had no notion how Kronos would reach out to him. This might work to my advantage. Felix soon realized that Kronos was the missing link to completing his plan. He had already asked before if it was possible to receive help as long as he didn't tell them about the mission. Since the mission was Felix's ascension to replace Supreme Azarus, Felix understood that there was a way where he could receive such assistance without compromising the mission. It was through making them believe that he was the reincarnation of the universe's consciousness. I did the same to the three Celestials and they crucified me for it. But now, I have a chance to obtain help from a Unijin to pull it off. Felix grinned. Based on his actions, it seems like he is willing to participate. Felix was quite thrilled with this new development as he understood that he would have an insider with the ability to retain memories of failed timelines. This was massive as it meant they could continuously work together, each on their side, to help him achieve his goal. Yet the best part? He can maintain one rigid timeline. Felix's eyes continued lighting up. This will fix my road once and for all, as all I will need to do is make changes the moment I fail. Felix understood that one of the worst possible scenarios was the timeline shifting crazily due to the butterfly effect, following making great progress. Then, instead of progressing forward, he would be forced to try again and again just to return to the identical point. But with a stable timeline, he wouldn't have such problems. Start the trial. Not bothering to create any modifications, Felix started the trial, understanding that if Kronos wanted to achieve out, he would figure out a way. All he needed to do was give him time. Unbeknownst to him, he was already found. Sky Pearl Island. Felix could be seen sunbathing in front of the beach while drinking a smoothie through a straw. He lay there with a big relaxed smile, listening to the sounds of waves, crashing into the nearby cliff. A sudden creepy silence took over. Felix wasn't too bothered at the start. But then, the silence remained far longer than his comfort. The fuck? Did I go deaf? Felix removed the sunglasses with a dumbfounded expression, staring directly at the waves, but hearing nothing. Just as he was about to freak out, he suddenly felt some sort of gaze directed at him from above. When he lifted his head, he almost pissed himself in fright. Right behind the clear sky, a massive void-like eye was staring directly into his being, sending horrified tremors through his heart. Hey! Frightened to death, Felix screamed at the top of his lungs, but no sound was produced. Attend down, little one. I am just here to leave a message to the entity behind you. Kronos uttered calmly, while using his spiritual pressure to settle down Felix's heartbeats, not wanting him to die right away. Wah! What are you? Don't speak. With a single order, Felix's lips and thoughts were sealed, leaving him to stare at Kronos' frightening eye in silence. I don't know what you are or what's your end goal, but I am sure about one thing: the three Celestials, the Unigins, and the Primogenitors. They have no place in this universe, and you have created us to reach that goal. My first guess is that you are the universe's consciousness attempting to be reborn through such means, but I am no idiot. If you were truly the universe's consciousness, you wouldn't be fooling around in such secondary timelines. Since you clearly seem to be testing what works and what doesn't through adding changes to the timeline or altering the instructions to the tablet, it shows that you have no idea what you are doing and winging it as you. He paused, unbothered by little Felix's baffled expression. In simpler terms, you possess the powers of the Creator, but you aren't at that level yet. This drives me to assume that my universe is either a virtual simulation or a reality-based simulation, if that was possible. I am more than 90% certain it's the latter because I can maintain my memories of the past timelines. If I were a program, erasing the universe would be similar to erasing the database. Nothing survives. Last but not least, I believe this is your actual body and soul. Though, I don't know why there is nothing unique about your body and soul. You are immortal through and through. Still, this makes it harder to bypass the fact your death caused the erasure of the entire universe. I am certain if I were to kill this little boy right now, the universe would be erased and you would launch a new timeline. Now that I have established my findings, I want to suggest a partnership. I will help you achieve your goal here. I will do your bidding and help you accelerate the progress of this little character of yours to whatever ends you desire. Kronos paused for a moment and then uttered his demands with a stern tone. In return, you will bring me to the original timeline. I have no interest in remaining in a secondary universe bound to be deleted. That's my only request. Kronos added calmly. If you agree, send me a message by using those codes written in the stars and the details needed for me to understand everything and my role in your goal. He showed the codes on the sky, resembling somewhat like a Morse code. If you reject my proposal, block my vision of the past and the future like the three celestials. Don't curse me with such knowledge if you have no interest in my help. That will be all. Kronos narrowed his eye at little Felix and said calmly, Nothing personal, kid. You were just unlucky to be born in the wrong timeline. Before little Felix could react, he found himself disintegrating into little particles painlessly, back in the original timeline. A few minutes later, Felix could be seen sitting with eyes wide open, stun-locked for the last minutes. Not a single word left his lips. After a couple more minutes, all he could do was let out a loud laughter. Ha ha ha! Crazy. I am actually crazy to underestimate the intelligence of a being living for billions of years. Felix was utterly horrified and awed at Kronos' incredible intellect and foresight to figure out almost everything on his own with the little information in his possession. He didn't just read him, he absolutely dissected everything he did or tried to do. If the three Celestials weren't blacklisted, they would have reached the same conclusion. Felix narrowed his eyes. Those beings don't mess about. Now that Felix was given an unexpected cooperation deal without needing to even give out any explanation, he had no intentions of passing on it. So far, he knew that Kronos was quite close to the truth, but he hadn't arrived at it yet. He believed this left him in the clear to receive his help as long as he hadn't exposed his true mission. Felix wrote out the code in a hologram as he remembered it. If he forgot anything, Queen AI was there to assist him. When he was done, he couldn't help but admire it. This code is quite ingenious. He knew I could only make modifications before the universe's creation, so he created a code based on the movement of the stars. The code was more or less using the celestials as dots while the dashes appeared as invisible cosmic lines that bridged the stars. In the eyes of others, the celestials appeared the same as any, but for those understanding the code, they could be turned into a whole sentence. Not even the three rulers would find out about it. I have to play this smart. I have a Unijin in my side with powers of space and time. While I am sure the celestial hearts wouldn't consider receiving his help as breaking the rules, I have to be careful. Felix locked himself again with nothing but the holograms, Queen AI, and his own thoughts. This time, it took him weeks of brainstorming before finally deciding on a plan. It wasn't like he found anything good. It's the opposite. He realized that it was extremely difficult to plan with a being he had not much information about. Thus, instead of burning through his brain cells, he decided to leave it to Kronos to do it his way and develop it later on. He knew that he could come up with something better since he had billions of years to think of a plan. In addition, he had shown to be extremely intelligent. The 15th universe. Kronos gazed at a constellation from a distance speechlessly, feeling like he was being played. His reaction was warranted when the message sent by Felix had only 3 words. Kill the Celestials. Kill the Celestials. Is this his goal? Or just part of it? Does he want me to kill them or help him do it? Why is he telling me only this? Is there something holding him back from spilling the beans? Many questions roamed in his mind, but there was only one clue before him. Kill the Celestials. He must want me to help him grow strong enough to kill the Celestials. Kronos rubbed his eyelids. Does he think I have a magic wand that can turn mortals into gods? He hasn't given me even a good mortal to work with. While the lack of information wasn't satisfactory, he understood that Felix had accepted his terms, and all he could do was fulfill his end of the deal. Let's do some experiments. Since he already had the base model of Felix, he didn't need his presence to start working. Kronos entered a temporal state, where he could create an infinite number of imaginary timelines. Then, he started implementing his ideas and seeing the results, knowing that they were 100% accurate representations of reality. In his first timeline, he altered Felix's DNA to have 100% space and time affinities. Then, He waited until he started his journey, guiding him from the shadows to find the bloodlines of space/time primogenitors, which he had already hidden beforehand. Unfortunately, the moment Felix touched those bloodlines, the timeline collapsed under Kronos' stunned eye. Why was the universe destroyed? Wasn't his death the only condition? Or are there more? Albeit taken back, Kronos didn't let this slow him down. He paid a visit to another fictitious timeline, where he tried to integrate with Felix from birth, changing his entire birth race from a mere human to a semi-celestial. Unfortunately, the cosmos was erased the moment he succeeded in pulling it off. Kronos remained unbothered and continued his work, jumping from one timeline to another, pulling off all sorts of ideas and strategies to help Felix grow beyond his human capacity. He went through hundreds, if not thousands of timelines. Yet, the universes kept collapsing like his touch was cursed. Does this mean I am not allowed to help him? But this doesn't make any sense. Why would he ask for my assistance if it's like this? Kronos frowned in displeasure. I am missing something and only he can explain it. Knowing that he still had billions of years before Felix was born to contact him, Kronos decided to spend his time continuing with creating newer strategies. Thus, once the problem was solved, he would have already been prepared for all sorts of possibilities. Still the same universe. Little Felix was caught lacking again during his sunbathing session by Kronos as he chose the exact same day. Although he knew that the message would mostly reach Felix if he contacted him while he was in his earliest years, he still went with this approach. It wasn't like he cared about children. He simply chose what worked before to avoid any unnecessary complications. As he gazed at the terrified Felix, Kronos began with his update calmly. I have spent billions of years and went through millions of possibilities to help you grow stronger. Yet, each time I help you directly or even indirectly, the universe collapses like my assistance is forbidden in your peculiar project. I can't continue forward unless I know the reason. Kronos paused as he flooded Felix's brain with information. Also, these are the summaries of my attempts. This is all. A couple of minutes later in the original timeline, Felix was seen walking in circles in the consciousness space with a bothered look. He had just received the full update package, leaving him with mixed emotions. He had seen how Kronos had killed his part of the deal. He thought of strategies that even Felix had no clue were possible. Unfortunately, none of them were allowed by the 7 celestial hearts. How come the trial fails like I have broken the rules? Kronos still has no idea about the details of the mission. Shouldn't this be enough? He said as he looked at the 7 celestial hearts, glowing brightly above his head. Knowing that he needed to direct the question to them, Felix repeated it by adding a similar context to what Kronos had done. After all, Felix hadn't truly broken the rules yet since Kronos had done his work inside imaginary timelines following the rules of the universe. Assistance from a party with knowledge of the candidate isn't allowed. The celestial hearts replied harmoniously. What does that even mean? Felix frowned. You previously mentioned that they must know about the mission. Does knowing about my existence include that as well? Yes. Felix was left speechless, feeling like his hopes and dreams crumbling akin to a Lego building. How the hell am I supposed to utilize Kronos when his assistance will always damn me? Felix sighed in frustration. Did he have to be that smart and figure me out so soon? Felix realized that if he wanted to still utilize Kronos' services, he had to think out of the box. The celestial hearts made it clear that he could receive anyone's help, as long as they had no idea about his mission or identity. Unlike the 3 rulers who were being manipulated, Kronos had concluded that this timeline was false and that the real Felix was using this universe to achieve a goal. While he didn't know of the goal yet, knowing about Felix was enough in the eyes of the celestial hearts. After all, in every single plan he devised, he was always there to spoon-feed Felix, which completely negated the nature of the trial. Not knowing how to carry on, Felix decided to throw himself in the pile of strategies given to him by Kronos. He hoped he would find some enlightenment to bypass those strict rules. As for giving up on Kronos altogether, Felix had no intentions of doing this unless the path was completely sealed. He had proved himself to be far more than just an asset. Days went by and then months since Felix's last attempt at the trials. In this period, he completely buried his head in work while paying a visit to his wife and son periodically. While his son always greeted him with love and tears, showing him that he missed him all the time, Asna was still giving Felix the silent treatment. All Felix could do was apologize and return to his work, still having no desire to bring her in. Throughout those long hours of non-stop brainstorming and analyzing many ideas, Felix finally found something that might work buried in the millions of Chronos strategies. If this were to succeed, I would have the potential to go all the way to the finish line. If it succeeds, my foundation will be set once and for all. Felix took a deep breath as he gazed at the final draft. His hair and beard were all disheveled, making him resemble a mad scientist. His slightly crazed eyes as he looked at the strategy board showed that he was starting to lose it bit by bit. There was only so much that the human mind could handle. After spending a couple more hours adding all the needed modifications, Felix sat down with a weary expression and commenced the trials. It all depends on you, partner. The 16th universe. Chronos was standing in the same spot, gazing at the same constellation. However, their arrangement was completely different, combining into a new long message. Celestial reincarnation, no memories. Celestial reincarnation, no memories? What is he implying exactly? Chronos narrowed his eyes at the cryptic message. He easily figured out the first part of the message as he had named every single strategy before sending them to Felix. Celestial reincarnation was one of those complicated strategies, but if it were to succeed, Felix would possess the best possible potential of any being below a celestial. However, he was having difficulty understanding the no memories part. No memories, no memories? Is he speaking about himself or me? Chronos thought deeply. If he was talking about me, is he implying that I must not have any memories while assisting him? When he thought like this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes as the dots instantly clicked in his mind. If it's like this, is he talking about my memories of his existence? Is he implying that my memories of his existence caused the collapse of the universe? It's starting to make sense. He has always been trying to receive help from beings within the timeline while making sure they had no idea about his identity. This can only mean receiving help from knowing parties is forbidden. After spending billions of years brewing his mind over this situation, his mind only needed the right hint to link all the dots. Celestial reincarnation, no memories, ha ha ha, I see. From the millions of possibilities, this is truly the only right track. Not bad, truly not bad. Chronos chuckled after understanding Felix's entire plan with those simple 4 words. No wonder you have created the infinite mirroring frozen timelines realm. Based on the details of the plan, I can expect a celestial to be born later on and sealed in the imprisonment grounds. You are upholding your part of the plan and expect me to find a way to carry on my part without possessing memories of your existence during it. Well, challenge accepted. Chronos smirked. In his original plan of the celestial reincarnation, he found a way for Felix to be reincarnated with a celestial core if some conditions were fulfilled. The first and most important one, Felix needed to have a celestial origin. While Chronos hadn't sensed any celestial mark in Felix's mortal body, he believed that he might make it happen on the other side. Second condition, Felix needed to create a whole new mirroring realm with frozen timelines in it that span across the continuity of the entire universe timeframe. Unlike normal timelines or the multiverse, which carry on continuously simultaneously, Chronos wanted this infinite realm to be frozen in time. He had already done his tests and understood that if the timelines were all moving at once, the universe would collapse due to Felix. He was the true anchor, and if he existed and lived simultaneously across all timelines, this wouldn't be any different than existing in different universes at the same time. But Chronos wanted a mirroring realm like the spirit realm, void realm, quantum realm, the eternal kingdom realm, etc. Since this was a realm, the moment Felix reincarnated to another timeline, it would be the same as him dying in a game, and when he returned, he picked a much earlier saved spawn point. The only difference was Felix would return with the memories and knowledge of the last saved point while the game would resume as normal. In this case, the matter universe was the game and the other realms would remain unaffected by the change in timeline since they were considered as outside of the game system. In other words, the Unigens, the Celestials, the Spirits, and the quantum citizens would either know about the change or not feel it at all. But Kronos understood that it would be too much of a risk if he sent back Felix too far in time. After many errors and failures, he finally decided on the perfect period to be exactly 20 years. This wasn't the only detail, as he had sent Felix the best time to seal the Celestial and the location of their meeting. All of this was well prepared and perfected to the last degree, as Kronos understood that randomness wasn't allowed in matters related to temporal manipulation. Now that both of them agreed on a plan at last, it all depended on him to figure out a way to pull it off while possessing no memories of Felix, the plan, the other side, and whatnot. He had to act completely blindfolded. The same universe. The Eternal Kingdom, 20 million years more or less from Felix's birth. The three rulers were seen hovering before the universe's heart, which had been pulsing with blinding light for years now. Eris, Uranus, Ares, and even Lilith were there too. They were all gazing at the universe's heart, awaiting the birth of a new celestial as the tablet had prophesied. Suddenly, the universe's heart flared radiantly, causing everyone to shield their eyes from the burning celestial light. When the light died out, a small celestial humanoid figure was born. His features were soft and childlike, but his eyes held the infinite spark of creation itself. A celestial was really born. How marvelous! Lilith remarked curiously. The cosmos seemed to hold its breath as the child floated forward, his tiny hands reaching out instinctively toward the rulers. Medusa reached out to hold him. The moment she caught him, she showed a faint, gentle smile and said, "Welcome our newest little member to the family. Let he be our salvation. Who wants to do the honor and name him?" she asked as she looked at the bunch. "How about Zion?" Eris suggested with a kind smile as she bobbed the baby in his nose. After hearing his name, the celestial child's smile illuminated the expanse as he was gently embraced into their world. Over the years, the Eternal Kingdom flourished under his presence. The child's laughter echoed through the kingdom's domains. His reality-manipulating powers created wonders that brought joy and awe to all who gazed upon them, but also unnerved them on the low. Even the three rulers were surprised to see a celestial with powers to manipulate reality. This made them believe that he might awaken to be the universe's consciousness if he reached his full strength. However, since the tablet told them that he was the key to their salvation, all they could do was put their guards up and see where the wind took them. Yet, not in their wildest dreams did they expect the prophecy tablet's next instructions to be this: seal the child of the heart, bind his light in the imprisonment grounds, and let no celestial hand nor voice reach him. They were even given instructions to build a sealing hall to put him in. As they gazed at the newest instructions, the three rulers were confused for a moment. But then, their confusion turned to relief. They knew that it was getting close for him to awaken, as he was absorbing celestial energy like a bottomless well. If the tablet hadn't released those instructions, they would have done something themselves to make sure that he never awakened. At least, not until they completely figure out what would become after awakening. It will be a bit difficult to convince the Unigens, Medusa frowned. There won't be much convincing to be done, Emer uttered calmly. The child has been scaring everyone with his omnipotent power to change reality. They also know that if he were to awaken, he would be a much more dangerous foe than us combined. In addition, he would be eating up their precious celestial energy. Ammonius R.A. added coldly. As expected, after the sealing hall was built and the meeting commenced to banish Zion and seal him on imprisonment grounds, the majority of the votes were in favor. Only Artemis, Apollo, and Eris' voices seemed against it, but they were drowned. "No! Why? No! Please! I didn't do anything. Aunties! Uncles! Save me! I didn't do anything." The Unigens turned their heads and back against Zion under his beseeching and heart-wrenching cries. As he watched their retreating backs, all Zion could do was cry his heart out, feeling the ultimate form of betrayal. A betrayal by the ones he loved the most. The three rulers gazed at the flood of tears, running down his cheeks, with an emotionless expressions. Then, they sent him away to the imprisonment grounds after sealing him in the hall. as Zion found himself basking in pitch-black darkness and silence that almost consumed his heartbeats. He could do nothing but curl up in a ball and continue to sob silently, his heart utterly shattered. But soon a sudden voice resounded in his mind. Betrayal never feels pleasant. Who's there? Zion shouted with an agitated tone, but the hint of fear wasn't hidden from his voice. Easy there, boy. I am the cause this place has been turned into an imprisonment grounds. You, Kronos. Zion wiped his tears and snot, his expression marked with incredulity. You will arrive to understand down in the future. 1912. In the flesh. Kronos replied. You are still here after all that time? Zion asked with a shocked tone. What did you even do? Zion had heard stories about Kronos from other Unigens, but no one had ever told him why was he sealed here. I don't remember why I was imprisoned. Kronos chuckled. Zion went quiet, feeling like he was being tricked. I know, shocking, right? The guardian of space and time can't remember things. Kronos smiled faintly as he murmured the last part. But it's for my own good. Huh? What do you mean? Zion was surprised. Being a know-it-all isn't pleasant. Kronos smiled wryly. The things I know, the things I saw, not even the three rulers can fathom. Are you playing a prank on me? How can that be a bad thing? Zion's tone turned loathsome. If I had such knowledge, I wouldn't have been betrayed. Kronos went silent for a moment, sensing the massive amount of animosity building up within Zion's heart. But he ignored it and continued on. You will soon come to understand that the truth about our universe isn't for the faint-hearted. I have already erased my memory from it, but I can still feel the dread accompanying learning it. How can something be so shocking it scares a Unijin to forget it? Zion failed to understand his thought process. You will arrive to understand down in the future. Before Zion could add anything else, Kronos left one last remark. Don't lose yourself in the silence. A time will arrive when you will be freed. Really? I will get freed? When? Kronos? Tell me when and go back to sleep. Zion started shouting in the end, but no one was there to hear him out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the imprisonment grounds, Kronos was seen sit cross-legged in the center of a massive ceiling chamber while having thousands of pitch-black chains digging deep into his back. The three celestial languages were written on those chains, illuminating faintly. He was in his human form, appearing quite elderly and frail with his disheveled long black hair reaching hundreds of meters and covering the entire ceiling hall. Kronos had completely erased his memories of every interaction he had with Felix billions of years ago and caused himself to be sealed in the imprisonment grounds. He didn't know for what purpose, but the only reason he was still sealed here was due to one thing. All I can do is trust and follow the instructions of the stars instead of my vision. As he said this, Kronos lifted his head, showing a singular dreadful eye on his forehead, peeking through the seal constraints and landing on the infinite sea of the stars. In the eyes of others, those stars might seem fixed in position, but not for Kronos, as his eye was showing him the future movement of the stars. Each moment they moved, a new constellation was created. With each constellation, a message appeared written by him to his future self. The latest message appeared just a few seconds ago, right after Zion was imprisoned with him. Reincarnate 20 years. Kronos immediately turned his vision to Zion, who was still curled up, calling for him with tears flooding down his cheeks. Does my past want me to reincarnate the boy 20 years from now or 20 years to the past? Kronos hated every second of this situation, where he had the power to peek into the future and past, yet he was holding himself back purely through trust. He knew that his memories were erased by himself and he could feel them returning slowly, but instead of allowing it to happen, the stars were telling him to fight it off. They were telling him to trust nothing but their instructions. Knowing that star code was created only for himself made him understand that this was his past self's doing. Thus, even when he hated being imprisoned, he hated this lack of knowledge, and he hated this tingling sense of dread from the truth of the universe. He still refrained from breaking the rules imposed by his past self. In his eyes, If one couldn't even trust themselves, who would they ever trust? No need to rush. The truth will become clear when the time comes. Kronos murmured to himself as he lowered his head again. Waiting, waiting, and waiting. After 1,000,000 years, his punishment was concluded and Kronos was released back to the matter universe. While the rulers and Unigens expected him to return to the Eternal Kingdom, he remained in isolation, in the same galaxy of his imprisonment. This is a bit peculiar, Medusa murmured. First, he tells us he is feeling himself losing control over his powers, and he seeks our help to seal him. Now, he is isolating himself in a frozen timeline? His actions have been strange, but he was always strange to begin with. Ammoniusare shrugged, unbothered. I am just glad he isn't showing any interest in celestial energy or our plans. Whatever is going on with him, keep out an eye, Emer uttered calmly. He had a feeling that Kronos seemed to know more than he was telling. If it wasn't for the veil of fog blocking even their vision, he would have thought that he knew the other side. Even without it, they had inquired him point blank and used Lilith's detection skills in case he was lying. He had answered truthfully that he had no idea about what lies on the other side. Unbeknownst to them, when they asked him, he had already erased all of his memories of the other side's matters and never dared to peek that far into the future again. Just like this, years went by and civilizations kept rising and falling. Yet Kronos never left that galaxy, seemingly awaiting something, someone. In the blink of an eye, 20,000,000 years went by and a little average spaceship drifted across the deserted galaxy. Suddenly, it shifted its direction and headed toward a massive planet bigger than Jupiter and had hundreds of rings surrounding it. This looks promising. Felix grinned widely after landing on the planet with his bloodline clan and seeing the massive expense of ruins. Keep it in your pants, Felix. Kathy rolled her eyes at him. Nothing good ever comes out after you grin like that. I second that. Jaden laughed. Your grin has damned us many times. Yes, yes. It's much easier to blame me than accept that your luck has been always shit. Felix shrugged his shoulders. We were all doing good in the previous planets until the clan advisor placed you with us. Cal sneered in irritation. Ever since then, we barely found an elemental stone. Don't even mention a treasure. Kathy and Jaden supported him with head nods, uncaring about Felix's expression turning dark. Just follow me. I am gonna lead you to riches in this place. Felix proclaimed boastfully. If I fail, I will treat you all to dinner. I don't care about the dinner, just don't get us killed. Kathy sighed as she followed after Felix with the others. Killed? I am from Earth. I am like a cockroach. I can't be destroyed that easily. A couple of days later, inside the sealing hall of Zion, Kyle's corpse lay outside, and Kathy's corpse was thrown near the center under the suspended platform. Missing an eye? Meanwhile, Jaden's body had been scorched to death. As for Felix, he was seen leaning against the sealing hall's gate with a terrified expression, while gazing at a colorful flame in the shape of a humanoid deity. Your soul is mine. With a cold tone, Zion waved his finger and Felix's body was hurled towards him until he caught him by the neck. Ple, ease, me, arsawai. As Felix begged with despair clouding his eyes, Zion merely placed his finger on his forehead and invaded Felix's consciousness space. Then, when he tried to possess his body, his expression completely shifted from boredom to disbelief. Compatible. Our souls are 100% compatible. This is it. Without an ounce of hesitation, Zion started the possessing process, attempting to take over Felix's soul. He had to make sure to not be too aggressive as he knew that a single mistake would cause the entire soul to collapse. Unfortunately, Felix noticed immediately what he tried to do and he didn't hesitate to do the unthinkable. Over my fucking dead body. He blew his soul barrier to smithereens, giving Zion no chance to take over. No. My vengeance. Zion's expression shifted frantic as he tried everything in his power to solidify the soul. But alas, his powers were still 99.999% sealed. This gave him either the choice to retreat or commit, knowing that the explosion would take them both. I refuse to stay here another second. I am leaving this hell one way or another. Zion dedicated without an ounce of hesitation, his face filled with hatred and disgruntlement. Unfortunately, boom! As the explosion engulfed the ceiling hall, it awakened Kronos immediately, making him freeze time on the imprisonment grounds. When he saw what was happening, the first thought that coursed through his mind was, "This is it. Right on time, 20 million years." But his expression and the words uttered out loud were completely different. Interesting. So that vengeful brat finally found a soul compatible enough to hold his murderous spirit without backlash. He then started to laugh out loud after seeing Felix detonating himself to take them both out. Soon he changed his tone. "But since you seek the freedom that much, to the point of trying even to erase your existence, I will break the rules and give you a hand." The eye looked deep within the explosion and saw a wisp of a soul in the process of being extinguished. Then, it sent 2 fingers that traveled through space-time and grabbed it swiftly toward its place. 2 minutes later, the eye kept scanning the soul wisp with intrigue. He realized that both of their souls had merged to form one. But Felix's soul had total control of it. So, if he wanted to give Zion a second chance at life, Felix would profit from it more than him since he would only be viewing for his eyes with zero control. Hee. That's for him to solve, not me. Amused, he chuckled at the wisp one last time and then hurled it at its humongous pupil. Kronos sealed his eyes slowly in exhaustion after overusing space-time laws to send them into another timeline. To be precise, 20 years in the past, just like the stars had told him. "Safe journey," he murmured one last time as he slumbered in silence, knowing that the moment he woke up from his punishment, the truth would finally be clear to him. As for the reason he made this charade, "Kronos, what are you up to?" Emer narrowed his eyes as he saw the whole thing with his peers, trying to make sense of this situation. Is he with us or not? The 3 rulers felt like they were missing something, but they couldn't figure it out. "Do we make our move at the child?" Medusa asked. Emer went quiet for a few moments and then shook his head after glancing at the prophecy tablet and seeing no new instructions arising. "No, we must not interfere." Back to the original timeline, Empress Emily and the other rulers were awaiting Felix's return from the latest universe with clear anticipation. They had been following Felix's journey across the timelines much closer than the other candidates. 80% of the other candidates had already dropped out one way or another after realizing the impossibility of the trials. Only Amelia and a few others remained, showing some progress. On the other hand, Felix's progress could be said to be explosive as he had solved many issues that the others were suffering from. Since he made a deal with Empress Emily to protect his data, no one could take advantage of his progress at all. Whoosh! He has returned. Oh, I don't think he has succeeded, though. The Witch Empire Queen murmured after noticing Felix sitting on his knees with a stunned expression. When Empress Emily sensed his accelerating heartbeats, she knew that something serious and traumatic must have happened on the other side. Before she bothered to glance at his memories, she forced him to pass out to protect him. Then, she placed him in the medical pod and left him there until she understood what occurred on the other side. After Queen AI extracted Felix's latest memories and analyzed them, she played the highlights for the 10 rulers on a holographic screen. The screen flickered to life, showing Felix as a teenager, his body and mind revitalized by the merger with Zion. Although their meeting was rough, once they understood their situation was unchangeable unless they worked together. They created a partnership with 2 goals in sight: Zion's freedom and Felix's strength enhanced as he had no interest in living his life like a failure ever again. Felix took advantage of his memories, saving his grandfather, his family's legacy, and his planet from falling under the Alangster's rulership. With Zion's reality manipulation powers, Felix's strength kept rising quite breezily. Anything he needed or desired, Zion was able to make it happen in a limited capacity. For example, Felix struggled at the start to find a good bloodline to awaken, but with Zion's powers, he helped him extract the poison primogenitor's bloodline from a mere Tier 3 beast. As Felix kept growing stronger, so as Zion's abilities due to being fed with the necessary elemental energy to use his powers. While it was no celestial energy, it was enough of an upgrade. The rulers watched Felix's journey accelerating at an incredible pace, flying through the ranks of all the SG platforms, destroying any enemy standing before him, and simply becoming the greatest version of himself. A version that not even the rulers thought was possible. Soon, things started to get awkward after Felix reached the stage in life where he began defeating other races and their leaders until reaching the highest point imaginable. The supreme position. What a frightening pace. It took him less than 2 centuries to defeat the elder dragon of his universe and take charge. It's expected. He could be said to have the potential of a celestial, so he wouldn't be slowed down until he nears it. The SG rulers conversed with each other. While Felix's journey seemed to pose a serious threat to their current authority, they understood that no such thing was going to happen. In the original timeline, he would either become the supreme and protect them as his children or drop out and return to his mundane life. Thus, there was no threat to them or their positions. After Felix integrated with 7 primogenitors and reached the stage where he needed to rival the primogenitor's strength, there was only one way forward: becoming a unijin. Unfortunately, Felix commenced the breakthrough to the origin realm, thinking it would be enough, but it wasn't. His infinite celestial potential was killed the moment he finished his human integration bloodline. While his strength far surpassed the primogenitor, his spiritual pressure was nowhere close to the unijins or the celestials. After he spent hundreds of thousands of years and traveled across the entire universe, seeking opportunities, he realized that he was done. On the other hand, Zion was nowhere close to either his freedom or vengeance. But there was nothing for Felix to do. As much as he wanted to help his partner, his hands were completely tied and not even Zion's reality-manipulating powers could help him. While Felix decided to let it go slowly, Zion had a different thought in mind. He told him to gather as much elemental energy as possible for one last Hail Mary. If we gathered enough elemental energy, there might be a way for me to use it all to fuel one single reality alteration. I can alter reality to send us back in time to before we broke through the origin realm, Zion said with a calm tone as he sat in Felix's consciousness space. That's possible? Felix was shocked. I don't know, to be honest, but it wouldn't hurt to try, Zion replied calmly. At this point, I am willing to do anything. Felix didn't hesitate to restart his journey for his partner's sake with pure intentions to help him obtain his freedom. After spending God knows how many more years doing nothing but harvesting elemental energy from every known place, Zion finally brought an end to it. I think I have enough, he said. Then, what are you waiting for? Felix laughed excitedly. Send us back. He considered Zion as his best friend, his partner, and his brother. In his mind, there was nothing they would do for each other as their loyalty would melt steel itself. Alas, that was only in Felix's mind and heart. In Zion's heart, there was only one thing, and it was vengeance against the 3 rulers and unijins for what they did to him. Nothing more, nothing less. I am sorry, Felix, but our adventure ends here. Zion sighed frustratingly. I wish I had it in me to rewind time, I really do, but with this amount of energy, I can only leave you behind. Zion, what are you talking about? Felix's excitement died out slowly and was replaced with utter confusion. It was an interesting journey and I have enjoyed every moment of it, but my road cannot end here. As the last word left Zion's mouth, Felix felt a sudden feeling of heat arising from within his chest. As he touched it, he realized that it was coming from his soul. Then, a sharp pain spread out across his entire body, paralyzing him instantly and leaving him frozen in a meditation position. Felix immediately entered his consciousness space, and what he saw utterly broke his heart and threw the pieces to the bottom of his stomach. Zion was hovering in the center of the consciousness space while utilizing his reality-altering powers to rewrite one single word in the fabric of reality. Felix had seen Zion utilize his abilities so many times that he was already accustomed to its mechanism and language. So, when he read the sentence that Zion was changing, he could only mumble in disbelief, Zion, how can you? I am truly sorry. Zion smiled bitterly as he uttered one last time, Brother. The moment brother resounded in Felix's mind, He looked down to see his consciousness disintegrating into particles. Then, he lifted his head and saw those particles heading towards Zion's, seemingly absorbing them. Zion had altered the reality of their soul dynamic by using the collected elemental energy as fuel. The separation they were seeking to be done by Lord Hades was forcefully done by Zion. To increase Zion's chances at securing Felix's body without much struggle, he couldn't just sever their souls. He had to devour Felix's consciousness to completely obtain full control of both parts of the soul. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. For someone who desired to avenge himself for being betrayed, you sure have no problem doing the same when it benefited you. In the end, all Felix would do was laugh, laugh, and laugh at the irony of their fate. Zion remained silent, knowing that nothing he said was going to make him look anything but a hypocrite. Zion, if there was one thing I learned from this universe in my journey, it honors balance above all else. Your karma will come, sooner or later. With one disappointed smile across his face, Felix faded out of existence, his consciousness and part of his soul completely gone. Balance, huh? Zion narrowed his eyes coldly. Balance will be restored only when I have the three rulers and Unigen's heads impale. Before he would finish his sentence, an irritated, exhausted voice resounded in his mind. You little shit! You ruined everything! Uncle Kronos? Recognizing the familiar voice, Zion was left shocked. Unfortunately, before he would question him, his vision blacked out, and so as the rest of the living in this universe. Karma never arrived fast enough. After the narration concluded, the 10 SG rulers were left staring at each other with mixed emotions. This is far worse than the torture he had gone through under the three celestials. The Dwarven Emperor shook his head. It's going to take a long while before he can recover from this, if it was even possible. The other rulers nodded in support, understanding that once Felix woke up and his memories merged up, he would realize that it would be near impossible to repeat the same strategy. How could he ever dare to merge his soul with another entity after he lived a whole life spanning hundreds of thousands of years with a soul brother and still got backstabbed? This made it clear that those celestials must not be trusted at all costs, whether the old guards or the new ones. Celestials don't have an ounce of loyalty when their interest is touched upon. Elder Dragon said coldly. If the human wants to continue with the trial, he must give up on this plan. That's a shame. It seemed like this plan had the most chance of succeeding. He only needed to iron out the later parts. The Witch Empire Queen sighed in disappointment. Everyone nodded in agreement, knowing that Felix had already solved the hardest part of the puzzle. Now, all he needed to do was to stick to the same strategy and keep perfecting it after each failure. But he was no idiot to put himself in a position to be backstabbed again. Meanwhile, Empress Emily quietly listened to their conversation, her brain working on overdrive to find a solution to this dilemma before Felix woke up. She knew that if Felix were to restart all over again, this might break him, no matter how tough he tried to show himself. After a thorough analysis, it seems like the solution to such a problem is to find an entity that won't betray him, Empress Emily said calmly. Huh, that's easier said than done. Dwarven Emperor snickered. You're excused. I know your race has no concept of betrayal, loyalty, love, hate, or such emotions. Empress Emily remained silent, knowing that he was correct, and didn't feel offended at all. But if there was one thing the metal race was good at, they desired to seek knowledge all the time. Emotions were one of those concepts they struggled to understand. 1945. Dismissed. Empress Emily was the first to exit the gathering as she went to visit Felix in his UVR's mansion. As she saw him lying there with a peaceful expression, she couldn't help but extend her palm and caress his cheek. Our universe's fate laid in the hands of this fragile life form. Watching him live, struggle, laugh, die, live again, struggle, die, again, again, and again. Yet, here he is, wounded beyond anyone's comprehension, but no one's there to feel his pain. She said softly, I want to feel your pain, your sadness, your happiness, your betrayal. I want to experience what you are going through. I want to understand why our Supreme placed the universe's fate in your hand. That's the only way for me to help you." As she said this, Empress Emily closed her eyes and created a virtual world, where she lived the same scenarios as Felix, not as a metal life form, but as a human with emotions, in a few moments, which lasted for eternity in her virtual universe. Empress Emily pulled away, her eyes flickering continuously like her system was absolutely overloaded. For the Empress of the metal race, this was the same as overpowering a dragon in strength. Unbelievable. Such raw emotions. How can these puny life forms handle living like this? Living at the whims of their emotions, knowing that even if one prided himself on absolute control, he is merely lying to himself. She wasn't specifically talking about humans, but she knew that humans were one of the most emotional races in the universe as their desires and virtues completely guided their life. One lived a slave to his lust, while one cherished his charity, seeking only true love. One lived like a pig, eating black and green, while another understood that moderation was the key to a happy life. She sighed as she added, "One has nothing going in his life but to envy others, while another was happiest when his loved ones achieved great things. Such creatures have their lives destined based from birth, as they could do nothing but soak in the emotions of those around them. Whatever run rampage in their biome would mold and shape them, making it extremely difficult to change later on. I always wondered how such creatures survived so long, persisting akin to unkillable cockroaches in all possible universes. But now I know. It's not their adaptivity, it's not their survival skills, it's not their persistence and pride in their race." She smiled as she eyed Felix. "It's love. Love. A single word made out of 4 letters, but a sentiment desired by all life forms, especially humans, who were made out of a concoction of emotions. What binds one's soul to another so completely?" she murmured. "That betrayal becomes an impossibility. Trust? No, it's too fragile. Trust can break, and loyalty can waver. Fear? No, too unstable. Fear breeds resentment, not devotion. The solution to this formula is true love," she whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "It's the only force strong enough to bind, to heal, and to endure every trial." But then, a soft smile graced her lips, though it was tinged with a hint of sorrow. "But love," she said to herself, "is also the most fragile thing of all. If it fails to guard against betrayal, one's heart shatters completely." After experiencing Felix's life and going through the betrayal personally by Zion, she understood that Felix's heart was absolutely in pieces. He had given it to someone he considered his brother, his family, the only person he could trust completely after his late grandfather. This was the reason the pain of the betrayal was X100 compared to any other betrayal. His plan failed, not because of lack of preparation, not because of his trusting nature, no. Empress Emily smiled sorrowfully. He has given his heart to the wrong person, which means hope still exists. Empress Emily turned her back and murmured as she was leaving, "I hope you forgive me for what I am about to do, but it's the only way to save the universe." In Empress Emily's eyes, Felix was the only true candidate for the replacement, as Amelia would never become one with her personality. It took more than being a psychopath to become the new Supreme. A month later, Felix slowly opened his bleary eyes to see the foggy image of his wife's face, sleeping on his chest. He squinted as he stood up, looking around him in confusion. "What am I doing in my mansion's bedroom?" Felix murmured softly, realizing that he was sleeping in his real-life house. Sensing his movements, Asna woke up too. Her condition wasn't in the best shape, like she hadn't left the bedroom once. "Felix? Felix, you are awake." She jolted awake instantly as she saw Felix's gentle smile. "I am sorry for making you worry, but what am I doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, Asna threw herself in his arms while weeping nonstop. He dropped his question and gently hugged her, knowing that she must have missed him as much as he had missed her. But, as he was hugging her, Asna kept mumbling between her cries, "I am sorry. I didn't know. I am sorry." Felix's expression immediately changed for the worse, realizing that Asna had found out about his secret. How? How did she know? Did I speak in my dreams? How come I can remember only vague memories of what happened in the last universe? Felix's mind flooded with questions. He didn't hesitate to target them to Queen AI. However, before Queen AI was about to answer, Empress Emily suddenly manifested in a holographic form before him and Asna. "Excuse my intrusion," she said politely. Asna immediately wiped her tears away and welcomed her with a warm smile. "Please, the pleasure is ours." Seeing the polite interaction between them, the dots instantly clicked in Felix's mind. Felix wanted to bellow at her furiously, but he kept his emotions under control, a trait he was mastering bit by bit through his struggles. Then, he merely asked her with a deadpan expression, "Why?" He knew that it was impossible for such an intelligent being to blabber about their mission on her own without having a very, very good reason. After all, she had intruded upon the sanctuary of his family. The only thing he refused to let anyone or anything compromise it. "My apologies, but it had to be done. It was the only way to move forward." Empress Emily apologized sincerely, making Felix notice that her face was more expressive than he was used to. "Is it related to my missing memories?" Felix questioned calmly. "Yes. I don't know what you do, but I genuinely hope your intentions of telling my wife isn't to include her in the trial." Felix narrowed his eyes coldly, releasing a powerful murderous intent that froze Asna instantly in her place. Then, he repeated, "I genuinely don't." Asna tried her best to speak but found it almost impossible to do so. It was like the words were too frightened to come out due to Felix's murderous aura, even when it wasn't directed at her. On the other hand, the target of the murderous aura felt nothing. In this universe, Felix was still nothing but a fragile human without a cultivation system. "I believe you are ready to accept your memories." Empress Emily didn't answer him, wanting him to see her vision for herself. Felix got rid of his murderous aura and Asna was finally able to speak again. "Felix." "Asna, please." Felix smiled gently and gave her a quick kiss before entering the UVR, having no interest in viewing his memories next to her. He was certain it was something heavy for Empress Emily to react like this. After entering the UVR, Asna turned to look at Empress Emily, tears still welling up in her eyes, and asked, "Is he going to be all right? The things you showed me, the betrayal he went through under that bastard. I know my husband, he values loyalty above all else, and this will certainly cause heavy damage. I should be there with him. Don't worry. I have devised a way to limit the trauma." Empress Emily was able to completely manipulate one's memories the moment they were linked up to the UVR. This was one of her most potent weapons, but fortunately, she never abused it, only when the situation called for it. Meanwhile, Felix found himself being fed memories sliced up and jumbled, starting with Zion's betrayal. Without any context, his backstabbing made Felix feel nothing but curiosity. However, as the rest of the memories started flooding in, even jumbled, he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten in pain. When the memories finished, Felix remained sitting in silence for a couple of minutes, processing everything at once. The life he had, the brotherhood, the journey, the battles, the achievements, the successes, and the failures. There was so much to be unpacked that he could only sit there in silence. But there was one thing certain: if Empress Emily hadn't intervened and changed the order of his memories, he would have felt the hit tenfold, like it had happened again. So he was quite appreciative of this gesture, though it still didn't make him forgive her for interfering with his family, especially when he realized her goal of telling Asna about the mission. "You are willing to go this far? Adding an innocent life to a cruel journey? After seeing everything that happened to me? After seeing everything that happened to Zion?" Felix smiled bitterly. "I knew you were heartless, but I always thought there was a limit." Empress Emily showed herself immediately. Her expression was quite unreadable. "First, I always have a limit, but when it comes to the universe's survival, there is no such thing as a limit." Empress Emily said calmly, "I am not doing this because I was tasked by Supreme Azarus. I genuinely want our universe to survive and thrive. If this meant including your wife in the mission, I apologize, but I will do it every time." Just as Felix wanted to respond, she added with a gentle smile, "It seems you have forgotten your original identity. Weren't you also just an innocent businessman with a happy, cozy little family? Yet you were chosen to become the universe's consciousness. Look at what you have achieved. So, don't use innocence as an excuse, as you have no idea what your wife is truly capable of if she was given a similar chance." She concluded calmly, "She might even surpass you." Felix thought about what she said for a few moments. Knowing that she was right, he had fallen for Asna, not because of her beauty, her elegance, her kindness, or any of her other graceful qualities. He fell for her the moment he saw her inability to turn an eye against injustice, her stubbornness to fight for what she believed in and loved, and her strength to accept her mistakes and be accountable for them. She was simply a refined and dignified woman through and through, someone he knew would stand up by his side regardless if he ended up in a ditch or under a bridge. That was his wife, that was the love of his life, the mother of his child, and the single best thing that had ever happened to him in all of the lives he had experienced. Because of those qualities, Felix couldn't help but shake his head in rejection. "I would rather drop dead than make my wife join me in this merciless mission," he uttered without a change of expression. "If that's how you feel, then tell it to your wife." Empress Emily shook her head. "She already knows everything. I am not the one needing to be convinced." Just as Felix felt his anger take the best of him, wanting to curse Empress Emily to oblivion, Asna's voice resounded from behind him, filled with devotion. "Love, you said you would drop dead before allowing me to help you. But you don't understand." As she stood before him, she held his hand and added with a cold look, "I will beat you myself if you think I will allow you to continue this without me by your side. Dear. Don't dear me. Don't think I haven't seen glimpses of what you were doing with girls in the other universes." Asna locked eyes with him while her hand clutched into his crotch. "If I didn't know you had no recollections of me or this life, you would be already on the ground. So, if you want to continue with the trials, I am going to be by your side at all times by merging with your soul. I am certain even without our memories, I know we are going to fall in devotion and push each other to the finish line. So, are we in this together or not?" As she uttered the last word, she tightened her grip until Felix froze in his place, face turning blue. "But, Nico, arg." She tightened again while pushing closer to his face, making him observe her resolve to join him no matter what. "Nico will stay with my father and will be nurtured by Lilia. Empress Emily told me that she can erase most of the bad recollections from other universes. So no matter what I went through, it won't affect me here and I can care for him between each attempt. Arg. It's not that I don't want you to join, but I doubt the 7 celestial hearts will allow it," Felix concluded with great difficulty, knowing that his balls were no longer at his mercy. "TSK, I know you know Empress Emily has checked with the 7 celestials before contacting me. Stop making excuses." Asna tightened her grasp more. Her vicious hidden persona was coming out more and more. I can't breathe. Approve it. I can't breathe. Approve it. Okay. 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 Let them go." Knowing that his wife was a stubborn bull, Felix could only agree at last after realizing that Empress Emily had contemplated of everything to protect his wife. The moment he agreed, Asna dropped her coldness immediately while letting go of Felix's precious jewels. She swiftly hugged him tightly with a happy grin and murmured near his ears, "Me and you, against the world. Remember, darling, me and you." "I remember. I just don't want you to suffer my love." Felix sighed helplessly. "A life without you is true suffering, and if I all." The last universe. Inside the ceiling hall within the ruins of the imprisonment grounds, Felix, Asna, and Kronos were sitting on the ground, with the suspended platform serving as a table. 3 cups of fine wine were placed in front of each one. Of course, they made themselves get drunk. They seemed to be talking and laughing with each other like they were old friends. In a sense, they were more than friends, they were partners across timelines, a relationship that was almost impossible to understand. But they did it, their hard work had paid off. "Old partner, it's truly a blessing to talk to you at last freely like this." Felix chuckled as he lifted his tiny cup. A toast to the star code, the oldest form of a messenger application. Ha ha ha. I am only saddened you kept sending me short messages each time, expecting me to do the heavy lifting on my own. Kronos laughed as he clicked his cup. Sorry. I tried my best to make the messages longer, but it was extremely difficult without causing those stars to collapse. Felix shook his head wryly. I know. I am just jesting with you. Kronos chuckled. Don't forget, I created the code. After the laughter died off a bit, Felix gazed at Asna and Kronos with a bitter smile and said, I have a burning feeling of wanting to celebrate our success. But how can I? Celebrate what exactly? Becoming the new universe's consciousness? The destruction of more than 334 universes? The death of my masters for a truth that will break them apart? The suffering I have put my wife over and over again? Celebrate what exactly? Felix! Asna leaned closer and held his hand, feeling the tremors going through his being. She knew he could easily turn off his emotions and not care about any of those things, but he refused to. He wanted to feel the pain, he wanted to feel guilt, he needed to understand if everything he had done, if all the lives he had lived, if all the deaths he had caused were truly worth the final reward. If it was even fair to call it a reward. Felix snickered in ridicule. I have put myself through hell to arrive here, to obtain this supreme strength and authority, but I am truly beginning to feel that I have wasted my life for a curse, not a reward. Don't say that. Asna tried to comfort him. Did he lie, though? Kronos, on the other hand, completely agreed with Felix's sentiment. Asna glared at Kronos in irritation, not liking the fact he kept fueling his guilt. Kronos merely chuckled and drank another shot. I didn't have much knowledge about the other side when I started working with you, but if I knew that you were trying your best to become the universe's consciousness to protect your universe, I would have talked you out of it. Kronos shrugged. Why bother shouldering such an eternal responsibility that would never let you live your life in peace ever again? Felix had already told Kronos about everything related to the other side and the trials the moment he met him. He wasn't worried about the 7 celestial hearts canceling the mission, since he knew that he had already truly ascended to the universe's consciousness. The moment he integrated with the universe's heart and learned about his memories, the trials were semi-concluded even if he hadn't already collected the remaining 2 celestial hearts from Asna and the missing elemental heart. Once he integrated with them, he would conclude the trial and the universe would collapse on its own unless he wanted it to remain. But for now, none of this was in his mind. He had just found out that his entire life was a well-fabricated lie that caused more harm than good. Felix, remember, you were trying your best to succeed in this, to prove to yourself that you are worth more than what was believed, Asna said with a solemn tone. You have broken one ceiling after another, and I was there with you throughout the whole journey. I know you and I know that you were always destined to sit at this very place. So lift your head high. Asna lifted Felix's head and said with a solemn tone, You didn't do all of this to feel sorry for yourself. Then why did I do it? I thought I would find the answer at the end. But all it did was open another can of questions. Felix loved his wife's attempt to cheer him up, but he wasn't feeling sorry for himself because he wanted to. He was feeling like this because he truly believed that at the end of the line, he would find the answer he was looking for, the answer that eluded him forever. Why was he born? What was his purpose? In the minds of average consumers of life, if they were asked what was their purpose, they would most definitely give various answers. Some they truly believed in and some were simply riding the wave. One would answer by following his religious beliefs. One would answer to live his life fully and enjoy every little thing before his eventful death. One would answer that he couldn't even understand the question. One would be pissed off at being asked such a mindless question while he was struggling to pay the bills. Each one, each race, each person would have their answer. Felix was seeking his answer, an actual answer that he genuinely, truly believed in from the bottom of his heart. The fact he had gone through hell and put an unfathomable number of other lives in it too. Not once, not twice, but hundreds of times, over and over again. Still, he couldn't find the answer. How could he not lose it? How could he not feel completely lost? If even becoming the universe's consciousness isn't enough to show you the answer, then maybe there isn't one true answer. Kronos smiled, his face oozing with wisdom. Maybe life wasn't meant to be lived to seek out an answer, but to simply live it as it is and embrace finality as it comes in any form. As Felix pondered over his answer, Kronos added with a slight wink, "If this doesn't satisfy you and you still feel like there is an actual answer that you aren't seeing, just remember, you haven't truly reached the end." The end. Felix's eyes showed a hint of light in them after recalling that he was merely at the beginning of his journey as a supreme. There was a whole new plane of existence, where universes existed akin to bubblegum in a machine, where much older and knowledgeable supremes lived for 1,000,000 times the time he existed, where a complete survival system was built on cosmic games, featuring a staircase leading to the heavens on one end and to hell on the other. If I didn't find the answer in my journey within my universe, then I must find it on the multiversal plane, Felix murmured with a serious expression. It must be at the top of the staircase at the Blessed Isles, where the Great Order resides. Otherwise, how could other supremes continue to live if their only purpose was to survive? Felix refused to think that all supremes fought for such a basic form of meaning. Survival? For life forms with a limited lifespan, he could understand it, but for immortal beings? How could anyone desire to survive for eternity without an actual purpose that could make his life meaningful? Immortality without a meaning was a curse, and he would die on this hill. While Asna was quite relieved to just see her husband find a way out of the pit he was digging himself, Kronos was chuckling to himself. Unlike him, Kronos had previously found his answer after living billions of years x hundred of times in those combined universes. After all, with every failure, with every reset, Kronos had to start from scratch all over while making sure to recall his past timelines. The worst part? He had to go through the agony of erasing his memories, just to recall them again, and do nothing about them, as his interference would mean the end of the trial. Thus, each time he finished his part, he was nothing but a spectator, awaiting success or failure, knowing that if it were the latter, he would be introduced to another world of mental destruction. The dread he felt from the truth when he erased his memories was real because it came from this. He wasn't scared of the truth itself, but of the notion of going through this process again, and again, forever. At least, he had an actual reason to do all of this. It was to make his life real by moving to the original timeline. When he neared the end goal and knew that Felix would fulfill his promise, Kronos didn't feel joy, only relief. That's when he found his answer, and as he gazed at the clear night starry skies from above, it was written there for all to see, if only they wished to look for it. As he glanced at it, Kronos chuckled and lowered his head, continuing to drink. After some time, the conversation moved to what Felix would do after returning to the original timeline. "I am going to revive my masters and every tenant that has helped me achieve my goal. As much as the truth was a bitter pill to swallow, they deserve to learn it." Felix answered, "I will accept their judgment as they see fit. As for the destroyed universes, I now understand how foolish for me to think that returning them would solve my problems and heal my guilt." Felix smiled wryly. He understood that he was lying to himself to keep himself sane during the trials, but in reality, reviving those universes as smaller versions was nothing but a foolish idea. That's because he knew now that he could not afford to keep hundreds of universes alive when each one consumed real celestial energy to be operated. After all, they weren't considered simulated realities if they weren't truly realities. Felix found out that celestial energy wasn't an infinite resource that he could make up. He couldn't even produce it, as it was created by the Great Order and released for everyone within the multiversal plane to absorb. The games were held not to just climb a step or fall down a step. Those steps were actual representations of how much each universe had of celestial energy, which was the main material within the protection cocoon of each universe. In simpler terms, the lower a universe was at blessed staircase, the weaker their protective cocoon, and the lower the celestial energy in their possession. Once a universe lost its protective celestial cocoon, it slowly drifted outside of the multiversal plane and into the blighted grounds. So, even if Felix wanted to revive those universes, it would be the damnation of the original timeline and those universes too later on. How about you create a realm, like a paradise, and put their souls in it? Asna suggested. It won't cost a fraction of celestial energy, and they will live blissful and happy lives. Much better than what their previous lives. It won't change the fact that I have robbed them of their lives. Felix shook his head. I will think of something else later on. They deserve that much. Ha ha ha. Your existence will sure shock and baffle other Supremes once you meet them. Kronos chuckled in amusement. I think so too. Asna giggled, understanding that Felix was too humane to be a Supreme. Even after everything he had gone through, even when he had the powers to control his emotions, Felix hadn't forsaken his humanity. He was the universe's consciousness, he was a Supreme, but he was also a human. This was vastly different than the rest of the Supremes, who were the true consciousness of their universes instead of replacements. We will see. Felix merely chuckled faintly and said, For now, I think it's time we say goodbye to this place and return to our universe. Our sons await. Nia Kuko Niamo. How I missed my little brats. Asna held her tears from falling after remembering how bad of a mother she was to her sons, especially Nico. Although she tried her best to keep him company between each reset, the fact that she had to leave him shortly after always broke a piece of her heart. To the point, she instinctively named her other son Nimmo, showing just how much a mother's love was untouchable. We are bringing him a big brother. He should be excited. Felix smiled as he envisioned Nimmo's face and how he made him the proudest of fathers. He still couldn't forget his face as he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself with his masters to push him to the universe's heart. What else would a father ever wish for? To know that your son wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself for you, just like you wouldn't hesitate to do the same. Looks like it's time. Kronos smiled as he noticed the rays of light coming up from the broken ceiling of the ceiling hall. As Felix and Asna faced the sunrise, they held her hands and smiled at each other. Their love for each other was the same, strong as ever, surviving hundreds of universes. As they held hands, Asna dispatched away her celestial core to Felix, while he gracefully accepted it and placed it the closest to his human heart. Then, Felix called out with a faint smile, Elder Hades, I know you have been watching everything. I will need my core back. A sudden spiritual portal opened up and Lord Hades stepped out, his undead aura releasing all over the place. Yet, the moment he appeared, Lord Hades didn't hesitate to bow down. Hades, reporting for duty. Then, he removed his Unijin heart without hesitation and gave it to Felix, his expression as solemn as always. Always a stickler to the rules. Felix chuckled, knowing that Hades didn't feel an ounce of dejection or bothered by having his heart taken away. In his mind, he had fulfilled his duties as the spirit realm guardian, trying his very best to protect the weak and lost souls. Now that the universe's consciousness was born, he had no reason to continue carrying on his duties. He was the only true Unijin, a true guardian. Elder Hades, I think I might need someone to manage the souls in my universe. Felix smiled gently as he lifted his Hades head. Your services have been impeccable. Lord Hades went silent for a moment and then nodded with an expressionless look. As you wish, my lord. TSK. I have done all the heavy lifting and you get a free ride to the original timeline. Where are my thanks, Hades? Kronos clicked his tongue playfully. If it wasn't for me allowing you to peer through my spirit realm, you wouldn't have had the chance to discover my lord as the variant. Lord Hades smirked. I always knew you were up to something. I just didn't think it was this grand. Ha ha ha. There is simply no winning against you. Kronos laughed, not taking it to heart, as he knew that he was right. You can continue on the other side. Now, is everyone ready? Upon hearing Asna's urgent tone, they knew that she was dying to reunite with her two sons. So, Felix didn't hesitate to combine all the Unijin cores he collected and merged it with his human heart, creating the last hidden celestial heart, the elemental heart. Eris was right in her assumption as Felix had found a way to hide the elemental heart using this method after it was discovered by the three rulers and used to defeat him in one of the latest attempts. While his heart was mortal, with all the Unigen's cores combined, the universe's heart ascended to the elemental heart, finally completing the trial of ascension. Clap, 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 clap. The universe started clapping thunderously, making it seem like it was holding a standing ovation for Felix's success. But, in reality, those claps were happening as the universe kept cracking and falling apart under everyone's eyes. Felix had previously brought with him the souls of everyone who survived in this universe, or what was left of them after the stunt Loki pulled. If there was one thing Felix hadn't prepared or expected, it would be Loki pushing Queen AI to ascend into a celestial purely through data. That truly shocked him and also saved him from making another attempt. At that time, he had previously gone through every single mistake and he truly wanted this universe to be the last. Just remembering what he did to Lilith, whose soul was nothing but Asna's soul separated in half, or putting the stone of reality in the quantum realm, which the rulers could not access, and putting all sorts of misleading information to use Lilith as a helping hand to carry on with his trial and help him ascend to a Unijin. There were many, many alternations, whether small or big, but they were very important, and without them, Felix wouldn't be standing here, watching the last universe collapse before his own eyes. We go! With a shared grin between him and Asna, and a head nod between him and his partners, Felix turned everyone into particles and disappeared at once, leaving the universe to continue its collapse on its own. As the universe expanded further and further into this seemingly deserted galaxy, one of trillions, if Felix would gaze at it from a distance, marveling at its eternal beauty, he would see the stars aligning perfectly, their destruction forming a star code. A code that only he and Kronos could read or those eager to know. It appeared as such, an entire galaxy turned into a star code at the very end of its time. The end.